Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Pistons are now winners in 4 straight games after a 114-103 win over the Utah Jazz last night. And these next words will shock everyone. Cade Cunningham was phenomenal. 31 points, 10 assists, just 3 turnovers, and he scored 19 points in the fourth quarter for the second consecutive night. Jalen Duren had another career game as well. He posted 22 and 22. Yes, 22 points, 22 boards for his fourth career 2020 game. Duren's big man partner Isaiah Stewart also had a strong day with 10 points, 6 rebounds, and another 3 blocks. At 6-2, Detroit now holds the second-best record in the Eastern Conference behind only the Bulls, who are 6-1. The Pistons are off today as they head to Brooklyn, where they'll take on the Nets tomorrow. Elsewhere in the NBA last night, the Thunder finally lost their first game with a 121-119 defeat to the Blazers. Luka Doncic dropped 35, 9, and 13 as the Lakers win 118-116 over the Spurs. And in a 122-112 win over the Heat, Denver's Nikola Jokic had another triple-double with 33, 15, and 16. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And good morning on a Thursday, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. You heard Brendan Shabath on the update. 2 grand slam on Thursday. Dear John, Thursday touchdown. John, good morning.
Morning, Jim. How you doing?
Good.
Thursday, here we go. I mean, we are running downhill right to the weekend right now. Heather, I know Thursday's your favorite day. Come on, we're almost there.
The energy difference here. What's going on?
I know. I'm trying to bring her into the fold.
Do you not sleep well?
It's Thursday. Thursday's her least favorite day of the week.
Yeah.
And I'm exhausted on the week just catches up with me, so I'm just tired. And I feel it. I can tell it's Thursday.
You don't drink coffee, right?
Oh, I have a huge Red Bull.
Okay.
I'll be fine.
All right. Let's say.
I'll be all right. I'm just feeling it. That's all.
Lights are on, baby. Let's go. John and I are ready.
Yeah, especially with the Pistons' performance last night.
Can we do that for people? Because I think the Lions' loss has lingered, plus the trade deadline. Let's start with the Pistons.
Yeah, and it's obviously, I mean, we just heard Brendan right there. By the way, thank you, Brendan, for always providing us with a great update. But it was Cade Cunningham with 31 points, 10 assists, and only 3 turnovers. And I think, it's the fourth quarter scoring. It's the fact that they're, 6-2. They're 1 game behind the Bulls, which is one team that they lost to start the season. There's a lot of things that you can like, especially about what Cade Cunningham is doing. But what excites me most and gives me belief that this is going to be another step forward for this team, but for Cade Cunningham, is the turnovers. It's okay. I love the assists, but along with the assists is the turnovers, like those completed passes. All right, so we talk about it in the NFL. All right, hey, it's completion percentage, all this stuff. Well, one of the things that you talk about in the NBA is not the incomplete passes, but those incomplete passes are turnovers. And last year, it felt like those were moments that cost the Pistons games at key times. And now to see that, assists are up, turnovers are down, points, we expect the points from Cade. But it's really the lack of turnovers and decision-making, precision passing that I think is really that next step for him, what I'm looking at this year.
He can manipulate and break down defenses, and it's the classic cliche of the game slows down. But you can see, him being a step ahead of defenses. Yeah. And it's while the Pistons, by the way, aren't shooting great from deep,
I know.
He's still able to, in that in-between where he catches people flat-footed, making the right pass. And a lot of it's, hey, throw it up to the big guy at the hoop, kick it out in the corner. Isaiah Stewart shooting a decent 3, which is helping space the floor.
Yep.
But Cade is a maestro in every sense of the word right now. He is manipulating defenses in a way that will elevate him to even another level, John. He was All-NBA last year. That means he's one of the 15 best players in the sport. Mm-hmm. He was an All-Star last year, and he's even better now.
Yeah, and expect him to move up that list. It's obviously not as far to go as it was from a rookie season to get to, one of the top 15. But now that you're there, it's how do you continue to move up the list? And one of them is you've got to be better with the ball in hand, and he's done that. And you mentioned that they're not shooting great behind the arc, but it feels like Duncan Robinson is inching closer to warming up. He was 3 of 6 last night, 50%. We'll take 50% anytime.
Yeah, and I don't think, I mean, look, big picture, you're going to need to shoot better from three. But the thing that's helped them out is that defensive identity from last year has translated.
Yeah.
So if you pop up where they rank in the NBA today, they're 6-2, fifth in defensive rating, fifth in defending the three, fifth in rebounding, second in shots blocked. So we're talking about a top 5 defense in the NBA. So that's how you can mitigate, hey, maybe a cold shooting night. There's going to be effort. We're going to play defense. And when we get in the half court, if we can't make shots consistently, we've got a guy who can create. Like Cade Cunningham, I don't know what the ceiling will be this season, John, but I mean, the way he's playing, you start talking about first team All NBA.
Well, and you pair, yes, 100%. That's what I thought this morning when I finally had a chance to see the rest of the highlights, because I didn't make it all the way to the end of the game last night. And it's what he's doing, and you mentioned the energy that they're playing with on defense. It feels like in some of these wins, especially the one last night, where they're just outlasting Utah. And it's also Jalen Duren. And what did we talk about Jalen Duren? You know, he's 19 years old. We see some raw talent. We see some raw ability. What happens when he gets refined? And he's still in that refining process, but now he's 21. And last night, 22 and 22 points in rebounds.
That's a hell of a stat line.
Hell of a stat line. So you put a performance like that with what we saw from Cade.
So when the season started, we thought they'd take a leap, a step forward. Start to make you rethink just how big a step that may be this season, because they could be in first place in the East at the end of the day Sunday. They're going to play Brooklyn, who hasn't won a game yet, and then they play Philly, which will be a big swing game. They could be in first place in the East come Monday morning. And you start to think, well, could they approach 50 wins? Yeah, it feels like 50 wins is on the table. Home court is on the table. Cade being an all-NBA player on the first team feels on the table. He's leading all players in fourth quarter scoring right now. So we talked about being a closer. He'll have to do it in the playoffs, but John, we're seeing that extra gear from our superstar.
So I think with Cade, he has taken the step that we expected. And so what that's going to do is take away the necessity in the regular season to have a true Robin.
Yeah.
That's still going to be a problem in the postseason when teams clamp up defense, games get tighter. But yeah, their only bad game in my mind this year was the Cleveland game.
Yep.
And there were some excuses there for the NBA in terms of playing 3 out of 4 days. You had a real grinder in Houston on the Friday night, and then the Sunday home opener against the Celtics, and a lot of emotion involved in a home opener. So they shouldn't have played that bad. But that's his only bad game this year, right?
Yeah. Yes. What, he had 12 points?
Yeah, it was ugly. Ugly.
It was. And the only reason I kind of cringe a little bit when you say, well, it's the 3rd in 4 days, like this is a young team.
Yeah.
And they should be able to handle that. Now, I will say, and the fact that it was early in the season, too, they shouldn't be wore out that much for a performance like that.
Yeah, but it is pretty typical in the NBA that happens in that spot. I'm not trying to make excuses for him by any means. It shouldn't have been that ugly. But, I mean, obviously, that game's not the focus. I guess, right now, besides Cleveland, who's better in the East?
Well, and that's the thing. The East standings it's early. Chicago's number 1. John brought that up. The Pistons are number 2. Knicks are 5-3. Cavs are 5-3. Bucks are 5-3. Sixers are 5-3. There really isn't a signature great team. It will likely be Cleveland when the dust settles, and that's the team that handled Detroit their worst loss. But then, okay, let's spot Cleveland the 1 seed.
Yeah.
Can Detroit compete for the 2 seed? The 3
Sure.
seed? Yeah, of course. Home court is a very real thing when you start this way.
Right. And so part of it is, and we thought going into the season in regards to, okay, well, Orlando went out and made, they got Bane, right? And we're like, oh, why can't we do something like that? Well, right now they're 3-5, and they're not playing very well.
Nope, lost straight up to the Pistons.
And we talked about it in at that moment, but obviously they're competing with New York, and we saw that in the postseason last year. But if they can get home court, I mean, I think that would be a huge step in obviously the right direction. I mean, I'm not saying anything that's rocket science.
I think when the cream rises to the crop, though, it's going to be Cleveland, New York, probably Milwaukee. We'll have to see about Chicago.
Something seems off about Milwaukee, though. I don't know. The Plums, yes.
Sixers, I think, are a wild card because of Edgecombe.
Yeah, their backcourt with him and Maxey. It's arguably the most athletic backcourt in the NBA.
Why can't we get guys like that?
Well, if Ivy's healthy, we'd have a hell of a backcourt here, too.
Yeah.
Is he ever going to be healthy?
But we talk about the opportunity with the injuries that Boston has. Obviously, Indianapolis or Indy. Looking at them, like they're 1-7, and there's not a lot of hope. I mean, in regards to what they're doing, Halliburton's obviously not coming back at any point this year.
Right. Opens up an extra spot.
Yeah, and so they're taking advantage of the opportunity presented them.
So if they are flirting with 50 wins or that pace at the deadline, will they make a move?
It's always back to that, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is.
John, I tried. This isn't, for once, it's not my fault. I just wanted to start with something fun and positive, and there really is no negative to it.
I gotta tell you,
Are we now going to go? If they don't, so I've heard the Scott Holmes or the Brad Harris. Are we going to have to go 3 names and throw Trajan in there as well?
I think
Scott, Trajan, Holmes.
I think Langdon is definitely the middle name. It sounds like it'll roll into the hyphenated.
How is Steve Yzerman avoiding all of this? He's been here for 3,000 years.
We'll work him in. It's going to have to be Yzerman will have to be the last name.
Dash
if it's
Yzerman.
you, Steve.
Stop it. Yeah. Hey, can we just
Stephen Bradley.
enjoy the moment?
That's
hey,
what I'm saying.
They're in second. They're 6-2. The Wings are in second right now with 18 points, 1 point behind Montreal. Can we just enjoy the moment?
Yeah, and free agency starting in baseball, and we all know we're days away from everything's great.
I got to tell you guys, a little show inventory inside my mind. I felt yesterday at the end of the show exhausted.
Oh,
I felt like we did 3 consecutive Lions Mondays.
yes.
Well, but
we
kind of.
did.
Yeah, with the deadline. Yeah, sure. But I'm excited
And
to
then I
flip.
brought it up.
Yeah, I know. Flip the page and look at what we got going on here. So anyway, if you want to talk about the Pistons, we'll open up the phone lines. We got a lot to do today. 248-539-9797. Are you reevaluating what you thought this team was capable of? 6-2 start, top 5 defense. Cade on even another level as he begins this season. It's 97-1. Tell you about KG Law, because if you or someone you care about is injured in a car accident, you need KG Law. Lawrence KG and KG Law specialize in car accidents. So you're going to get that personal attention to detail from someone who cares. Lawrence is a Detroiter. He built his business doing things the right way and delivering for his clients. KG Law has won millions of dollars, 98% success rate. 877-KG-CARES. Check him out. That's KAJY, KGCares.com. Pistons got a win last night at LCA. Cade Cunningham, 19 fourth quarter points. He leads all NBA players in scoring in the fourth quarter. John has highlighted the fact that his turnovers are down. We can point out he's number 3 in the NBA in assists per game. He had 18 in Mexico City. It's been a nice start for the Pistons. And the defense has been there all throughout. They're top 5 in just about every defensive metric. So, does this change how you viewed the expectations for this season? First Tech says, I'd be shocked if they don't win 50 games.
It's a long season. There's going to be ups and downs. And I think I asked you this before the show. Where were you in your 46? I think I was at 49. I don't think either of us had the cojones to say 50. So we were right there. And better than last year. It was a 42 last year.
Yeah, we were both improvement, but how much? 50. Yeah. I think it's right there for him. Yeah, absolutely. Cade getting better directly makes Duren better. It's like a 2-for-1.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he had 22 and 22 yesterday, rebounds and points.
And it's the quality minutes that you're getting from Asar Thompson and Ron Holland. Like, you're getting quality minutes from them. And a lot of it just simply, I think, is exactly that. Duren's better because of Cade. They're all better because of Cade.
It says, guys, time to talk Pistons. Duren, Asar, and Holland all took another step. They're real, probably a true contender in the East. And yes, Cade has gone to a new level in the fourth quarter.
And that's where, when you're talking about the performance of Cade Cunningham, and we're talking about elite players, I always look to them and say, okay, do they make those around them better? Or is this just a one-man show?
Right.
If you are at that point of your career where you're making those around you better, now you really have something.
Cade has turned into everything we hoped he could be when Hatchet convinced God to grant us the number 1 pick. He's a star. Signed, Dave. He really has been everything this franchise hoped and begged and prayed for years. Like, we did not have a true superstar, and we absolutely have one now.
Yeah, and the only frustrating part was the length of time, and some of that was just unfortunate injuries and, early in those first couple of years of his career.
Yeah. In addition to the Pistons game last night, I don't know if people saw this, but Alexander Ovechkin scored his 900th career goal. Mm-hmm. He's already the all-time leading goal scorer in NHL history.
Now he's the only member of the 900 club.
So you'd imagine that that puck would be very valuable.
I would think so.
You know who agrees with that?
Binnington, the goalie.
Jordan Binnington, the goalie for the St. Louis Blues. So we're going to play this, but just so you get the visual, he is trying to steal the puck by hiding it in his
pants.
His pants.
Thoughts?
Total scumbag move.
I thought so too. and so you look online and you look at social media where we all looked for, the vitriol. And I'm surprised. Most people are like, "Oh yeah, look at this. He's trying to, like they're joking about it." I'm like, that's kind of a D-bag move.
Was he doing it jokingly though? I didn't see it. Like, was it kind of like?
Well, watch the video. I mean,
I can, but I haven't seen it yet. So I'm just saying,
it looks like he wanted to steal it and wanted to get away
like
with it.
He was trying to really hide it so people couldn't see.
Oh yeah.
Like this is you caught the the home run that's going to be worth a bunch of money. And we talk about it all the time. Do you give it to the player or do you sell it for a boatload of money? And
that's a fan.
That's different. Yeah, that's a fan.
But that's similar to this in regards to, that it's going to be worth a lot of money. He hides it in his pants thinking no one's going to know. Really?
I don't believe there was any joking going on here.
Okay.
Because I think he would have.
That's why I'm asking if it was like kind of like, I'm going to put this in my pants, or if it was like, I'm putting this in my pants.
No, there was no laughter.
It was the latter. Yeah, I'm putting this in. Yeah.
Like, I think he would have skated over to Ovechkin and gave it to him or something along those lines. Like, the linesman came over and said, "Hey, what do you think you're doing here?"
Right. Yeah, like Ovi wants this puck.
And it is different than a fan.
Whether Ovi wants it or the Hall of Fame wants it.
Right.
Somebody wants it.
What's the first puck to ever score a 900th goal for a player
Right.
ever? It's
Maybe
got
the
some
only-
value.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's different than a fan catching a ball. Like it's your fault. It's your ball if it goes in the stands.
Yeah.
It's never your puck if you give up the goal.
And this was a total slap shot moment, right? Where they come over and they're like, "Hey, we know you have it," and then he skates over into the corner like he's hiding from the camera.
Yeah.
Which
No,
on the ice you can't hide from the camera, and you could tell he feels shame.
It reminded me of back in the day, and Jim, you might be too young for this, when pitchers would get caught with paraphernalia to cheat with. Like, I think it was Joe Niekro.
With
He put
the
his hands
Emery
in
board?
He put his hands in the back of his pockets and emptied out the pockets like nothing was there, and the board goes flying in the air. Right. Hey, what? There's nothing to see here. No. I mean, come on.
It's a visual. You can't not see the Emery board. He's like, "What?" And the Emery board goes flying like no one was going to see it.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, it turns out that the suspects in that alleged Halloween terrorism plot targeting Ferndale were also contemplating an attack at Cedar Point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Cedar Point was never actually named, but you can figure out which amusement park they were talking about based on location in the description. Well, a spokesperson for the park did confirm that they were working with the FBI. They also noted that individuals were recently observed on park property. So 2 of those arrested had went to Cedar Point twice.
Right.
Yeah. The FBI has now arrested 3 more men, 1 from Dearborn, 2 from New Jersey or in New Jersey connected to the plot. Court records also show that the latest Michigan defendant charged in the case is also being sued by the makers of Fortnite. Remember that article I told you about how these
Yeah.
guys created these bots to
Yeah.
like swindle thousands of dollars? That's one of the guys who was arrested.
really?
Yes, for creating these fake bots on Fortnite to basically get tens of thousands of dollars from the company. Other details that have come out, let's see. The Dearborn defendants searched for or used websites associated with Ferndale LGBTQ clubs. They searched for information about the terror attack at Pulse nightclub in Florida. They debated about carrying out an attack on Halloween or New Year's Eve. That was also apparently discussed in their conversations. A deadly shooting at a Lapeer County manufacturing business is now under investigation. Elmont police say a 32-year-old Columbus man arrived at Trims Unlimited, that's on Van Dyke, and shot the victim right around 8:20 a.m. on Wednesday. After the shooting, the suspect fled the scene. An alert was issued on his vehicle. There was like a multi-agency chase that ensued and eventually ended in Metamora. And then as the suspect allegedly engaged with police, 2 sheriff's deputies fired shots hitting the suspect. He is now in custody and hospitalized in stable condition. The victim at the business was pronounced dead at the scene. So now, of course, everything is under investigation. It's unclear how the shooter and the victim knew each other. So hopefully, I'm sure that will all unfold. Hey, Michigan football will not open the 2026 season in Germany for the Western Michigan game. How does that feel, John? So the Wolverines had announced back in July that there had been discussions of this move, opening the game in Frankfurt, Germany. Well, now, not going to happen. Instead, it's going to be played in Ann Arbor as scheduled on September 5th of 2026.
What a sigh of relief.
You didn't want to
when-
go to Germany?
No. If I'm going to go to Germany, I want it to be vacation. And it's not like I'm playing, right? I'm not working like they are working, but I don't want it to be, I just want it to be for pleasure, not for work.
I get that.
You don't want to be on the team schedule. You got to be here
Although
and there.
it would have been
and-
nice. Somebody else would have been paying for the flight, but
Yeah.
yeah.
You could have maybe extended the stay.
Sure. Yeah. Tom, can I get a week off?
As football
at the
season
beginning of
starts?
football season?
Maybe.
No. If I was Cookies, I would have said, "Hey, Tom, I'm going to be staying in Germany for 2 weeks. Deal with it."
Could do the show remotely. That'd be kind of cool.
What time, what's the
Yeah.
time change?
I don't know.
I'd be doing an afternoon show there.
There's a decent time change.
I think it's 6 or 7 for Germany. England is 5.
6 or 7.
6, 7. Yeah.
Stupid.
You're welcome, kids.
Yes. Police in Troy are looking for a man who robbed a gas station with an AK 47. According to authorities, this guy robbed this gas station, a Shell gas station near the intersection of Rochester Road and South Boulevard, right around 2:30 a.m. on October 30th. Police say he just entered the gas station with this weapon, pointed it at the clerk, demanded money. He was given cash and then ran off. There were no injuries reported, which is great, but anyone with information should contact the Troy Police Department. Finally, just in time for Thanksgiving, Kraft has released a brand new macaroni and cheese flavor, I guess dedicated towards Thanksgiving. It's kind of gross if you ask me, but it is a apple pie flavored Kraft mac and cheese, which they say combines two of the most iconic Thanksgiving dishes for a sweet and savory concoction.
Just have apple pie. You
Whoa.
don't.
It's only available online for a limited time, so you can go to walmart.com.
So there are people that eat apple pie with like cheese on top.
They do?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's you can put. Yeah.
I've never heard of that.
Oh sure. Oh, it's great.
Like cream cheese?
Oh no,
No,
like
like
a
a cheddar.
Swiss, a Swiss or a cheddar, yeah. It's really good, but there's no pasta in it.
Well, interesting. Kraft says it's the comforting taste you love with a shockingly delicious savory and sweet pairing. It's packed with cheese, appley, cinnamony goodness. No, I'll pass on that.
I'm not interested. Heather with the news. Thursday touchdown next, 97.1.
Hey Detroit, it's Heather here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or your T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. So if you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics United States Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-verizon/.
All right. Get ready for the football weekend. It's the Thursday touchdown. Football coverage today presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Tom has 7 questions for the Thursday touchdown.
Yeah, and we've largely neglected college football this week just because of the Lions' loss and then the injuries and the deadline.
Local teams on
so
bye.
let's talk about it here a little bit. Michigan is 7-2. They're 21st in the first college football playoff rankings. Are the Wolverines a good team or a mediocre team?
They're average. You look at their 2 toughest opponents to this point, Oklahoma and USC, and they weren't in either game, really. And you look at, okay, I'm not even going to talk about New Mexico. Sorry, Central Michigan. But, okay, a good win at Nebraska, but what does that really mean?
Right.
And then it's a really good win against Washington, and you thought at that point, all right, they flipped a switch. Bryce Underwood's going to be much more accurate, much more dynamic. The play calling is going to match that, and they just haven't. And then you win by 5 points against Purdue.
Yeah, it's nothing special. 7th in yards, 11th in scoring in the Big Ten. I mean, they're not even in the upper echelon of the Big Ten, let alone the country.
No, I mean, the record says they are. In terms of wins and losses right now, technically they're 3rd in the Big Ten, but that's because they're 5-1 and Oregon's only 4-1.
Yeah, so I tell you, though, 7th in yards, 11th in scoring, 6th on defense in scoring and total defense. No, it's nothing special.
Yeah, last week was just, what was that? It was such a just pathetic performance in my mind against a bad team, bad Big Ten team. All right, Texas is ranked 11th and Oklahoma is ranked 12th. I'm going to get Cookies mad here. They are not in the CFP rankings right now, but number 14, Virginia, and unranked Memphis are in the CFP. Should automatic bids be eliminated from the college football playoff?
No. Every school should have a path or it's not a legitimate national champion.
Until, which is impossible, schedules and teams are going to be playing each other. Like, you don't know how good or bad. Well, we think we know how good or bad the Big 12 is, the ACC. And I don't necessarily know that the Big Ten is really that dominant this year. You have a couple of dominant teams, but like I until you're able to play across conferences more frequently, you're just never going to know. So I agree. And you're not going to eliminate, for the national championship, entire parts of the country. That's what was wrong with the 4 teams. You didn't have anybody that was west of the Mississippi.
Everybody plays their way in, and you determine a champion from that field.
I just don't know how you can sit there with a straight face and tell me that the Memphis Tigers belong in this thing over the Texas Longhorns.
What if I offered you a concession? After your second loss, you no longer qualify for the auto bid.
I like that.
Is that a fair compromise? So if as a 3-loss team, you don't have an auto bid at that point.
I love that.
Sure. I mean, that makes
Because I just don't
sense.
want a 1 or 2 loss. Like, okay, Memphis could be 2-loss team, but why can't the group of 5 have a representative? You can't shut out
What about
60
this?
teams.
What if they have to be conference losses? Because at that point, it exploits the conference, doesn't it?
I don't know. I
All
get
right,
what you're
yeah.
saying, but I ultimately don't want to do away with the auto qualifiers. Every conference of the big conferences is in, and of everybody else, there should be a representative.
But this conversation almost is completely irrelevant, because if Texas wins the rest of their games, they're going to be in.
Mm-hmm.
Like the way that they do this and how early they come out with the CFP rankings, you win and you're still going to be in. They have a chance with Texas A&M to have one of those wins that puts them in.
All right, I love this one. Jacksonville kicker Cam Little set an NFL record on Sunday, making a 68-yard field goal. I've heard Valenti mention kicking has become way too easy in the NFL especially. Should the NFL shrink the goalpost to offset the kicking trend?
I absolutely hate. This is why you love this question, because you're going to make me defend kickers. It's not as automatic for all the kickers. There are a handful of really good kickers, and it's a huge advantage. There's an advantage to having Patrick Mahomes. There's an advantage to having the best at every position. In the NBA, do we raise the basket because, guys can dunk too easy? Or do we make the basket
they should lower
smaller?
it in the WNBA to make dunking and...
Stop it. Do they make the basket smaller because, everybody, it's too easy to shoot threes? No, just leave it as it is and play the damn game.
But there is a distortion too. You're not even at the midfield logo and you're in range. No, I don't think they need to do like trick shots and put like a hoop of fire to kick the ball through or anything like that. But we need to go
like
back.
Some blockers up there. Somebody
Right.
hits it, it doinks in other spots.
But there are NFL coaches who have addressed this. The kicking balls, the K balls that they can doctor.
Yeah.
They need to stop that. Make it legitimately the way it used to
changed
be.
here.
Yes, it's the K-balls.
Yeah, because 60s were rare. You might get 1 or 2 a season, and now you'll see 10, 12, 60-yard field goals. What about this one? You put another post right up the middle.
No.
The looks I'm getting from John, oh my.
That we're even having this discussion disgusts me.
All right, Lions general manager Brad Holmes is getting some heat for not making a trade. What is the single biggest mistake Holmes has made during his tenure?
I mean, you have to first acknowledge there are not a lot of options to pick from. He's done a damn good job. But to answer the question, it would be not addressing the interior offensive line in the 2024 NFL draft.
Okay.
Not early anyway.
And I'll go a step further. It's Ennis Rakestraw. When you look at, you addressed the corner position. We knew going into that draft, hey, they needed to address the corner, the secondary. They did with Terrion Arnold. You can argue good, bad, indifferent, whatever, still developing. But if you look at the Ennis Rakestraw pick, and I know you've mentioned Rosengarten a number of times. He was taken just after that. Cooper Beebe, taken at the beginning of the 3rd round. And how about offensive tackle from Pitt, now for Indy, Matt Goncalves? He was taken later as well. He was drafted as a tackle, but he plays guard. And what have we said about that Indy offensive line? One of the best in the NFL. And, were any of us talking about Goncalves? No. It's not our job to know every single player. It is Brad Holmes' job to be able to project those, and I think that was a swing and a miss. We are right now in this position because we didn't water the garden.
I agree with you, and the single decision that is mine. I said, I think earlier this week, I think Brad Holmes had the draft on auto draft when that pick came in. It was just like in a fantasy when somebody's auto draft, just bling, it just selects the next player that was on the rankings.
And you're going, wait, did I just take another wide receiver? Yeah. Exactly.
Last year, the Lions rushed for 146 yards per game. This year, it's at 125. That's a significant drop. Do you place all the blame on the offensive line, or does John Morton deserve some blame?
Oh, he deserves some blame. There's enough to go around. And first of all, as offensive linemen, you need to be able to make tough blocks. And you're not going to be 100%. You're not going to be perfect, but you've got to make some of those blocks. An offensive coordinator, you get to the line of scrimmage and you want to run a certain play to a 3 technique or to an overlook, a 1 and a 5, or an underlook. Now all of a sudden, hey, you can get that look because of personnel groups, motions, and you may not get it early in the game, but as you start to decipher what a defense is doing, you can get those looks, or you get to the line of scrimmage and you get 2 or 3 plays called. You can make it easier on the offensive line. You can set up those blocks so that the advantage is to the offensive line.
80-20 O-line, Morton 20?
Oh, I'd say 60-40.
Okay.
All right, power rankings are all over the place right now. Teams like the Broncos and Patriots are being overlooked by teams with worse records like the Chiefs and Bills. At what point do we reach a world where the records are the reality?
It's never literal. Records can be misleading. I'll give you a great example. Minnesota Vikings last year won 14 games. What happened when they made the playoffs? The playoffs are where you determine what kind of team you are. How about the LA Dodgers, who only won 93 games in the regular season? Certainly a lot better than their record.
The only time that records actually matter are determining division champs, seeding in the playoffs, whether you're in or you're out, 1 seed. That's when the record matters, but it's simply, hey, get into the postseason and then play games.
I think the one team right now I think is getting disrespected is the Patriots.
I think so.
He's a winning coach. He's proven it. And is he going to run this thing all the way to the AFC Championship game like he did with Tannehill that one year?
Well, and they're a team that in the last couple of years has spent a lot of money in free agency. They've got a huge amount of money to spend next year in free agency.
All right, finally, there were several trades leading up to the deadline on Tuesday. Which team made the best trade considering what they got and what they gave up?
The Jets. The Jets.
Which one?
Yeah, you got to pick one.
Oh, no, you said which team
Made the best trade.
Trade.
Okay. Well, I would actually then say probably
Value on
the
value.
Sauce Gardner, because in the coming drafts next year, they've got 2 first-round picks. The following year, they've got 2 first-round picks. 3 first-round picks in 27. And that draft right now looks like it's going to be absolutely loaded with talent. And they got 2 coming up this year as well in the second round.
I agree with you. The Jets won the day. It's just which trade do you like better? They're both good trades because
You
they
get
gave
2
him draft-
first back for Sauce.
Now, I would say Quinn Williams was the better trade because I think as a player, he peaked 3 years ago, and to get a first and a second for him, but we're splitting hairs. The Jets
Right.
did a great job. It's your Thursday touchdown. It's 97-1.
Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each and every week. And as the Raiders take on the Broncos tonight, this is your time. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scored bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you're going to win a bet plus a share of bonus bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Got your 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. A chance to win $2,000. Can you get all 10 questions right? Got Dear John. Got Red Wing tickets to give away later in the show. Mm-hmm. John, we've done a show together for a year and a half.
Yeah.
I like to argue.
Yes, you do.
And I sometimes make that your problem, and sometimes I make that Mike Valenti's problem. On Cash the Ticket, we got into a dispute over the state of college football, and I'm curious where you and our listeners fall. Because as we get into the month of November, we have a lot of teams in the fight, right? Greg Palm said there were 27 teams that have 2 or fewer losses. Mm-hmm. So in theory, all of those teams can win their way into the college football playoff. This has led to elimination games. More games matter in the month of November. So I think this is a good thing. Now, Valenti's thing is everybody sucks, everything's watered down, nobody's any good. And he used, of course, Michigan as an example, because Michigan is one of those teams with 2 losses that can win themselves in. Do you like what the 12-team playoff has given us in the month of November? More meaningful games, or are these watered-down matchups that we're force-feeding the public?
Well, I like more meaningful games. And I don't necessarily know if it's the side effect of the 12-team playoffs, but the side effect of the transfer portal and NIL has spread talent around college football. And I like it that who would have ever thought Vanderbilt? Who would have ever thought Indiana? Who would have ever thought some of these teams would be in the mix? And until they opened up the ability to, first of all, rev share, which we are just entering.
Yep.
And schools' ability to pay players directly, and then outside of that, generate some income for their players through NIL and collectives. Like, we can argue whether you like it or not. It's here, and it's not going anywhere.
And what's the result?
It's spread the talent around college football, and now you have more teams that have a shot at a national championship. It's not just Alabama. It's not just Clemson. It's not just the Blue Bloods. It is literally, I don't want to say everyone, but instead of it being 3 or 4 teams going into the college football playoffs that you think have a legit shot at winning a national title, now I would say there's probably at least twice that, 6 or 7 teams.
Right. So just so people understand, a team like Iowa has 2 losses. They're playing Oregon this week. That's a big game for Iowa because they can still run the table and make the playoff. Now, if you don't think Iowa's any good, no problem. They'll lose the game and see themselves out. The same with Michigan, right? If Michigan isn't very good, they're going to lose to Ohio State and they'll show themselves out. But if Michigan wins that game, they will have played themselves in. Why is that bad? Then Michigan wouldn't be a mediocre, watered-down team. They would have just beaten the number 1 team in America, and they would then play themselves in. To me, this is not a problem of, well, Virginia's no good, and Louisville's no good, and Vandy's no good, and Miami's no good. They'll play the games and prove that.
Right.
If they lose another one, they're out. If they win out in the month of November, they're going to put themselves in the college football playoff, and I think that's good for the sport.
And you just look at the rivalries, right? A lot of rivalries have died just because of conference realignment. But when you're talking about the best one in college football, Michigan and Ohio State, okay, you may go into that game, and it may not determine who is going to be the Big Ten champ, but it certainly can determine who's in or out of the college football playoffs. Or if a team like Ohio State, are they going to play in the Big Ten championship game? It may knock them out of that.
Correct.
And so in a roundabout way, maybe it does still have an effect on who's going to win the Big Ten championship. And so, I mean, I do like the fact that there are more teams with the shot, and it also enhances the venue. And that's what I think is one of the unique things about college football. You mentioned Oregon playing Iowa. That's going to be in Kinnick Stadium. Michigan has gone there and lost. Yep. In very important times, Ohio State has gone there and lost. Purdue, now nobody's going to look at West Lafayette and say, oh my goodness, how could you go there? Well, we brought it up yesterday that Purdue had a big win against Ohio State, and now all of a sudden it does enhance the venue even more because it matters more in college athletics than it does in the NFL.
Like in years past, Texas has 2 losses. Their season's over. Well, in today's college football, and maybe you don't like this, like let us know if you don't like this, but now in today's college football, Texas is going to play Georgia in 2 weeks. And if they win, they stay on the tracks. They're going to play Texas A&M, their final regular season game. If they win, they stay on the tracks. They win both, they're likely a college football playoff team. Do you not like that because they should already be kicked out because of 2 losses? Or do you like that suddenly those games have so much more meaning? It's not only meaningful for Georgia and A&M to avoid losing another game. The other side can play themselves in. We've created stakes to games that only mattered for half the teams playing in the games. And in some games, none at all.
Now, there's a lot of teams that have to win to get to that point.
Yeah.
Like Michigan can't drop one to Northwestern or Maryland before they get to Ohio State. And you also can't have, like Georgia and Georgia Tech. They play at the end of the season. Georgia Tech is now a 1-loss team. And if they beat Georgia, they're going to be in.
Yeah, it created more meaningful football games.
And they're ranked 17 right now.
So you guys let us know. Valenti's grumpy, and we bickered about this on Cash the Ticket. I know water's wet and sky's
Breaking
blue, and
news,
Chick-fil-A's closed on Sunday and all that good stuff. 248-539-9797. There are people who do not like this. Text says it's not meaningful games. You're tricked into thinking they're meaningful. OSU lost to Michigan last year, and it meant nothing.
Okay, well, that's because it meant nothing to Michigan. Well, okay, it did mean something to Michigan, and it was... It's always going to mean something because it's a rivalry. But if Michigan takes care of business to the point this year, you're telling me that doesn't mean anything to in that who wins or loses that game?
I think he's saying because they lost that game but still went on to win the national title, meaning was lost in that game.
I disagree. And maybe it's just a matter of perspective. And I understand that, coming from Michigan, but I also think, okay, Ohio State loses that game, whether they lost that game or they lost the first week, like Texas did to Ohio State.
Right.
They're still in the game.
Do you want to know why? It's such a hindsight text, too, because you want to know why that game feels meaningless? Because Ohio State went on to win all of the other games the rest of the way. See, if Ohio State had lost to Michigan and because of that had a lousy seed and got eliminated, they'd look back at that and say we could have had a bye week.
Right.
Ohio State, quote, made it meaningless, if you believe that, because they went on to win all of their other football games, which is not a given for anybody this time of year.
No, but it also is an opportunity for a team like Oklahoma, who had an injury at the quarterback position. They drop one to Texas in a rivalry game, but it doesn't eliminate them from possibly having that opportunity at the end of the season. Now, you're looking at Oklahoma right now in the college football playoff rankings. They're 12, but they're out because of the group of 5 team. But they could still win and get in.
Who do they have the rest of the way? Because I'm sure it's some heavy hitter games that suddenly matter more, right? So for Oklahoma, their schedule was a gauntlet preseason, so it's not a surprise. Yeah, they're going to go to Tuscaloosa, and they got to play ranked Mizzou still. Yep. And by the way, Mizzou has 2 losses. So these are now elimination games that ordinarily we'd be going, who's going to the Outback Bowl? Do you see how this is?
Right.
To me, this is better, and I know you agree with me, but this is not consensus.
Well, and what makes, and I know we got to get to a break, and we can pick this up on the other side, but Oklahoma, let's say they beat Alabama and Missouri. They're playing LSU to end the season, and nobody thinks that much of LSU right now. LSU thinking maybe they could, like Michigan last year, can they knock Oklahoma out? Can they play the best game of the year on that last week?
Look, the other side of the coin is Eric in Macomb, who texts in and says, remember when one loss was a disaster? I want that back. What side are you on? 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. The Pistons made a home crowd happy last night with a 114-103 win over the Jazz. Detroit trailed by 2 points at halftime before outscoring Utah 25-14 in the third quarter. Then Cade Cunningham went off for 19 of his 31 points in the fourth. It's the second straight game he has had 19 in the final quarter. He and Jalen Duren each had a big game as Detroit's big man had 22 and 22. The pick and roll was key in their success, and J.B. Bickerstaff talked about the tandem postgame. Detroit will take on the Nets tomorrow in Brooklyn. We had NHL history last night as Alex Ovechkin became the first player ever to score 900 career goals. He passed Wayne Gretzky for the all-time lead in career goals last year when he scored his 895th. Now he stands alone with 900. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
How about those Pistons, 6-2? We'll make some time for them later in the hour. We've got Dear John, we got Heather's News, we got the 2 Grand Slam, and right now we're talking about the state of college football. As we get the month of November here, you have more teams alive. You have more meaningful games down the stretch. You have a lot of elimination games. They're going to be played this weekend and over the next 4 weekends. Do you like it, or is it watered down?
Well, let's just take a look at this weekend. Anybody here really care in past years what BYU and Texas Tech are doing?
Nope.
All right, BYU and Texas Tech are going to play this weekend. They're 7-8. Texas Tech loses that game, they might be toast.
Yeah, they get thrown.
They're
going to
drop out of the top 12 next week.
And with 2 losses in a cluttered Big 12, they may not get to the Big 12 title game.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to look at all the tiebreak scenarios. But yeah, that game has some stakes. Oregon and Iowa. Iowa's got 2 losses. A loss eliminates them. If Oregon picks up a second loss, then they're teetering with games at USC and Washington later in the season. Suddenly, Washington with 2 losses is in the elimination spot as well. They have to run the table. Michigan, and I know Michigan is why we bring this up, because Michigan, we both said, is not a good team. Well, why can a good team be a playoff team? Well, the only way Michigan's in the playoff is if they go beat Ohio State.
Right.
They'd have to prove they're a good team. I have no issue with giving them the chance to do so. And if they're not a good team, they'll lose and they won't be in. And there's nothing to cry about.
Right. And I mean, is Georgia a good team?
I don't know.
Right. And so Georgia, historically, in the past 5 years, they've been a dominant team. Georgia, right now, with 1 loss, they've got to play Texas. Then the end of the year, they play Georgia Tech, which matters for Georgia Tech. And it may be a play-in game for Georgia if they can't beat Texas.
So a ticket texter just sent in the way it used to be and what they wish it still was that way. It says, back when college football was at its best, you were on the edge of your seat because you could maybe lose 1 game. Maybe.
Yeah, but, okay, on the flip side of that, you lose 1 game, then how much juice do you have the rest of the season? If you lose that game in week 4 and you're thinking to yourself, we're out.
Yeah, so if we played in the old rules, Ohio State's undefeated, Indiana's undefeated, A&M's undefeated, BYU's undefeated. Those are the only undefeated teams left in the country. I don't know how far back he's going. Are we going BCS? Because at that point, there's only 4 teams that matter in America right now. Boy,
Well, no,
I like when 25 to 30 teams matter in November, not 4.
The debate you would have is BYU and Alabama.
Sure. So
right now. Okay, so
five teams matter versus 30 teams matter.
So here, I'm going to pull a John Jansen here. I'm going to let this play out a little bit because what I need to do is have a decent sample size of what the playoff is for years, 5 years. And if you have competitive playoffs, if this can reach competitive value like the NFL playoffs, where there's been Mondays I've come in after NFL playoffs and we've talked about all 4 games from a weekend. We're like, holy crap, that was incredible. Which one do we talk about first? We didn't get that last year. They've changed the math here in terms of who's getting the higher seeds and all that. And I like that. I think that was a right pivot to getting better games potentially. I do miss the angst. I'll point out a game from 2023 from Michigan, the Illinois game.
Yeah,
I was about ready to crap my pants because they were going to throw this thing away potentially. Mm-hmm. And I don't get that feeling anymore, or I love just being an observer of Auburn trying to pull one over on Alabama and ruin their chances. I miss that drama. The regular season drama has been zapped a little bit. And Jim, I think you have to admit that that's true.
I would say early regular season drama, but they've moved it to later in the season, which is the natural progression in all of sports, by the way. Like every other league peaks in the postseason.
Right.
But don't you agree if we get first round trash every year that this isn't a good thing?
Of course I'm going to agree with that. Yeah. If the games are bad, they're bad.
So we need to see more. You would agree with that idea at least.
Right, but what I'm saying is I'm not even really focusing on round 1 of the playoffs. I'm saying this weekend and next weekend and the weekend after are better today than they were 10 years ago.
Yeah, but we're also with the adjustments that conferences are making. And we saw the announcement yesterday. Notre Dame is going to play Auburn. They've never played before. And they've got a home and home that will start. Is it 27 or 28? I can't remember when it is. But now all of a sudden, that game is going to carry big-time weight at the beginning of the season, but it's not an elimination game.
Where I thought last year this thing worked was that Ohio State won it. I can point to some Michigan teams in my past where I think, man, if they could have gotten in the tournament, they might have won the thing. Like I would point out, I think the 98 team.
Sure.
I think the 98 team stumbled early and could have potentially done something. The 99 team.
Yeah, so the 98 team, we lost, obviously, those first two games, Notre Dame and Syracuse, and then, ran the table all up until Ohio State, and then we lost that one too. Share of the Big Ten, but if you had just put on there enough riding on that game as it was at that time, but now all of a sudden a position in the college football playoffs,
chance to save your season, extend your season.
It ramps it up even more.
Yeah.
And we like parity in the NFL? Isn't that the goal? To have more competitive teams, especially when you get to the months of December and early January?
I think so, yeah.
Why can't we carry that over to college football?
I think you can. My problem isn't so much this format or the playoff, more so than the product looks watered down to me. Okay. I don't think the product's as good as it used to be.
I could hear that discussion. What I'm just saying is I think sometimes we let nostalgia be too powerful. It was not that long ago where we were complaining that it's always Bama, Georgia, Clemson, or Clemson, Bama, Georgia. You pick the order, it's going to be one of those teams. And now I feel like while we have maybe as many as 30 teams alive or 25 teams alive right now, it will naturally whittle itself down to a handful of teams. And you know how we'll whittle it down? By playing football games. Like I'm a huge proponent of playing the games and letting the teams decide their destiny.
I mean, the most recent team that got screwed in the old system was Georgia in 23.
Florida State too.
Yeah, I personally think Georgia probably would have won the thing and three-peated. So that opens up the door to those things happening.
Greg, you had a thought?
I was just saying that the angst hasn't gone away. It's just moved down lower in the rankings. It's the angst isn't Michigan playing a tight game against Illinois. The angst is Tennessee and Oklahoma are playing a big upper half game in the SEC.
Yeah, two losses apiece, the loser's out.
Yeah, those teams that are ranked somewhere between 8 and 16, even 20.
Every week.
And so it's I think there's a lot of forces at play right now in regards to where this is ultimately going. And it may feel when you're watching some of these games like the quality of an Alabama or a Georgia or a Michigan isn't what it used to be, but we're still early in the process of transfer portal, NIL, rev share. As the talent starts to disperse across college football, college coaches, recruiters, they're all going to adjust. And what does it look like in 3 years? Are those 8 to 15 ranked teams, are they going to be better than they are this year? And I think yes.
FCS has had a 16-plus team playoff for as long as I can remember.
And people wanted a playoff at the FBS level, and now we've got a 12-team playoff. Ticketek says, the playoff is like handing every team at the end of the season a participation trophy. It's taken the edge away from the playoffs. Well, you don't.
No, you don't get.
You don't just. I don't think teams that make the playoff are getting a participation ribbon. They have to win their way in.
You have to win your way in, and then ultimately you have to win a national championship.
Correct. The thing is, I think this is the other disconnect. People like Valeni, hearkening back to maybe a glory day that they remember in college football, loved when teams would fight to get into the Orange Bowl. Like making a BCS bowl mattered. You made the Orange Bowl or the Rose Bowl, even if it wasn't the national title. The Sugar Bowl had weight, right? Why? You're the 11th, 12th team in the country. Why did that matter then? But now it's lousy, watered down football today. Now we're just putting them in a bracket where they can win the title as opposed to having them play an exhibition game that we assigned value to.
And as we get further down the road, and the point of those teams that are ranked 8 to 15 or 20, of them being able to play at a higher level next year and the year after, is that when you get to the college football playoffs, hopefully in that first round, we start to minimize the blowouts. They're still going to happen.
I know.
But you want to minimize the blowouts. And when you have a 4-team playoff, you have 3 games that matter and a bunch of irrelevant bowl games.
Yep.
now all of a sudden you have the college football playoffs mid-December, first of the year, and into January of games and more players playing because it matters.
Let's get to Kent. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. Hey, the crazy thing about listening online or listening while you're on the phone is you start to develop other points. But real quick, can I get 2 points? I'll try to make it quick. Gov, I understand what you're saying about the blowoffs in the competitive first round, but I remember a day not all that long ago where college basketball, 1 versus 16, 2 versus 15 used to be blowouts all day. Those games are competitive now, where even the underdogs win those on occasion. So that is going to happen as we get into the future. Those 12, 11, 10 ranked teams, they'll be fine. They will be competitive. Now, I live in Michigan, like you guys know. I'm an Ohio State fan, like you guys know.
Yeah.
I work in Toledo. Most of my office are Michigan fans. And I'm going to tell you right now, it's been said a million times, especially in the not-so-distant past, that Ohio State cares more about winning champion or beating Michigan than winning championships. I'm going to say it's the opposite. Because if you go back just to my lifetime, I'll say the last 40 years, generally speaking, Ohio State is in it. We're in it. And Michigan, for the most part, I could think of maybe 5 years, maybe 6, that they were actually in it. Most of the time, Michigan got their happiness out of stopping Ohio State from getting there. Therefore, these dudes like, one loss and you're out, because Ohio State would get that one loss against Michigan in the 90s and then last year, and it made them feel like $1 million, and I get it, because I feel the same way on the other side, man. But I really believe that's why they think that way, because in my office, everybody was pissed that Ohio State won a championship. And they kept saying, well, 3 or 4 years ago, you wouldn't have
We would have
been there.
eliminated them. Yeah, I hear you on that. And can't appreciate the call. We are tight against it right here. But look, it's evolving.
Yes.
And we open the lines to get people's feedback on it. We may do that a little later in the show as well. We've got Heather's News, the 2 Grand Slam, and Dear John. It's all coming up. It's 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on RootMetrics Root Score Report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Hey, you hear the ads? It's law firms bragging about some giant verdict, and to them, it's a trophy. It's a number they are bragging about. Okay, that's great for them, but if you've just been in a car accident, what does it really do for you? Here's the truth about David Feminine. He wins big, of course, but he knows it's not about the headlines. It's about you. That money pays your medical bills. It keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you. Call David at 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather with the news.
Yep, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. Hey, Washington Capitals star Alex Ovechkin made history Wednesday night, becoming the first NHL player to score 900 career goals, which is pretty sweet. And as the crowd erupted into cheers, the goalie he scored on, St. Louis Blues' Jordan Binnington, tried to hide the milestone puck in his pants.
What do you think the linesman said? Is that a puck in your pants?
Just happy to see me. He couldn't have believed he was going to get away with that. Come on.
No way. But I did go back because you told me make sure I watch the video. Yeah, definitely. Because I thought, well, maybe he was like, ha, ha, ha.
Yeah.
No, it was.
There are some people that think that he had another puck in his pants and that he actually swapped and he may still have the real puck.
Well, speaking of swapping.
Oh,
yeah,
Jim.
well, Jim. No, the different scenario, but a father and son duo plan to auction off 2 of the most important home run balls from the World Series. But they say they swapped once they caught the home run balls. It appeared that they threw them back. They say they had balls with them and they threw non-World Series balls back. Yes. So these 2 guys caught 2 home run balls from the Dodgers' dramatic Game 7 victory in Toronto, the tying home run ball, and then the big winning home run balls. The 2 really important balls. They gave them to an auction house. The auction started on Wednesday. It will go through November 22nd, and we'll see how much they get for them. Quite a bit of money, though, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Auction off.
Yes. So over the summer, Michigan football was in talks to open the 2026 season overseas in Germany. But on Wednesday, the program announced that the game against Western Michigan will now be played at home as scheduled on September 5th.
My reaction yesterday.
Yahoo!
Thank you.
You didn't want to go to Germany?
Not particularly. Not at the start of the season. No.
It would be pretty cool, maybe in a different
Sure.
lifetime, too. I mean, you've got children and a wife, and it's in this
Yes.
early morning job, and
Yes.
it's a lot.
Complicated. Yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah. Opinions for one. Yes, I'm relieved.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. So they basically said, though, after a thorough and exhaustive evaluation, it was decided it would just be best to keep the game in Ann Arbor, but it would have been the first time Michigan has played a game outside North America. Hey, if you want to get a little richer, win $2,000, give us a call now, 248-539-9797, your chance to win or play the 2 Grand Slam. Finally, let's do this story. This is pretty crazy. A hunter in California who is lost for nearly 3 weeks in snowy mountains was just found alive. 65-year-old man went missing on October 13th after leaving for a solo hunt. He was in the Sierra National Forest, and he had told friends and family, hey, I'll be back the same evening, right? It was like
Right.
a day trip. Kind of told his family where he was going to be, but he never returned. He apparently got lost on a trail in his truck. And the people who found him were surprised his truck even made it to where
Right.
he
He was
made it. 'Cause
basically on a 2-track.
like he needed
But
an off-road vehicle,
right.
and he didn't have that. But somehow his truck managed to get there until it couldn't go any further. So he lived for 2 weeks in the bed of his truck. And then after surviving on what little supplies he had, he said, you know what, I'm either going to sit here and die, or I need to get out on my feet and try to find
Walk
my way
out.
out of here.
Yeah.
So he got on his feet, and he eventually was rescued on November 1st.
Yeah. I mean,
incredible.
it's, yeah.
I want more details because they didn't say exactly what he did to survive. I mean, like besides living in his, I'm sure he had some food
he had some
with
shelter
him.
in the
But
back
he
of
was
his truck. But
he
yeah,
was only planning a day trip, so it's
how
not
much
like he
could he
took a ton
possibly-
of food with him.
right.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, he's a hunter. Maybe
He did have his hunting gear.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can harvest your own.
Where was this at?
This was in California, Northern California.
Yeah. Just think, 3 weeks of silence.
John's going to get
Again,
lost.
reaction to that.
Heather with the news. It's 2 Grand Slam.
All right, this is it. Your chance to win $2,000 in 60 seconds. Get 10 questions correct. Get the big bucks. Otherwise, you're going to get $25 for each question answered correctly. Simple as that.
TikTok.
Dave in West Bloomfield. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
No, this is Dave from Mortonville.
Okay.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, Dave, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Feeling lucky today?
I hope so. First time playing, always listening.
All right,
right.
Dave. Good luck. So you know the rules. If there's one you don't know, say pass. We'll get back to it if there's enough time. Otherwise, your time is going to start right now. Ready?
Yep.
All right. Who did the Detroit Pistons play last night?
Utah Jazz.
This team currently leads the AFC North.
Pittsburgh.
This interstate is also known as the Walter P. Reuther Freeway.
696.
Who is the starting quarterback for the Indiana Hoosiers?
Pass.
Yaxel Lendenborg plays for this college basketball team.
Duke.
Who is currently the Vice President of the United States?
Vance.
Who is the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers?
Riddick.
This band had the 2000 hit It's My Life.
Pass.
What's the capital of China?
Beijing.
Where did Daniel Jones play in college?
LSU.
Who is the starting quarterback of the Indiana Hoosiers?
We got you with 6. That's a solid
Not
performance.
too bad, Dave.
It's $150.
Oh. Yeah, it's a little bit harder than what you think when you're just listening.
Always is.
Yeah. We appreciate you playing. Stay on hold, and we'll make sure you get paid. It's funny that his name is Dave because it's brought to you by 2 Grand Slam. The 2 Grand Slam is brought to you by David Femininio. Get David, get paid.
David's getting paid.
David's going to get
getting
paid. By David.
So let's go through this, all right? He got off to a hot start.
Utah Jazz.
Yeah, Pistons played the Jazz last night. The Steelers are in first place in the AFC North, and the interstate known as the Walter P. Reuther Freeway is 696.
Oh, yeah? Is it?
You're gonna out me here?
I'm going to out you. Yes, the guy that says he's from Michigan grew up in Livonia.
I say to John this morning, I look at the 2 Grand Slam, I go, this is going to sound bad, but I know it is 696. I wouldn't have got that.
He didn't know it was the Walter P. Reuther Freeway.
It's not that bad, but have you ever heard the word
Not that bad.
Reuther?
Yeah, I've heard the word,
Okay.
but I would not have picked that out.
Like, you didn't know what Bronner's was. That was the whole thing about Bronner's. When we said Bronner's, that could have been the nickname of a baseball team.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it's a minor league team. Runners.
Starting quarterback for the Hoosiers, he had 2 chances.
Yeah, Mendoza.
Lendenborg plays for this team. Duke wishes.
Yeah, no, it is the University of Michigan.
Vice President of the United States.
A little surprised this took him as long as it did, but he got Vance, J.D. Vance.
Sounded like
got
someone
it.
was helping him out there, too.
You think?
Vance.
No, I think he wasn't prepared for that type of question, I think.
Okay.
Kind of threw him off for a minute.
JJ Redick, the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. Who had the 2000 hit It's My Life?
Bon Jovi. Would you like to sing it for us?
Take it away,
Why me?
because you always do.
Yeah.
Pass on this one. Capital of China.
Beijing.
And there's some irony here. Where did Daniel Jones play in college?
What did he say?
He said LSU.
LSU. Yeah, no, it's Duke.
He answered Duke earlier.
Yeah.
Might be the first time that the answer was given for a question, but it was the wrong question.
Yeah.
I think that was hard for me to figure that out.
Yes. It's Thursday.
It is. All right. So we've got Dear John next. We'll get to that. That's part of our Thursdays. It's 97.1.
I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you, our listeners, this month. Maybe you need a new truck in the driveway. Who doesn't? Get Motor City's hottest truck, the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation, for an unbelievable $199 per month. Another thrilling option is the GMC Sierra EV, built to exceed what you thought an electric truck could be, with over 600 horsepower. And that comes standard. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. GM estimated horsepower rating based on DeWitt's signing amount of $3,369. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees are extra. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com. That's gmcofferinfo.com for more details.
questions for John Jansen, send them in dearjohnjansen@gmail.com.
All right, John. The first one is time off. Dear John, I work multiple jobs. I'm allowed to take 2 weeks of vacation every year. Usually I would try to take them at the same time so I can actually go somewhere, but sometimes I just need a break. I requested vacation days from one of them and was denied, saying I didn't give them enough notice. Should I just call in sick?
Yes. And I mean, it's. I think it's rare that you would get the no, you can't take vacation days. And so at that point, you just call in sick. You have sick days. Most people have sick days if you got vacation days. So I understand the short notice, but sometimes, and if you want to rationalize calling in sick, it's mental health. That's the same. It could be the exact same thing as being sick, and maybe even more important.
I have never heard of a company saying no. This is not somebody saying, hey, I need a week off to go travel to Florida. This is, I need a break. I need to take one of my vacation days. I've never heard of a company denying somebody, especially if you said, I need a break. Like mentally, physically, I need to take a day off. I need a break.
I know it can occasionally happen here because as the rules are for us in the studio is one of us, Jim or you or I, have to be here.
Correct. So
unless
if you've already
it's
taken
Christmas or it's New Year's Day.
But if you've already taken the day, then I'm not going to get to take the day.
Right.
Which
This
is
is
why
a
we
different
send stuff out like
Right, yeah. A year and a half ahead of time?
Yeah, you've already taken off time on 4th of July next year. This is also why you demand your time off, John.
I will be taking this day off.
I will be gone in February, and PTO stands for prepare the others.
Yes,
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Your next question says, quick question. Dear John, a friend of mine recently divorced, has a young kid. Asked if his new girlfriend could stay at my house when she visits. She's very religious and won't stay with him until they're married. I want to help out, but honestly, this feels like a lot to ask. What would you do?
So I'm guessing this is two dudes. Why would she be okay with staying at your house and not his? Like, okay, maybe it feels awkward. If that's the case, then get her a hotel room.
Right.
That is the easiest answer. And I know, hey, finances can be tight, but if you're going to commit to a long distance relationship and this is the situation that, she wants to put out there until you're married, I understand that. That's fine. But get her a nice hotel room.
I think she would like that better as well.
Like staying with some strange dude?
Yeah.
Here's a friend of mine. Stay at his couch.
Like that's awkward as well. Well, I'm sure he has an extra bedroom. It wouldn't be like sleeping on his family room couch. But it's still awkward to be in someone's home that you don't know very well. A hotel would be way better.
Yeah, and for the friend, like when you come home and she's hanging out on the couch.
Well, she would be with him
I
during
would think
the day,
so.
with her boyfriend.
But
at the end of the day,
they say goodnight after dinner, whatever. Hey, I've got to get to bed early because I got to get my kid up for school.
She's watching TV and hanging out in the living room. And who's this person? I don't know this person.
Yeah, that's just. It would be more awkward for her than I think for him.
Yeah, I think you're not a bad friend to say no here.
No.
So the friend may also want to know, and probably knows, if she's smoking hot. Now that adds another uncomfortable situation to the equation because maybe, just maybe,
I don't think
she wants to trade up.
She's very religious, John.
Yeah, but Jen said I do yet.
Next one. It's called Hand-Me-Downs. Dear John, we have 2 young kids, a boy and a girl, both under 6. Our daughter is 5 and our son is 2, turning 3. For the winter, we need to get them new snowsuits. And to save money, I suggested having our son use our daughter's old stuff. The snowsuit is orange and pink, but because it's pink, my husband is very against it. The kids basically just play in our own backyard, and I don't think it's a very big deal. What do you think?
I am 100% with this husband. I would never put Jack or Teddy in anything pink or anything that resembles girly colors. And hey, right or wrong, I don't care. My house, our kids, and I understand, I just said our kids, our finances, pony up, get some blues, some black. I would stay away from green, but
interesting.
Again, that's just my house.
I can understand sort of, but we have something very similar to this going on in our house. I mean, obviously, they're close in age, my kids,
Sure.
and some of the winter gear is quite expensive. If you get the nice stuff, you got the boots, you got the pants, you got the coat, hat, and I don't see the big issue of letting my son wear my daughter's old stuff, specifically because he's going to be 2. Like, he's just going to walk around in the front yard and maybe like fall down in the snow a couple times, and then that's it. Like, nobody. It's not like I'm sending him to school and with his buddies and like here's a whole pink snowsuit.
Are you going to take him sledding?
Sure, I'll take him sledding around the neighborhood.
Okay. And when they're cruising down the hill and somebody comes up to, since you've said this is a situation going on, if somebody comes up to Colin and goes, "Oh, your daughters are so adventurous." I'm sorry, that's my son. Oh, really?
Well, that's all it would take, just a quick correction. And
Yeah, but don't let other people judge you. You're going to raise your kid the way you want to raise your kid. It doesn't
Right.
make him like
Yeah.
a girly guy if he's
Wearing-
wearing a
wearing
pink
bad
jacket.
Like,
okay, would
colors.
you let your sons play with your daughter's dolls when they were little?
No.
no.
Really?
No, they didn't really want to, though. But if they did, it was to terrorize his sisters.
Or like push a little stroller around?
Rip their heads off and,
What about dress
throw
up and like the
balls at
girls'
'em.
dress up clothes?
Like
Like Emily has
up?
dress up clothes, right? Like these cute
Yeah.
little skirts and little like dress up stuff. And Brooks wants to dress up too. What about
Okay, I'll give him a
painting
jersey.
nails?
Painting
So
nails. Oh.
Emily is
What if you're the
Hell
quarterback
no.
of the Chicago Bears?
Okay, Emily is into getting her nails painted, and I'm always polishing her nails. And
Hey, that's
Brooks came
great.
in and wanted his, so
No.
I put some. What?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, it's fun. He's
But do
two.
it silly at home,
He's
but yeah,
2.
taking him out in public, you'd probably take it off before he did that, right?
I mean, he's a little kid.
John, where
It's
did
just
you,
fun. He wants to be part of like the fun, right? He thinks it's cool.
No.
where do you stand on like because the boys playing with like a kitchen?
Yeah,
like,
that's what
play
I was
set.
asking.
Oh yeah, kitchen place set. That's
That's okay.
fine.
All
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Connor-
Go ahead.
Connor
Hey,
loved
hey,
that.
make me a cheeseburger.
That's part of imaginary play. They
Sure.
should play with a kitchen.
You've never worn pink?
no,
Have I
he
ever
says
worn
no.
pink?
Never.
I'm trying to think if there was any.
John, it doesn't make you
type
less of a man if you wear pink.
Breast cancer awareness.
Oh, there'd have to be a
I
reason.
was, yeah, I know. Yeah, no, I don't own anything pink, nor would I buy anything pink.
Okay, then. I got one more.
And I don't even have any salmon. No, it's still pink.
Yeah,
I like
that's
pink
the one
on
thing I say.
men.
Just own if you're going to wear it. Don't do the weird thing guys do. It's not pink. It's not pink. I'm ashamed to wear pink. It's salmon.
salmon.
No,
No.
wear pink and it's okay.
Pink looks good on men.
You.
I think it. I think it looks
No.
great on guys too.
I had a
Don't be
pink.
so
Wear whatever
insecure
you
about
want.
it. Yeah.
I had a pink dress shirt when I was skinnier, and I would wear that once in a while with a suit.
I think it
and
looks
the, and
nice.
the tie would have a little bit of pink
so
in it.
every time somebody comes in, a dude, generally they have to be somewhat friendly with me. I would, hey, walk in and I'd be like, hey, nice pink shirt. Like, no, I'm not going to wear it.
Interesting. Last one. Cut my losses. Says, Dear John, I recently learned that a group of friends I've been close with are judging me behind my back, making jokes, doubting me, that type of thing. I recently had open heart surgery and not one of them reached out for support, and now they barely acknowledge me. We were in the same room at a Halloween party recently, and they didn't say a word or even look my way. Do I say something to clear the air, or do I cut my losses and just move on?
Wait a second. Did I miss something at the beginning here? Please start from the beginning on that one.
Dear John, I recently learned that a group of friends I've been close with for years are judging me behind my back, doubting me, making jokes, that kind of thing.
Okay, not friends. Not friends at all, especially if you had open heart surgery. Like, this is not, hey, you broke a bone, hey, get well soon.
It's a big deal.
Open heart surgery is a big deal. And they don't reach out to just say, hey, how you doing? Do you need anything? Can I help you? Yet they're also judging behind your back. Hey, nice zipper.
Don't even take the time to say anything to them.
Right, yeah.
Move on.
Move
they
on.
suck.
Ignore them.
Yeah.
Greg?
Agreed.
Nice pink shirt.
That's what they're saying behind his back.
Yeah, but I'm not going to say it behind your back.
Oh, you're just joking.
I'll
Yeah.
right to your face.
Okay, I'll see if I have anything. Maybe I'll wear something tomorrow.
Yeah, nice pink shirt. Yeah, but and you, it would be one of those. Yeah, looks good on you.
Thanks, John.
John has no problem saying something to somebody's face. I've ticked him off a couple times since I've worked with him, and I was probably terrified.
Yeah, yeah. It's best to be upfront.
Correct. Yeah, I don't like these people at all. They're not your friends.
Yeah.
Stop hanging out with them. Pay them no mind. Move on.
Yes.
Send in your questions, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. It's 97.1.
Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each and every week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And as we know tonight, it's Raiders, Broncos, and if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you're going to win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Cade Cunningham, another 30-point outburst, 19 in the fourth quarter. Pistons are 6-2.
Rolling right along. Great
right.
start to the season.
Second best record in the Eastern Conference. And the defense, still there from last year. Top 5 in just about every stat. Defensive rating, rebounds, blocks.
And I think the best thing that Cade Cunningham is doing right now, the leap that I'm seeing he's taking is the turnovers. Lack of turnovers.
Yeah, I mean, is that your headline on the 6-2 start?
Well, so you look at the 10 assists last night. And, I mean, last year, is that 7 assists and 6 turnovers versus 10 assists and 3 turnovers? And so it's all part of making all those around you better as well. And I think that's the next step is when you look at great players, okay, we've seen teams with one great player and they'll score 50 points and lose. Like you've got to be able to make those around you better. And I think that Cade Cunningham is elevating the play of the players of his teammates.
We'll take some ticket text on it. I know we have a bunch reacting to Dear John. What's your headline for the Pistons right now? A 6-2 start. Look, I think we talked about could they win 50 games? That feels real.
Yeah.
Could they have home court in the first round of the playoffs? Certainly a fair conversation to have. To me, the headline is Cade Cunningham, the closer. He leads the NBA in fourth quarter scoring. Now, you want to see him do it in the playoffs, but John, that was an all-NBA player a year ago, which says one of the 15 best players in the sport.
Sure.
And he's making a push to be first-team All-NBA as a guy who controls the game. And he does a great job, to your point, breaking down a defense without great shooting around them this season, not making mistakes, but when rubber hits the road, he's ready to go and close out games.
So as Carson Anderson said, can he get on the graphic? And if you're on that first team All-NBA, you're at least on the graphic for MVP.
I mean, maybe that's the headline. It combines what you're talking about, limiting turnovers, and what I'm talking about, closing in the fourth quarter. Cade Cunningham, MVP, question mark? That could be a headline. And we know it's only 8 games, but that's what, 10% of the season?
It's all about taking those next steps for Cade.
All right, some ticket text on Dear John. This is from Tom in Flat Rock. He says it was the most Jansen version of Dear John ever.
It did feel like I was going full meathead on that one.
It's my PTO. I can flip a religious chick if she's hot, and my boys don't wear girls' clothes.
Yeah, well, whether you can flip her or not, it's still the effort is there.
It's your buddy's girl. So I want to go through. We've got texts on all of them. By far the most are on the pink clothes, but we'll just knock the other stuff out first. On the sick days and the PTO, this guy says, my work denied my time off request, 2 doctor's appointments. Now, when I need a day off, I call in sick. We have a hard time keeping people, and then they tick off the ones that they have.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't make a habit of that. Post office denies me sick days all the time.
Really?
That surprises me.
Wow.
They make you come into work sick. Like if you're legitimately sick, you have the flu, they say, no, you have to work.
That's awful. State of Michigan, everybody gets sick days. It's a law. Mitch in Linden.
There you go.
So, There you go. The whole stay with my friend thing is weird. Come on. That's Jeff in Petoskey.
Very weird.
Yeah.
And this guy has a solution. Give the girl your apartment and go stay with your buddy while she's in town.
There you go.
Yeah, that works. You don't have to buy a hotel.
But he's got a kid.
Oh, yeah. You also don't know this person. You're just going to give them free reign to your house?
No. I would think it would be the
girl would have
boyfriend.
the apartment.
Yeah, the boyfriend's apartment.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
So yes, you hopefully know her.
Yes.
Right.
If
Yes.
she's your girlfriend.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry.
Yes.
Wires crossed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. On the close. I'm with you, John. No hard no to all of that.
Yes.
Stick to your guns, John. I would never put my 2 boys in pink. It's nothing to do with stereotypes. I don't need someone saying what a cute girl when you have a boy.
Well,
Okay, that's different. You already had 2 boys, but in my situation, I have an older girl who's only
I had 3 older girls.
Yes, you 2, only less than a year older than my son, and has so many great. Like we spent a ton of money on her winter gear, and she wore it for 3 seasons, and now Brooks could fit into it. And to me, it's just like, why would I spend another, I don't know, $100 or more for a new snow outfit when I've got a great one right here that fits him, but it just happens to be pink.
Ellie and Jack are Irish twins, and no. Not absolutely
That's
not. And it's always. I was always curious as to, especially when they're babies, right? And I would put, the girls in pink or yellow or something like that, and the boys in blue. And then you roll up in the stroller, and like Jack would be in blue, and people would be like, "Oh, what's her name?" Like, do you not see the color?
Why does that get under your skin so much, though? Like, they screwed up. Your kid's still your kid. You know what I'm saying?
And
Yeah, but we dress them. To avoid that situation, like just use a little social awareness.
I get you on that.
So, John, you've seen A Christmas Story, right?
Yeah.
And on Christmas morning, Ralphie had to put on the pink bunny outfit.
Yeah.
If your grandma got you that, would you do that?
No. No.
Not just for the photo.
No. If Grammy got that for Teddy, no. My parents.
She knows better. It would never happen. But
my
just you
parents
have to
know
live in the
better.
hypothetical
Yes.
world that
Yes.
to make grandma happy, you put on the bunny
No.
out.
Sorry, Grandma. Not this time.
Real men wear pink, John. Sounds like someone's insecure, all worried about what others are going to think of you. Says, be a man.
No, I don't care. I really don't care what you think of me. This is why I have my opinions.
100% with John. I didn't know Colin was such a beta. I knew Costa was a beta bitch, but wow. Says, I think pink question perfectly encapsulates and explains the problem with men now.
No, Colin's on
Settle
my
down,
side.
buddy.
Colin will not agree with me. He will not
Right.
let Brooks wear this hand-me-down snowsuit.
There you go, Colin.
And it's I don't want to waste hundreds more dollars on a snowsuit when I have one that fits him right at home, and he's only going to play in the front yard. It's not like he's hanging out with his buddies. He's not going to school in pink. He's going to play and build a snowman and snow angels right there in the front yard.
In the front
he
yard,
doesn't
yeah.
know
No,
the
if you're gonna
difference.
do it
He
in the
doesn't
backyard,
care. He's not.
It doesn't matter what side
He's
of the
not
yard.
saying he doesn't want to wear it.
Because you're going to take pictures and you'll be like, oh, look at how great these kids are playing together. They look so cute. Then you're going to post it online and people are going to comment, oh, I didn't know you had 2 daughters.
And then I'll just say I don't.
And it won't be a big
Yes,
deal.
And then Colin's going to be over there going, told you
Stewing.
so.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, like, the color doesn't change whether someone's a man. If a man wears pink, he doesn't transform into a girl. He can still be
No.
a boy and wear pink.
I just prefer not to wear pink.
Did Portis wear pink?
Oh. Portis wore a lot of things.
Yeah, he did.
How about this Twitch
He
message?
actually was a clown and dressed up as a clown.
Here's the solution. Dye the snowsuit. That's from the Twitch
You know
chat.
what? We recently did this, not with a snowsuit, but with some sweatpants that we got bleach on.
Yeah.
We bought the dye and re-dyed them. So,
There you go.
I guess
Sure.
I could give that
Save
a
you
try.
the money if that's the hang
Yeah, you
up.
could bleach it and then just
I think
be
I'm probably
light
going to
pink.
donate it and give it to somebody who really needs a snowsuit, and I'll just have to buy a new one for Brooks and Emily, which totally sucks because now I'm buying 2 new snowsuits, but it is apparently what it is.
In the 8 o'clock hour, we have our Thursday touchdown, some big football questions ahead of the weekend. We'll check in with Ross Tucker after the update, and we have Red Wing tickets to give away in the 8 o'clock hour. So here's how it's going to go. You're going to listen the next hour. You have a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Red Wings on Friday night against the New York Rangers. You're going to listen for the Channel 50 Red Wings promo, In Your Face. When you hear that, you'll call in. You'll win your tickets. Ross Tucker next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Pistons collected their 4th consecutive win last night with a 114-103 victory over the Utah Jazz. Detroit was down 55-53 at halftime, but then outscored Utah 61-48 in the second half. Cade Cunningham had 31 points and 10 assists in the game and credited the win to his team's focus in the second stanza. Jalen Duren had the other big performance for the Pistons. For the 4th time in his career, he had 20-plus points and rebounds as he finished the game with 22 and 22. Duren focused so much of his energy in the offseason on being aggressive on the floor, and it's paid off thus far. And in the NHL, Alex Ovechkin became the first player in NHL history with 900 career goals last night. The next closest active player in career goals is Sidney Crosby, a mere 266 behind Ovi. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Joining us to preview the weekend ahead in the NFL, it's Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider. Check out the Ross Tucker Football Podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Ross, good to check in with you again. What's going on?
Of course. What's up, fellas? How are you?
We're doing all right. Let's obviously we're going to talk about the trade deadline and the Lions, but I want to start outside, not even just the NFC, but the AFC. How legit is New England and Denver at 7-2?
Yeah, I think they're both pretty legit. I mean, you know the way it is whenever you have teams that haven't been good in a while and don't have, what people consider to be top 5 or top 10 quarterbacks, although people might start to consider Drake May in that way pretty soon. I think most people are probably of the same mindset with the Colts. I'll add them to the list, John. The Colts, the Patriots, the Broncos. I think people will believe that they can beat the Bills and Josh Allen, the Chiefs and Mahomes, the Ravens and Lamar when they actually see them do it. But I'm here to tell you, I think that they can. That doesn't mean they will, but I've been very impressed, in particular with Drake May. Now, the Patriots have by far the easiest schedule in the NFL, so that has helped them. But you can't discount what he's doing and the belief that Vrabel has really created throughout that team.
Ross, who are the big winners and who are the big losers at the trade deadline?
I think my big winner is Darren Muji, the GM for the Jets. You know why, Jim? Because if you get 2 first-round picks in 2027, so now he has 3. He got 1 in the Quinnen Williams deal. He got 1 in the Sauce Gardner deal. I'm a big believer that most of the time these guys make decisions in terms of what's in their personal best interests. And so picture you're a GM and you got a owner that has a little bit of a quick trigger finger. If you have 3 first-round picks in 2027, don't you think that the owner has to at least give you until like 2028? I mean, if you're making moves to get 3 first-round picks in 2027, I mean, he's got to at least let you make those picks then, right? So if you're Muji and you realize, okay, we're the Jets, we stink, we're far away, on some level, he's at least going to get, you would think, the 2027 season. So he at least has 3 full off seasons to try to make the Jets into something they haven't been in a long time. So I would say he is the biggest winner. The biggest loser are Cowboys fans for a lot of different reasons. But
that's beyond the trade deadline.
Yes.
Yeah. Think about this, though, for a second, okay? They traded Micah Parsons, and they got 2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark. Okay. Well, for Quinnen Williams, they traded a 1, a 2, and Mozzie Smith. So Kenny Clark's a better player than Mozzie Smith. But let's just forget those guys for a second. What you're telling me is that the Cowboys' second-round pick, which will be top 10, maybe top 15, and then the Packers' first-round pick, which will be late, it'll be in the 20s. The Cowboys essentially just swapped Quinnen Williams for Micah Parsons. I mean, Micah Parsons, and they got Quinnen Williams, and they're moving up 20 spots in this year's draft with, having that's terrible. And by the way, Quinnen Williams under contract for 2.5 more years, but probably this offseason, definitely next offseason, he's going to want a new deal. So you did that for 2.5 years of Quinnen Williams when you could have just signed Micah Parsons for 5 years and just had him, and he's a Quinn Williams is a good player, really good player. He's not Micah Parsons.
No, I mean I agree with you in regards to the winners and losers. Let's talk about the Lions now. Not a great performance against the Vikings, and it really came down to, a lot of different factors, but the offensive line has not been the offensive line that we have come accustomed to here in Detroit. At the trade deadline, we thought, especially with the injury to Mahogany, they may add some depth. First of all, how difficult is it to trade for an offensive lineman, and are you shocked that they didn't do anything at the trade deadline?
I'm not shocked because there's a lot of teams that didn't do anything. The Chiefs, the Bills. There's a lot of teams that didn't make any moves. So I'm not shocked because I've also talked to people that say, "Gosh, when you have Josh Allen, you have Mahomes. Like, why would you not just try to add one more guy that could be the difference?" So I'm not shocked. What I would tell you is, for offensive line, it is slim pickings out there. Mm-hmm. For example, the Chargers, okay, they are down their top 3 offensive tackles. Joe Alt's now out for the year. Rashawn Slater's out for the year. They got Bobby Hart off the couch in October, and he was their right tackle. He's now out for a while. The best they could do, John, was trading a 6th-round pick for Trevor Penning from the Saints.
Who's a guard.
Well, a couple things. First of all, Penning is a first-round pick, so his salary is fully guaranteed, for the rest of this year. And then he's failed at left tackle, he's failed at right tackle, and he hasn't proven he can play guard. And they gave up. This isn't like a 6-7 swap. This is like a real pick. They gave up a 6th-round pick for a guy that, to this point, has basically shown he can't play at 3 different NFL positions, but the Chargers were that desperate. I don't blame the Lions. If I'm the Lions, I'd rather have Skipper at tackle. I'd rather have Oshika at guard. I'd rather have those guys that have been there with Hank Fraley, that know the offense. They've been there for 3 years. I'd much rather put those guys in than think that Penning, coming from the Saints, is going to play better in a new offense.
Talking to Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. So we're in Detroit, and we obsess about this football team, and we look at the offensive line, and we're concerned. If you zoom out from your perspective, level of concern about the Lions as a Super Bowl team today?
Well, I thought there's a couple things there. Number one is I think there's other teams that are better. I think the Rams are better. I think the Seahawks are better. Now, I thought the Lions were the best team last year, but they didn't win it. So sometimes a team that's not the best team ends up winning it. The Commanders beat the Lions. Obviously, I know you guys play them Sunday, and the Eagles end up winning the whole thing. So just because you're not necessarily the favorite or the number 1 seed going into the playoffs doesn't mean you can't win it. And what really matters is if you're healthy and playing well in January. But I will say the Seahawks look awfully good. The Rams look awfully good. We know what the Eagles are. And I think it was surprising to see the Vikings more or less win the battle up front on both sides of the ball. Yep. I mean, it felt like, the Vikings, it was at least a draw, and I would say the Vikings were better up front. This is coming after a game where they lost the total yardage to the Chargers by over 300 yards. I mean, they had gotten annihilated by the Chargers. They come right back and really get the better of the Lions up front, both sides. That was surprising, and I'd say a little disturbing if I'm a Lions fan.
So one of the things that we've been talking about here, obviously the offensive line, but it's also been John Morton, the play caller. Your thoughts on the way the offense is operating right now compared to where it was last year? Different offensive line, but also different play callers.
Yeah, I mean, I can't sit here and tell you that I think John Morton's as good as Ben Johnson. I don't think he is. I'm watching the Bears, and they're putting up a ton of points and moving the ball, and it looks like a Ben Johnson offense and passing game in Chicago. But, you know, it's a little bit recency bias with some of these O-line issues because there were several weeks there where the Lions looked like the Lions, and you wouldn't have been able to tell if it was John Morton or Ben Johnson calling the plays. Obviously, this last game a little bit different. So I think there's ebbs and flows, but let's put it this way. I don't think John Morton's going to have 5 head coaching opening offers this offseason. You know, I don't think he's thought of in the same level as Ben Johnson, and rightfully so.
He's Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. Check out the Ross Tucker Football Podcast wherever you get your podcast and on the Odyssey app. Ross, good stuff. We'll check in next week.
All right, see you guys.
It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but with 3 decades of experience, it's a testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or give them a call at 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Hey, you brought that up. Starting to get going a little bit.
Yeah, was 50% last night. 3 for 6. Feels like he's starting to be a little bit bigger part, or at least doing his part.
Yeah, and look, the Pistons, I think, are still in the bottom half of the league, three-point shooting, maybe bottom third. Mm-hmm. But Duncan Robinson is going to be a big part of getting out of that.
Mm-hmm.
And
has to be.
And reliable spacing. That's the other thing. Cade's done this without reliable spacing night in and night out. He's
there's no Beasley.
Having another big-time step forward for him. 19 fourth-quarter points, second straight game he's done it. Pistons have won 4 in a row. They're 6-2 to start the season. No shortage of things to feel good about right now. 50 wins? Sure.
Should be on the table.
I think it's on the table. I could see it. You start looking in the East right now, and I think Cleveland, when all is said and done, will be the 1 seed, but it feels wide open. Could the Pistons get home court? These are the things you start to think about. It's way too early, and they have to earn it, but so far so good. The defense has been consistent from where they were last year to this year. Cade, who was an all-NBA player, looks like he could even be a first-team all-NBA guy. Lots to feel good about the Pistons.
And I mean, it's just like the Wings, right? We think the way that they've started the season, they could be a playoff team, and they're doing everything that they can, the Wings and the Pistons, to give them that advantage when they get to, for the Wings, the month of March, and for the Pistons, just the stretch run at the end of the year. And they really didn't come on. They started playing really good after the new year.
Right, and now they could put it together for a full year. And you take a look at what that would mean in the win-loss column. Also with Cade, he's going to get to a point, if he keeps doing this, where we're going to shift the conversation to how he plays in the playoffs, because that'll be the final frontier for him. He will have nothing left to prove if he continues doing this. I mean, if he's a guy who's putting up 28 and 10 with very few turnovers, and he's closing out games, the other team tries to make a run, and he just puts his boot on their neck. If he's that closer in the regular season, the only thing left to do will be shoulder that weight in the playoffs and push this team even deeper.
Yeah, and he's elevating the play of those around him. That's what I think is probably the biggest step forward. I've talked about the turnovers, and that's huge, but he is making those guys around him even better.
8:35 Thursday touchdown. Get to Heather's news in a second. Did you see what happened with Ovechkin's 900th goal last night?
First of all, great shot. That is like the Mahomes no-look pass. That was the no-look behind the back shot that goes in, finds the back of the net. So he gets the 900th goal. First member of the 900 Club.
Yeah.
That's going to be a valuable puck, right?
Of course. If he wants to sell it or if it goes to the Hockey Hall of Fame. You know who thought it could be a valuable puck?
Jordan Binnington.
The goalie who gave up the 900th goal. He's going to keep it in his pants as an underrated drop.
Yeah, what do you think he's thinking? Hey, he's scored 899 of these before. He won't miss one.
He knew exactly what he was doing. And it was no joke. It was intentional. He tried to get that puck.
It's scummy.
It was a low-class move.
There's no way he was going to get away with it.
Right. I mean, the class move would have been to, scoop it out of the net and go give it to Ovechkin.
I mean, if he was joking, he would have played along with the linesman a little bit when the linesman asked for it and said, no, I'm going to try.
What you're talking about.
Or he would have skated it over Ovechkin and just said, just kidding or something.
Yeah.
No, he wanted to sell that thing.
He didn't speak after the game, correct?
I couldn't find quotes from him.
Okay. Yeah.
I would have loved to hear what he was thinking. There's cameras. That's a milestone puck. Every one of his teammates is going to try to get the puck for him. It's just not going to mysteriously going to go missing. What did Ovi say?
He was asked, and he kind of laughed it off and said, "Yeah, I just saw that, but I'm not going to comment on it." And so it's a non-issue now. But
he didn't want it to be a bigger story, but we're bringing it up.
Right. Is it a huge story? Probably not. It's more funny because
it made my morning when it's one of the first things I saw when I got to the office, and I'm like, this wasn't on the bingo card.
Right. Because the linesman comes over and says, "Hey, where's the puck?" And you could kind of like first he's like, I don't know. And then Bennington skates over into the corner like he's trying to avoid cameras and very nonchalant pulls it out of his pants.
Now,
He does what?
Yeah, pulls the puck.
Underrated, by the way, in the audio we played, there's drop potential in he keeps it in his pants.
Right.
So I'm not going to take credit for this because we did talk about this earlier in the show, and a texter sent in after the fact. What he should have done is had another puck in his pants.
Yeah.
So he pulled out the one that wasn't.
Right. Yes.
But at that point, I don't know if you could prove that he had the right one.
Had the right one. Yeah.
Well, then why does the puck have value?
Right.
Yeah.
It goes to that. The puck has value because we think it does.
Because we say it does.
So
Right,
then
yeah.
would the puck that he actually kept have any value anyway?
Yeah, what would he do with that? He would know it's the real puck?
Yeah, so he would end up having 2 pucks in his pants?
No, it goes down the road like the Brady jersey that years ago that was taken at the Super Bowl. Eventually, you're going to pop that thing up. Hey, it's been found.
Right, but it's not
under
authentic-
some
no,
pseudonym on
No,
eBay.
but I know we got to get the news. But just real quick, if there are 2 pucks in his pants and he takes out the fake puck, but they authenticate it as the real puck, and we all societally say that's puck number 900.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what he thinks the puck is 6 months later. The second puck that he takes out of his pants has no value. And what, he's going to keep it and go, hey, this is me giving up a big goal?
Right.
What is that? You're going to like show off? Look at me.
Yes.
I sucked.
gave up number 900.
This is like the equivalent of a pitcher keeping like the 500th home run from Miggy somehow.
Yeah.
Like that they got it and they tried to hang on. Fans monetizing this, cool, whatever. But for a player to
Yeah. It was low class.
Who makes $6 million a year? Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a workplace shooting in Lapeer County ended with 1 victim dead and the suspect shot by police. So it all started when a 32-year-old from Columbus walked into Trims Unlimited in Elmont and shot the victim several times on Wednesday morning. The suspect then fled the scene, triggering this multi-agency police chase. That chase eventually ended in Metamora, and as the suspect engaged with deputies, 2 officers opened fire, hitting the suspect. He is now in police custody, but hospitalized in stable condition. It's still under investigation. Let's see here. Federal aviation officials plan to reduce flights at dozens of major U.S. airports this week because of staffing shortfalls linked to the government shutdown. So the FAA is preparing to cut air traffic by up to 10% across 40 major U.S. airports. And this shutdown, which is now the longest in U.S. history, has left thousands of air traffic controllers, TSA officials or agents working obviously without pay, which is now increasing absenteeism and fatigue in critical airports. So it sounds like the cuts are going to start like modestly, like they're not going to jump to cutting it by 10%. It's going to be 4% this Friday and then jump to 5% on Saturday. And they say it could be up to 10% by next week if no agreement is reached. And experts predict that hundreds, if not thousands of flights will be canceled.
Well, you start thinking about the
And
holidays
it's that-
around the corner,
Yes.
and that immediately causes angst. Is there any rhyme or reason of which flights would get canceled?
They
Is
haven't-
it further, longer flights? Is it flights that aren't from hubs
There's
to
no
hubs?
list released yet. I'm
Yeah.
sure there is a rhyme and a reason,
Yeah.
but we
don't
don't
know.
know that yet. Yeah. A fun trip to an amusement park in Missouri turned into a near tragedy when a girl's seatbelt came undone on one of the park's giant roller coasters. So thankfully, a couple, Chris and Cassie Evans, were there to like save the day. They were on this roller coaster. They acted immediately. They're season ticket holders, so they've been on this roller coaster numerous times. So they understood like when things were going to get really crazy. And basically they heard this little girl, I don't know how little she was, they heard this young girl scream and they thought, oh, probably her first time on the roller coaster, only to hear her then say her seatbelt came undone. And without hesitation, they sprang into action. Here is the man talking about what went down.
That's wild.
And thankfully, they said after the ride came to an end, they didn't get to talk to her. Like they got separated from her in all of the chaos, which they would have probably loved to have just chatted with her afterward. But basically, they're happy nobody was injured, and the park says the ride has undergone a comprehensive safety review, and they've implemented modifications requested by the fire marshal to ensure that nothing like this happens again. So at least she had the lap bar, but even so,
still,
I don't know.
Yeah,
how big
if she's a
girl
tiny
was.
girl, there's a lot of space in there.
Oh.
You hit one of those,
The ride goes up
going
to
down the
speeds
hill.
of 75
Yeah.
miles per hour.
You come out of your seat as it is.
Terrifying. Finally, here's your second warning. If you missed it earlier this week, snow showers are possible from Sunday into Monday. This is according to the National Weather Service. So there's a 40% chance of rain tonight, 90% chance during the day on Friday, but temperatures will still kind of be above freezing. But more rain will settle into the area on Sunday, could turn into snow overnight. Lows will drop to around 27. The heat might turn on.
Maybe. Hasn't
John,
yet.
we'll see.
No.
So snow could persist into Monday until temperatures climb back into the highs of 30s. And if the snow does fall on Sunday, it would be just a bit earlier than average, which is November 16th. The earliest snow on record for the area was on October 12th of 2006.
Get those snowsuits ready.
You seem
Yeah, I
excited.
guess, and the money out of my pockets.
You seem excited that snow's on its way.
I always love the first snow. But this one is, I don't think it's going to cover much of the ground.
No.
I like any fresh snow because it makes, especially when we get out in the morning, right? I am, the first one with the tire tracks. Everything looks clean. Everything is smooth. It's nice. And then obviously it gets all crummy.
Get all the leaves blown
Yep.
Yes.
now before it rains and snows, and then enjoy it, I guess.
Heather with the news. Thursday touchdown next, 97.1.
There's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. So whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
This is going to shock you. I have an unpopular opinion. I want to know how unpopular my opinion is.
Well, let me be the first to tell you. Tell me your opinion first.
I think we're heading for a fantastic finish to this college football season. Valeni and I got into it on Cash the Ticket. I love how many teams are alive. I love the added meaning. I love the elimination games. He thinks it's all watered down garbage. And Michigan being a great example. We just talked about them being mediocre.
Right.
But here's the thing. If Michigan's mediocre, they'll simply lose another game and they'll be out of it. But if they beat Ohio State, it's going to bolster their resume and position them to make the college football playoff. And they're not the only example. Like last weekend, we had Oklahoma-Tennessee elimination game. Mm-hmm. Ordinarily, that game wouldn't have meant anything. Suddenly, there's stakes on a Saturday night with those two brands going toe-to-toe. As we sit today, there are more than 25 teams alive as we head into the month of November. The entire top 25 and a couple more are alive for the college football playoff. 7 in the Big Ten, 7 in the SEC, 6 in the ACC, 5 in the Big 12, and you got this like 6-way tie going on in the American. You have meaningful games and elimination games going down the stretch. So I think we're heading for a fantastic finish, but I think a lot of people are down on college football and maybe feel like this is watered down.
So I can understand both sides of the argument. I'd just tell you which side I land on would, and this is not painful because I'm forced with either agreeing with you or Mike.
Rock at a hard place.
I agree more with you in regards to the amount of games that I have a higher interest in at this time of the year than I would have previously. And I'll give you an example. Navy Notre Dame. Navy, they got their first loss last week, so it's not as intriguing if they were undefeated because I'm kind of looking forward to that one year where we play the Army-Navy game and the College Football Playoff Committee has already come out with their quote-unquote final, and we're waiting to see who wins that game.
Well, think about it. Navy's still alive to win the American, and if you win the American, you will make the College Football Playoff. So Navy's alive. Notre Dame's alive.
But they have 2 losses. They happened at the beginning of the year,
right.
And now there's some intrigue there. And in this, okay, I'm a football nerd, so BYU, Texas Tech, I'm going to be watching, especially since we're on a bye week this week. I'm going to be watching a lot of these games. And Oregon, Iowa, like how many times have we seen teams, good teams or teams that were at least in the mix for the college football playoffs? Michigan did it. They went there and lost. Ohio State has gone to Kinnick Stadium and lost. And I think in every sport, there's an advantage to obviously be playing at home. But I think in college football, it's at a completely different level. Kinnick Stadium is tough to go to and play. And then you throw into the fact that, now it's not 3 time zones, but it's 2 time zones for Oregon, going across country to play Iowa. If Oregon loses this game, they're not eliminated, but Iowa bumps up because Iowa has 2 losses. Oregon will have 2 losses. And now Iowa could be that 3rd or 4th team that makes the college football playoffs because they had a big win at home against Oregon.
Yeah, but then Lenny would say, well, Iowa stinks anyway. Who cares if they make it? Well, they would win their way in, which would make it on merit. So if Iowa does beat Oregon, Oregon has 2 losses. They still have to play Washington and USC. Suddenly those games are elimination games. If Iowa loses, well, they're out. But that makes this an elimination game. We've added a lot to the end of the schedule here in the month of November. And it used to be, I think nostalgia is a hell of a drug. People think it used to be so much better. Alabama, Georgia, Clemson. Those are the only teams that can win a national title, and there's maybe 4 or 5 teams alive in November.
Right.
Now we have 5 to 6 times as many meaningful games. And if you think it's watered down, present the case. I would make the case that the meaning used to be early in the season, and we've simply shifted the meaning to the end of the season, which is what we do in all other sports.
Well, and I thought Greg made a great point earlier. Greg, I'm going to go ahead and steal it, where instead of 1st through 4, we got 4 undefeated teams. Chances are those teams are going to be in the college football playoffs. But we have taken that drama from the first 4 to basically 8 through 20, where those teams are now fighting their butts off to get a seat at the table at the college football playoffs. And there's not just one game, because you look at Georgia. They're a one-loss team right now in the SEC, but they've got to host Texas, who's number 11. They've got to play Georgia Tech, who's number 17, but they only got one loss. Both of those teams are fighting their butts off to get in the college football playoffs. Is Georgia the Georgia from 5 years ago?
No,
4 years ago?
I don't think so. So they're going to be in
They're the same thing.
Yeah, and the other flip side of that Georgia-Texas coin is Texas. Texas has 2 losses.
Yep.
Texas doesn't have a ton of marquee wins right now. Well, I guess it's watered down that Texas is on the playoff bubble. Wrong. They're going to play Georgia. They're going to play Texas A&M. If they win those games, they're not a mediocre football team. It's not watered down. Those would be legitimate big-time wins, and then you'd be excited to have them in the playoff. And if they lose, great. They're mediocre, and we're done with them.
Right.
But at least we get the magnitude of those moments in November instead of, yeah, but a team lost in September and their season's over. Okay, I like the meaning being in November and not September.
And take a team like Oklahoma, who suffered a tough loss at the quarterback position. They kept their head above water just enough so that they play Alabama next week. They play Missouri the week after that. And then what would normally be a good game, LSU, is their end of the season. They can still play themselves into a college football playoffs in a key position, quarterback position that took an injury, is able to come back, and it doesn't eliminate them from the college football playoffs.
And we saw last year, right? And people don't like this, but I think it proved the point. Like Ohio State got in, wouldn't have in most years, and went on to win the title. So we settled it on the field. That's all this is. It's going to get settled on the field.
And there were times, okay, the last iteration of the 4 teams playoffs, Florida State, they're not able to get in.
Yeah.
And I don't know that, especially with the quarterback injuries that they had, would they have won a national title? Probably not.
But it's a hypothetical we don't have to deal with anymore.
Right.
And I know
there's been a lot of times where teams have been eliminated and they're not in that Final Four, and we're kind of looking at it go, maybe the best team didn't actually make it into those Final Four.
Some of the early ticket texts, and before I read these, you're making me feel like it's not that unpopular of an opinion. You and me agree.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there will be some dissenters. Some, and I kind of like to think of myself as very progressive, very young at heart and mind, which I know everybody is right now vomiting in their cars because I'm not. But this is a younger take. This is, hey, get off my lawn. I want to go back to the bowl system. I want to go back to the Rose Bowl, Big Ten, Pac-12, playing on New Year's Day. This is very different from the football and college football that I grew up with. You're welcome.
Thank you.
We going to call you Mr. Pink now? Progressive? He changed in a half hour or 45
You're
minutes?
probably going to have to tell our listeners that weren't listening earlier the meaning of that.
Yeah, so dear John, that people missed it, Odyssey Rewind, we're also going to hit it up at 9:30 today. Stay tuned for that.
Yeah.
But John, yeah, I guess this is kind of a younger, hipper, modern college football take, and I don't know if it's popular or not. Like, we'll let the ticket texts and the phone calls decide that, but I think we're heading for a fantastic finish in college football. And maybe people don't realize it because our local teams aren't very good,
yeah,
or they've been kind of turned off in college football for a variety of reasons.
Yeah.
But I think we're headed for a fantastic finish.
Here's the other when we
see
come
the clock?
back, I'll
Okay.
say the other thing.
Okay, great. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. The Lions are getting ready to face the Commanders in Washington this weekend with an injured offensive line and no additions to the front at the deadline. Dan Campbell said guys like Graham Glasgow may be asked to play at different positions. Is Glasgow interested in something like that? Well, take a listen. Campbell announced yesterday that rookie O-lineman Miles Frazier is starting his return from injury. We will also likely see snaps from Tristan Colon and Coyote Awashika. ESPN and DraftKings announced today that they will enter into a partnership that will make DraftKings the official sportsbook and odds provider of the worldwide leader. This may be confusing because ESPN has its own sportsbook in ESPN Bet. Well, not anymore, as earlier this morning it was reported by Front Office Sports that ESPN and Penn Entertainment, the operator of ESPN Bet, were ending their 10-year, $2 billion agreement after just 2 years. This after the branded sportsbook failed to make a splash in the sports betting market to the level of which both ESPN and Penn were hoping for. The ESPN DraftKings deal is set to begin December 1st. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
John, we'll let you pay off that expertise here in just a second. We have a winner.
The other thing.
Jake and Warren won the Red Wing tickets for Friday night against the Rangers. He heard the in-your-face drop. Congrats. Pair of tickets for the Red Wings on November 7th. For tickets and game info, NHL.com/Red Wings.
Is he going to be watching that one next to you?
He might be. I'll be at the game.
You'll be at the game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Say hi.
Cool. All right. Master Tease. The other thing. This is, and I know it when I was in this mode of old man take, I hate it when guys sit out bowl games. One of the great things of the 12-team playoff is instead of just having 3 games, which you had in the 4-team playoff, where you've got the 2 semifinal games and then the national championship game, and then all of the other bowl games became irrelevant. They were basically a preview of next year's spring game against another opponent. Now you have games, you have 12 teams where every single guy is going to be playing. All of the best players of the best teams this year in college football will be on display mid-December, New Year's Day, New Year's Eve, and then in the middle of January.
I agree with you. I don't know if this is an unpopular take. I guess we'll let the people decide. My opinion is college football is headed for a fantastic finish. The local teams are not in it. I understand. People don't like some of the changes in college football, but when we have the top 25 plus a few more teams all in the thick of it playing elimination games and games with meaning, that to me is a better product.
Michigan has work to do.
Yeah.
But
they're alive.
They could be in it.
Well, and that's a classic. If they're mediocre, they'll lose and it's irrelevant. But if they win, you can't say they're mediocre. If they win out, you're not going to say it's a mediocre football team. And at that point, game on. College football playoff becomes a little spicier, and I think that's good.
So I'm a little bit like open-ended on this. I'm going to let it play out John Jansen style in terms of I want to see more of a sample size of the playoff. Is this 12-team playoff good for college football? Last year kind of left a sour taste in my mouth a little bit. Watching
in the first
SMU
round.
Penn State, I'm like, what's this? It just was nothing. It did nothing for me. Like the NFL playoffs, and if they want to be like the NFL, like I've taken weekends from the NFL playoffs where all 4 games were fabulous, and we come in here Monday morning. It's like, which one do we talk about first?
Yeah.
This was incredible theater, and I don't know if college football can provide that at 12 teams. I do wonder if 8 is the better fit. Look, they had to expand with the way the sport's going, and 23 you had Florida State, and I think, like John said, you're not leaving out a team that can win it. I thought Georgia probably would have won it all the year Michigan won it. I really do. So you don't have the same feeling during Purdue, and that has to do with what I think of Michigan.
I know.
And how they performed against a team that doesn't have a Big Ten win.
But I think that's why this is such a great conversation. You've got in one camp meaningful football in November that you're excited about, and the other camp is watered down garbage. And maybe Michigan is at the center of this.
But I also think we're in an era of rapid change. And I mean, college football in the last decade, and especially the last 5 years, has changed more rapidly than maybe the previous 50 years ahead of that. And now you're looking at teams, and Indiana is in the mix to win a national championship, not just make the playoffs, but win a national championship. Vanderbilt has been a part of these conversations. You're having more teams because of NIL, because of rosters and scholarships available, rev share, transfer portal. The talent is now being spread out. You don't have a stud quarterback that is sitting behind another stud quarterback just simply waiting for his time. No, he wants to go play so he can get paid as well. And now you're seeing it at other schools where it's not just a Michigan, an Ohio State, an Alabama, a Georgia that is hoarding all the talent. It's being spread out, and now you're starting to see the benefits of parity.
Yeah, and again, I think nostalgia is a hell of a drug, and two fronts. One, it used to be the same 3 or 4 teams every year that could win it. And people think back to, boy, I remember when the Rose Bowl and the Orange Bowl and the Sugar Bowl and making those bowls was a big deal. Okay, well, it's no different than being one of the 10, 11, or 12 best teams in the country. So it wasn't better. It's the same, only now those teams can play their way into a national championship.
Can I add one more thing?
Yeah.
Back in those days, you were also a child, and you miss being a child.
You're talking to me specifically?
No,
Okay.
anybody. Hey, I remember when the Orange Bowl was a big deal and Notre Dame would play in it. And
right.
Yeah, I was also 8 and 10 years old.
Right.
But
That's why I'm patting myself on the back for not going with the old man take right now of I want to just go back to the way it was in the early 90s.
No, we liked being younger because we didn't have responsibilities.
Now that you mention it, there's a little more gray in Valenti's beard. Yeah. Think about the old man take. You're getting kind of curmudgeon-y about this. Because again, I said it to him. I go, look, if you think the Orange Bowl, it used to mean something. Number 12, Miami's in the Orange Bowl. Well, now number 12, Miami's going to be in the college football playoff.
Possibly.
Maybe. In this.
Right.
I don't think there's a problem with that. It's not worse.
Do you guys
I argue it's better.
Do you guys miss the debate? That is one of the big things that was taken away was the debate at 4 and 5 and what I just said about Georgia there. We could have that as a topic. The best team was left out of the playoff.
Right.
We don't have those anymore. Do you miss it?
No.
Look,
I really don't. But now the debate, like Greg had mentioned, debate is just pushed back to 8 through 12.
It's not the same.
And it's not as interesting because we're talking about other teams, but we are now talking about Georgia, Tennessee. Can Michigan get in there?
Yeah, but it's a trade-off. Okay, for this job to do 10 to 20 minutes of radio arguing about it, maybe it was better to have a debate over the 5th team. For the health of the sport, to let teams simply play their way in, settle it on the field, yeah, guys, I'll trade 15 minutes of radio to have the sport function as it properly should.
But you're talking about content. Content is passion. We're not doing that out past the playoff anymore. I've been doing this long enough where we spent 3 days debating it. The whole Florida, Michigan, Ohio State, USC thing back in 2006,
Right, but that's also because one of the local teams was in it.
Right.
And the fact that Michigan and Michigan State, nobody's going to sit there and say, Michigan, that they're a national title contender. They're not.
Let me read some of these ticket texts because you guys have been great about reacting to this. And whether you like where the sport's going, the finish for this season, or you think it's watered down garbage. One message says, Jim, have you ever had a popular opinion? Still working on that. Text says, Notre Dame lost to NIU and still went to the national title last year. I liked the constant focus and worrying about each game. And another one says, the big Notre Dame games at the beginning of the year meant nothing. It was okay for them to lose to A&M and Miami.
No, because if they end up losing to Navy, or they end up losing, and the fact that they're not going to have that extra opportunity in a conference championship game, it could ultimately cost them.
I love college football's excitement at the end. The issue is with sports in general. Sports betting seems to have made everything feel scripted. Well, that's a completely separate issue, but I get it. It bleeds into everything. Got to side with John here. Now, hold on. You're siding with me, too, but they like to say they're siding with you.
Yeah, because they don't like you.
I know. A huge Michigan fan. They don't have any business being in the playoff discussion or anywhere near the top 25. Probably the worst 7-2 team I've ever seen.
We talked about it in the Thursday touchdown. They're right now, nobody would consider them a playoff contender.
What made college football unique is that every game mattered. Now the early season losses largely mean nothing. It was unique, and I loved college football for it.
One of the things I think needs to happen here is for some of these first weekend teams, especially the 9 through 12s, to win it.
Yeah.
That happened in the NFL. The NFL was chalk in the 90s, and then once you got into the late 90s, wild cards really started to compete more. Like the fact that you had the Giants in 2007, it stopped the undefeated Patriots. The sport needs to have that happen in order to legitimize the size of the playoff.
Okay, so for the first iteration of the college football playoff rankings, let's just take it and say, do you believe right now at 6, Ole Miss, could they win it?
I think so.
All right. BYU at 7.
No.
No, I agree. Oregon at 9.
Yeah.
Dan Lanning and the fact that they've got a really good quarterback, could they possibly get hot at the end of the season and win it?
Sure.
I mean, last year you had Ohio State as an 8. I'm talking about the 9 through 12. That's where I've got the problem right now. Where I'm like, is this really necessary?
So Notre Dame's 10 right now.
And Oklahoma's 12. If John Mateer gets back to playing the way he was at the beginning of the season, could Oklahoma possibly win a national title?
There's more intrigue. That's the case.
Yeah. And it's not likely. But that's what makes
sports. We play. We don't settle this on
paper.
No, I mean, and I hated for years when teams would argue to get in the playoff because of who Vegas would favor. I don't care who Vegas would favor. Your team's lost as a favorite before. Now you will see it. Yeah, look, as one ticket texter puts it, they think Ohio State's going to beat Indiana, and those are the only 2 teams that can win the national title. Maybe.
Okay,
I'm curious to watch and find out.
Let me ask you this question. Miami. For a large part of the season, we thought that they might be a title contender. Now they've lost 2 games, but if they get in with 2 losses, they win out. Do they have the talent that could win 3 or 4 games in a row against other?
Yes.
Yeah, and that would be a great story.
Because they're going to be a 9 through 12.
Cristobal's rewriting his history, or Lane Kiffin, as you mentioned. They're rewriting their history. That's what Andy Reid did. That's how the NFL, like that, but it needs to happen.
Yes.
Right.
We'll get some
we've
phone
only
calls.
had 1 chance.
I know. Like I
Why
said,
isn't it good yet?
That's why I said I'm letting it play out, but I do see a flaw right now, maybe with 9 to 12.
Okay.
I don't know, man. If the top teams don't win it, I think it's okay if the 1 through 1, 2, 3, one of those teams win it too.
Like if Indiana
But it's
wins a
early.
national
I
title,
agree.
if Indiana runs a table, we're going to go, boy, this playoff sucks. It's a great story.
No, it is. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying I think you need the underdog to win once in a while.
Okay.
That's one of the things that people cherish in sports.
Yep. Well, if you water it down enough, I suppose you will, right? There you go. I know people hate it. Thought this would be unpopular. We'll get your thoughts next, 97.1. All right, talk about getting a new roof. It's never a fun conversation to have, and you're probably not planning for it. It comes at the worst time, and the cost can feel overwhelming, but it doesn't have to be that way. I want you to know about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. Right now, Shaner's making it easier than ever to protect your home. 0% interest financing for 5 years. That means you get the quality roof you need. You don't have to skimp on that. You get the quality you need today without the stress of that big upfront payment. Here's the thing. Shaner's not some fly-by-night company. You can look them up. 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of satisfied homeowners. Professionalism, craftsmanship, customer care, just some of the things people say about Shaner Roofing. So if your roof's leaking, if it's aging, if you're ready for peace of mind, go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability. Some of your rapid-fire ticket texts. College football, month of November. Fantastic finish, watered-down trash. 248-539-9797. You really want to settle on the field, put 136 teams in.
Like the NCAA tournament, March Madness?
You can't practically do that, but they're I get what you're saying. Texter says the whole reason college football was unique is every single weekend was essentially a playoff game. It made the entire short season amazingly exciting. Now it's a worse version of the NFL.
Yeah, but I think if you have that opinion, in the next 5 years, I think the parity continues to happen and we get better playoff games as the talent continues to spread around college football. And guys are staying in longer because if you're a quarterback and you're going to be drafted in the 3rd through 7th round, you're going to stay in college football and make money as a stud in college football where you just may be a career backup in the NFL.
Look at Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
Look, it's a trade-off. I agree that there was some unique value in the can't lose a game mentality of college football. The trade-off is, you can lose a game in September. You used to not be able to. You can lose a game in September. But now we've made it so 5 times as many November football games matter.
Right.
So to me, I'm cool with trading that off.
Oh,
what are you playing over there?
Heather's playing music. Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry. I don't know why my volume was up.
Pretty loud, too.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yes.
Anyway, I was just saying it's a trade-off. I'll trade 1 or 2 games early for 5 to 6 late. Another ticket texter says, I know I'm the minority for sure, but I would completely go back to the traditional conferences, the conference bids, traditional bowls. I'd be fine with the idea if a national championship game didn't exist at all.
Now, I would like to go back to traditional conferences. I don't need all those West Coast schools in the Big Ten or Stanford in the ACC.
There's a lot of weird ones. SMU is in the ACC. Central Florida is in the Big 12. NIU's about to be in the Mountain West. Texas State's going to be in the Pac-12 soon. I can agree with half of the ticket text. I do want there to be a national championship game.
Yeah.
Let's get to David in Monroe. David, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Good morning.
Yeah, so to keep things more relevant, I think that you should rather get rid of the conference championship games and then play like the 6-7 or whatever 5-6. That would be your last play-in to get into the playoffs for the Bulls.
I'm sorry, you lost us all with 6-7, but you don't want there to be a true conference championship game. So no Big Ten title, SEC title, none of that.
Well, I'm just saying try to keep things more relevant. I mean, honestly, nobody at this point really cares about that game. So whatever, you have the team with the best record, whatever, you just call them the champion. And then you have a team like Michigan or whatever else like that that's playing that last game to get into the playoff.
Yeah, the Indiana effect from last year, where you would rather have seen Indiana in their first year of what they were last year have that play-in game so you don't get to the college football playoffs and then have a team that just doesn't really belong.
Correct.
Yeah, David, I could get down with that. I see where your head's at. We had another ticket text that's kind of along the same lines. It says, after the first weekend of the current system, you get your 8-team playoff. The first weekend, if it's all chalk, you haven't lost anybody, you still have your 8 best teams. And if there is an upset, well, now things get interesting. Mm-hmm. So you almost could view that first round as your play-in from 12 to 8, and then your traditional 8-team playoff that everybody seems to think is the sweet spot. Last text on this, because one guy said, Jim, have you ever had a popular opinion? I think this could turn into something. Unpopular opinions that Jim has.
Yeah.
Jim is pro jock itch, signed Scott and Carlton.
Well, Dan's athlete foot is cured.
It's good news.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of itches.
Heather, I'm assuming some of the sound you were listening to was for the news?
Of course, it was for the news.
Yeah, she was trying to, Try to get there early.
Yeah. Detroit Metro Airport is one of the 40 airports where flights will be reduced due to the government shutdown. So the FAA announced Wednesday that it will be cutting flights by 10% in 40 high-volume markets, including Detroit Metro Airport. So it sounds like they're going to be reduced in kind of
Staggered.
Yes, there you go.
That's a good word.
Yes, staggered, sure. Like 4% on Friday, 5% Saturday, and then could get into 10% by next week. Sources say the flight reduction will begin at 4 a.m. on Friday and will apply only to departing flights at first. And I don't know which flights will be affected yet. There's not like a list that I have seen that you could go on and see if your flight is affected yet. But
it would make sense if it's going to affect the Detroit departures. It would also
Yes.
affect departures in other states
Oh,
too.
sure.
This is
Oh,
gonna-
yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, and with holidays coming around the corner.
So obviously the travel and aviation industry is really hoping that the shutdown will end before the really busy holiday season, which is right around the corner. But the transportation secretary says that there could be chaos in the skies if the shutdown drags long enough for air traffic controllers to miss their second full paycheck next week. So they're hoping this ends very soon. A 34-year-old Detroit man has been charged after police say he sexually assaulted a 5-year-old girl at a McDonald's in Detroit last week. Investigators say the man followed the young girl into the bathroom. This was at a McDonald's on Michigan Avenue. Authorities say he inappropriately had contact with this victim before fleeing the scene. He's facing a charge of second-degree criminal sexual conduct to a person under the age of 13. A third suspect was arrested in Dearborn on Wednesday in connection to the alleged Halloween terrorism plot. The 19-year-old is now the third from Dearborn to be arrested. He's been charged with conspiring to provide resources to a terroristic organization and transferring weapons for the purpose of committing terrorism. Court records also show that he is the suspect is being sued by Epic Games, who owns Fortnite, because he created these bots to basically swindle tens of thousands of dollars from the company.
Yeah, you had the story. It was
I
a week
did,
ago. Yeah.
but we didn't know.
It's
now
connected to
there's
this guy?
Yeah. Newly filed court documents also show that Cedar Point was another possible target for these suspects, as well as a possible New Year's Eve attack. So, Washington Capitals star Alex Ovechkin. He made some history on Wednesday, which is pretty cool. He became the first NHL player to score 900 career goals, and he almost didn't get to walk away with that puck because the goalie that he scored on, Jordan Binnington, tried to keep it. He tried to, well, I was going to say pocket it, but he tried to pants it. He tried to put it in his pants like nobody would see.
What was he thinking?
He was thinking he was going to make a bunch of money.
He
You're
sure
not going to get
was.
away with that. There's
No.
cameras the guy said it. There's cameras everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was caught.
I'm-
Yes.
I am testing a boundary getting enforced.
Okay.
So Mississippi residents have been kind of on high alert after those monkeys were released from that transport vehicle after the crash. Remember?
Right,
I mean,
yeah.
we've talked
The
about
ones
this a
with
lot.
syphilis?
Yeah, and herpes and
Right.
COVID
Gonorrhea
and
and-
yeah, you name it. But no, apparently not, because Tulane says no, they were disease free. But anyway, one of those monkeys was shot and killed by a mom who spotted the animal in her backyard. And authorities are now saying that this woman, who said she was just protecting her children, did nothing wrong, even though this monkey wasn't acting aggressive. Like, it wasn't like trying to attack. It wasn't actually like right near her home. But they say, nope, she did nothing wrong. And also, there's only one monkey that remains on the loose because another one was shot by somebody else. I guess the monkey was spotted crossing a highway on Monday, and somebody took care of it.
By shooting it or
by shooting it.
Oh, okay.
Not by hitting it.
Yeah.
No, well, no,
Bump.
they shot it.
They were eliminated.
Yes, they were eliminated. Yes. Do you want gift guide or baby names?
Let's go with. Well, I mean, it's
Quickly. I'm running out of time. Let's do gift guide.
okay.
I'll
That's
go
what I was
for
gonna
you.
say. Yeah.
So every year around this time, Oprah released her list of favorite things, and
Can we go back to baby names?
so does Gwyneth Paltrow. Her Goop gift guide.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
And they're
yes.
always quite wild on
What are the
get a little
scented candles
risque.
now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, for Oprah, there's like a $2,000 espresso machine. There's a 700 indoor pizza oven. But the most interesting thing, well, not most interesting, but I think it's interesting, is a pair of reading glasses for the shower.
Does it have windshield wipers on it?
It has anti-fog technology.
Yeah, but what if you get the water drops on it? Now the anti-fog's not going to help.
$60 a pair. That's on Oprah's gift guide.
Oh, okay.
When it comes to get Gwyneth Paltrow and her Goop holiday guide,
What are
there's
the new scents?
several sex toys on there. There's a kinky advent calendar.
Oh, 12 days. Yeah. Let's
there's
go.
things like a handcuffs in one of them, a paddle, some other things as well. But it's going to set you back $1,200. It's
$200.
expensive.
Well, I guess, yeah. Man, if it gets you lucky.
There's also intimacy chocolates,
Oh.
a sex pillow.
How do you use the sex pillow?
if you have to ask.
Also known as a pillow.
Do not ask those types of questions.
That's the
of me.
pelvic tilt pillow.
Heather
That's
with
the news.
Dear John is next. Boy, this is the guy you want advice from. 97.1.
Oh, God.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to definitely take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me over the years and for my family, and they've adjusted it sometimes on a weekly basis. So that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Pistons with a win last night. Got some thoughts on that, and then we'll get to these ticket texts because the color pink has created quite the response on our ticket text this morning.
Sure it has.
Yeah. Before we do that.
Yeah.
Pistons?
Sure.
6-2? What's your headline? Like, this is 10% of the season. They're 8 games in. We had some optimism because of what they did last year. But, John, if I asked you to write your headline for the Pistons or sum up what you've seen, what stands out to you?
One of our biggest complaints last year was the number of turnovers for Cade Cunningham. And this year, he has done a tremendous job of, and one kind of goes with the other, right? Assists are up, turnovers are down. So, more passes are completed. His QBR is much higher, I'm guessing. So it's,
yes.
I think that is a huge part of being able to win some of these closer games. Now, some of them get out of reach, but a lot of them get out of reach just because, hey, you're shooting free throws at the end, or the team's fouling, trying to get back in the game, and the last 2 minutes, you turn a 4-point game into a 10-point game. So I think that has been the biggest thing for me. And the other thing, and this kind of goes hand in hand, so much of it does, is you look at all the great players, and what makes them great is that, at least in my opinion, they elevate those around them. Their teammates are playing better because they're great. And Cade Cunningham is elevating Ron Holland, Asar Thompson. He's elevating all these other guys because he is not just scoring 50 points a game for himself with 2 assists and 6 turnovers.
Yeah, I got mine.
Yeah, he is spreading the ball around. He is running the show, and he's doing it without what we thought was a necessary, aspect of the game of spacing with Beasley.
They lose Beasley. Robinson's slow start.
Yeah.
They haven't shot 3 well. He doesn't have a true Robin, and yet he's taking another step forward. John, in this stretch where they've won 4 in a row, he has 46 assists to 7 turnovers.
Yeah.
It's like 5-1, right? We're talking about 6-1. Really good job taking care of the basketball. The other headline is he's closing these games. 19 points in the fourth quarter, each of the last 2 games. He leads the NBA in fourth quarter scoring. That is, I'm not going to let the other team back into the game. I'm going to put my foot down. I am going to ignite this offense, and sometimes it's him scoring. He's also number 3 in the NBA in assists. Sometimes it's just breaking down a defense and making the right pass, but the game has slowed down. When the season ended last year, we were all happy with the season, but there were some questions about Cade, and is he a superstar? Can he be the best player on a championship team? He'll have to prove that in the playoffs. But, John, we're seeing a guy who was already an all-NBA guy, already an all-star, look even better. You enter the MVP conversation. You enter the first-team all-NBA conversation. You enter certified Batman status. And we can have the Robin conversation later, but knowing you've got Batman, knowing that this team's going to be in a position to win a lot of games late, close, because of Cade Cunningham,
yeah,
that's the best thing you could have as an NBA fan, is knowing you've got the guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's you start entering the conversation of MVP.
Yep.
As you start working your way up that list, and it's really hard to get into that top 15, that all NBA class. Now all of a sudden you start working your way up into the top 10, up into the top 5, and then you start working your way into that conversation. And you or I are not predicting that he's this year's NBA MVP.
No, but conversation?
He's got to be. I mean, let's just steal it from Carson Anderson. He's got to be on the graphic.
Right. We mentioned preseason, he was second in the East among players with MVP odds.
Right.
Behind only Giannis, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if the Pistons are going to go on a run here,
yep,
and they could be in first place in the East by Monday, depending on what they do the next couple of games. They get the Nets, who are bad, and they get the Sixers, who have been good, but they're right there. If they end up with home court in the first round, whether that's the 1 seed, the 2, the 3, or the 4, it's progress. 50-plus wins, feels like it's achievable.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Cade, playing the way he is, he's going to be in that MVP conversation.
Yeah, and now the question is, can he do it for 82, or however many he plays of the 82?
Greg, you have updated odds?
That is true. That is according to DraftKings. He is 9th, tied for 9th with Josh Giddey at plus 12,000. 2 Eastern Conference players have leaped above him. So we talked about Giannis. We also got Tyrese Maxey of the 76ers.
Sure.
And Donovan Mitchell of the Cavs.
Yeah. Look, I think the Cavs will end up being the 1 seed when the dust settles, but no reason the Pistons can't get home court.
No.
Which is, as much as we thought they'd take a step, even more than either of us thought.
It's a hell of a lot of fun right now watching it happen.
It's fun. It's a good start. All right, ticket text. A lot of people have thoughts on the color pink. A lot of real men wear pink text and a bunch of, you tell them, John.
Yep.
Hold your ground.
Trust me, I'm not changing. It is what it is. If you want to wear pink, that's fine. I'm not gonna, I'll make fun of you, but you can do you.
Even a child?
Absolutely.
A toddler?
Yeah. Well, okay. Your child, wear whatever you want to put him in, but no.
I mean, I'm not purposefully putting him in pink. I'm trying to be resourceful and save money.
Hey, we all have our rationalizations. But no.
So, John, you think pink makes a man look soft? GTFO, signed Lorenzo.
Okay, Lorenzo. I'm just not going to wear pink.
I do like pink on men. Like, I think it looks nice.
Great. Just never see it on me. How often does Colin wear pink?
Very rarely. I think he has one pink dress shirt.
Yeah.
That
and
he
does
could
it
wear
ever come out of the closet? Or
I mean,
does the shirt ever come out of the closet?
Oh, Freudian slip. This one says, good
No.
job, John. Pink is for girls.
Yes.
Another one says, such fragile masculinity from John today. Shaking my head.
Oh. Doesn't bother me.
Gator, where do you stand on the color pink?
I have no issue with it. I've got I haven't worn it in a long time. I've got a pink dress shirt, and I have a pink golf shirt as well. I don't have any problem. I'm pretty secure with who I am, so it's fine. To each their own, Don't need to start a fight about it.
Yes.
One's
This would be a
brewing in our
long-distance
ticket
one,
text. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm more interested in the sex pillow, so.
Who's not?
Is it a cushion for pushing? Is that what that is?
Yes.
You on the marketing team?
Yeah,
This is
they
great.
probably come in different sizes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Everybody comes in different sizes.
That's right.
I can wear a pink shirt every day of the week.
Not a shock. Not a surprise. Yes.
Hate to disappoint you, John.
Yeah, you got the pink
also,
bike shorts?
I do not have pink bike shorts.
Okay.
I do have, actually.
A pink bike helmet?
No, that's
kind
like
of
an
fuchsia.
orange, like a fluorescent orange.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't have pink bike shorts.
Okay.
Yeah, I had some pink basketball shorts for a while, but
I have some salmon shorts, and I know you don't like the word salmon, but they literally are like salmon color as opposed to pink.
More of
There's a
pink,
difference.
Yeah.
There's
Okay.
a difference.
Speaking of shorts, you guys see that Oklahoma kicker?
yeah,
Yeah, wearing the shorty shorts?
Yeah, and Herb Street's like, that should be a
Yeah.
penalty.
It used to be. When
Was
did
it?
not? Yeah, when did it not become a penalty? Your pants had to cover your kneecap, or else it was a penalty. And now, obviously, it is no longer.
Maybe the rules are different for kickers, John.
Yeah, there's a lot of different rules for kickers.
John turning into the fashion police here. This is great.
I don't care about fashion.
Is it great?
Yeah.
Is this what you call great? John judging us all.
Yes.
Hold on. The thing with that kicker, he was showing off more than just his knees.
Okay, it was like mid-thigh.
Yeah. Yeah, they were Daisy
Gotta
Dukes.
flaunt it, right?
There was also a bulge.
Oh, well.
Oh,
was
you think
there?
he's wearing a
Right.
cup?
Well, wait, but would there have been a bulge regardless if the pants are hiked up? I mean, we
yes.
are
I mean,
men.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. I
Yes.
mean, yeah. Your junk is your junk,
Exactly.
unless it's
I
enhanced.
don't know why you guys choose not to wear the cup in the first place. That's beyond me. But
Strange.
Chafing.
Is it?
I mean, yes, there is. I
Sure.
do remember there being that, but I think you get used to it.
The amount of times I got hit. Right. The amount of times I got hit in the junk while playing football was minimal.
Once is enough.
Once would be enough for me, John. But,
What's on the show today?
well, we're at Ford Field for the Michigan Association of Broadcasters Career Fair, part of our community service here at 97.1 The Ticket.
Oh, it's not an
Which
open
means at some
practice?
point- no, it's not, unfortunately. Although we're looking straight through the end zone at the goalpost. But yeah, we're at Ford Field. We'll be here for the show today, and we'll obviously have plenty of Lions talk. Got the Blitz thingy, NFL version at 10:30. Got a big old tub of pretzels, And one of the great pilfer attempts of all time. This is not the Louvre heist, but I think it was awesome.
It's pretty close. We loved it. We had it in the news today. All right, Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Well, hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Doug Carson, Scott Anderson on the road today. We are at the Michigan Association of Broadcasters Career Fair, an annual trip for us, part of the community service here at 97.1 A Ticket. Scott, how are you?
Doing just fine.
That's good.
Yeah.
Anything exciting in the Gator household on a Wednesday night?
Oh, let's see. I went over to my mom's house and did check out her new deck.
Oh, this was a big project.
Yes.
Now, is this the home you grew up in?
No.
Okay, gotcha.
No, they moved out of that. They moved into this house, I think in like 1999, 2000, somewhere in there.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so it's the old deck needed to be removed and put some new Trex decking in. So
yeah.
Thanks to the people over at Builders First Source, they helped me find somebody to help do that. And
so success.
Success, yeah. It looks great. She's very happy with it. And then it was an Arby's night.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Did you get the steak bites?
No, I didn't get the steak.
Oh,
no.
Dude, Kang, there was this chance to get the steak bites.
Yeah, Gator seems like a guy that would stay away from the steak bites. I think actually at Arby's.
I don't. Steak's fine. I enjoy steak,
but steak
bites, I don't get steak bites. Look,
from Arby's.
Arby's does everything really well, so their roast beef sandwiches are fine.
You're not stoked for the fast food steak.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
My mom was all excited about the French dip and Swiss.
Oh, really?
And absolutely raved about it.
Okay.
So there's that. She raved about it.
Good.
And I just stuck with the roast beef sandwiches. And
excellent.
I went off the board. I went with crinkle fries instead of the curly fries.
And how do we feel about that decision?
I'm fine with it. I like the crinkle fry.
My first thought is regrettable. The curly fry, I love the curly fry.
Problem is sometimes you get the curly fry that's like 10 feet long.
And that's a problem?
Because you keep pulling and got to keep biting at it. And it just
too much work?
It's too much work.
Is that too much work for you?
No, I don't want to go greasy. You know how I am getting messy with it. So. But it was a good night.
All right, so Pistons win.
And I didn't have to stay for the Golden Bachelor, which made it even better.
Okay, cool. And always a good thing. Pistons won last night, which was awesome. They have now won 6 of 7. And, I'm not expecting much in terms of Piston love outside of Detroit. And I'm not getting much in terms of Piston love outside of Detroit. I got up really early this morning, show prep, watching SportsCenter, nothing on the Pistons. Get Up starts, nothing on the Pistons, and I'm like, I'm not shocked, and I'm not even angry, but it just makes me wonder. They're 6-2, okay, and it's early in the season. I'm wondering where is the threshold what's the threshold that needs to get crossed for them to lead SportsCenter?
Well, apparently it's more than 19 points in the fourth quarter from your superstar player in back-to-back games.
Yeah.
Apparently it's more than another 20-20 night for Jalen Duren.
Right.
Apparently it's more than having a defensive effort that shows that you only gave up 14 points in the third quarter in an NBA game, in today's NBA.
Right.
So I'm not sure what the threshold is.
I'm even looking for...
Maybe you have to play for New York or L.A.
Or maybe you have to play New York or L.A.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm not even mad about it, okay? But I was kind of psyched about the way that they're playing, and I'm like, this is better. This is good. I'm enjoying this. And hey, Detroit, look, our team's won 6 of 7 and winning in a variety of ways. Cade takes over fourth quarters, 22 points and 22 rebounds, as you mentioned, for Duren. I was wondering if the highlight of Ausar Thompson having to duck to keep a hit from hitting his head on the rim, maybe they'd show that. But no.
What highlights did they show?
They showed it led with Lakers Spurs, so Wembanyama versus the Lakers, right?
Right, and that goes getting down to the wire. So aside from that, though, I mean,
again, I'm not mad.
Oklahoma State loses the first game of the year. That takes precedent. And then we're done talking basketball?
I don't know. I'm not mad.
I want you to get mad.
No, I don't want to get mad. I'm just wondering, when do we get top billing? What will it take? And maybe we'll never get there. Like, maybe this team won't ever deserve top billing. But will we ever lead SportsCenter? Not that I expected it.
Well, I think what we know about, even to an extent with the fan base, although not now because they got to the playoffs last year, but you need to have some playoff success, postseason success to get more noticed. I don't know. I think Cade's off to a hell of a start. It's really a shame if they're not going to start to follow that, but it's early in the season. Maybe that's just the simple explanation. It's early. The big topic is apparently a LeBron-less Lakers team.
I guess.
Against Wembanyama.
Well, and I mean, look, it's the team has to earn it. It doesn't impact who they are. It doesn't impact the reality. And it really doesn't impact my enjoyment of the team. I just got curious today going, we're not on the radar. Not on the radar of the national media yet. Understanding this, okay? If anyone wants to know what it's like for people bitching about what you are covering, we know.
Yeah.
Kang, at any given time, and Kang sees the ticket text as they come in, at any given time, there's plenty of suggestions about us talking about the wrong thing, is there not?
Only every time I open up ticket text.
Every single time somebody's telling us, why are you talking about this, why are you talking about that? So I have sympathy. I understand. SportsCenter and Get Up, they're doing what they think gets them ratings. And so with that as the backdrop and knowing that, when do the Pistons get ratings outside of Detroit?
After the Super Bowl?
After the Super Bowl?
Get rid of football and then you can pay attention to other sports? There's
Maybe.
like a 3-week window.
Because the one thing that they're bringing to the table now is a superstar, right? I mean, we have one of the young, exciting superstars in this league.
Well, he's not a superstar until you start talking about him nationally.
I guess, yeah. Maybe that's
it's like a cat chasing its tail.
Yeah, a little bit.
Or a dog chasing its tail.
Again, not mad, just curious. And maybe Pistons fans, I don't know if you out there have any. Because I'll give you an example. I got relatives in San Diego and New York City, okay? From coast to shining coast. All time zones in between, right? San Diego texts me and asks questions. It says, what's up with the Lions? Why didn't the Lions make a move? New York tells me, good old Ray Karsh tells me, Lions are a fun team to watch. And since his Raiders aren't doing anything, he's into the Lions. That, we've crossed the threshold with the Lions.
Yeah, well.
I don't know if we're going to get it with the Pistons.
Because it's football, and football rules, as you know. And then the Lions have been, I mean, since Dan Campbell came on the scene, you can't ignore them.
Yeah.
I mean, the biting kneecaps and all that, and then turning into the season they had the following year, the second half of that season. And there's lots to like. There's a reason. And then this team is now a Super Bowl contending team.
Well, anyway, I just, I'm curious if fans think that, at some point this is going to happen, if we've got the stuff here in Detroit to lead a sports center with the Pistons. Dan Campbell spoke yesterday a little bit about the trade deadline, provided some insight on why they did what they did or did not do. And so we will get to that coming up here on the Carson Anderson program. Also, a little bit later on, things are starting to percolate today. Free agency opens today. Is that correct? It's today, right?
Yeah, today is the first real day.
There's more and more reporting on Skubal and more names getting floated out there as to organizations that might be interested in what they might have to give up if they want Tarek Skubal from the Detroit Tigers. So that comes later in the show. Also, Wings back in action tonight. Just some of the things we'll be kicking off and talking about today here on Carson Anderson. Again, we're on the road from Ford Field from the Michigan Association of Broadcasters Career Fair. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. We are at Ford Field for the MAB Career Fair, and we've been here. Is this our fourth time or fifth time?
Yes.
Once we were up in that lobby. Another time we were around the corner. I know we were underneath by the gates.
This is at least number 4.
Yeah, but anyway, so Lions. As we wake up on Thursday morning, how do you think people are feeling about their Lions?
I think disappointed.
Still?
Yeah, I think they're still stung.
Kind of wondered if some of that hangover from the Sunday, Tuesday thing had worn off by now.
I think that the Sunday game really put Lions fans in a tizzy, and then the no movement at the deadline doesn't help.
I thought we'd get to a darker place. I didn't think we'd get to a season's over kind of dark place, which in some, like yesterday we ran that. Sorry, I interrupted you, but
did. But
yeah,
it's okay.
I did. The Twitter poll we ran, the Lions are done, no Super Bowl this year, 39.3%. Do you think that's truly reflective of how Detroit feels about the Lions, that nearly 40% of people say no shot at the Super Bowl after Sunday's loss and a trade deadline that goes wanting?
I would hope not. I mean, we'd like to ask questions to people that have that opinion. And my first question is, okay, well, who from the NFC do you think are real contenders? And I would imagine that everyone would say, at the very least, Philadelphia.
Yep.
And then probably number 2, people might say, I don't know what it is, because you got 3 teams in the NFC West that have 6 wins. So pick one of those teams.
Can't be Green Bay, because Green Bay had a bad loss and didn't make a trade.
See, but that's the thing. And it's not like it's a trap question, but it's a question. And then when somebody says Green Bay, then you're like, okay, Green Bay just got beat by Carolina
and
at home.
And didn't make a trade.
Yeah. And
at the trade deadline.
No, but Green Bay didn't make a trade at the deadline, but they made a trade to start the season. And I count that as basically the same. They made a trade, and it's a massive trade that they got just in time to start the year. And it had a little bit of an impact against the Lions, and has had a major impact since. So,
I mean, but Chiefs didn't, Broncos didn't, 49ers
no, plenty
didn't,
of teams
Rams didn't, Buccaneers didn't. And so, look.
And some teams can't.
To go from 1 week ago, and I just can't get over this, Adam Schefter on, I think it was Thursday or Friday, said they're the model organization in the NFL. To 1 week later, fans thinking no Super Bowl. And here's what there isn't, Gator. There isn't wide sweeping criticism of the Lions for not pulling a trade. And what I mean by that is this league only has 32 teams. There are experts in this. There are national guys that they can cover all 32. It's not like college football where there's 119 teams, or college basketball where there's 360 teams, where you can't cover everybody. People in the league, they can cover everybody. There isn't wide sweeping criticism of the Lions for not making a move.
I've seen some.
Have you?
Yeah, I think it was. I figure it was a story from The Athletic or Sports Illustrated. It may have been Sports Illustrated that had something about one of the losers of the deadline were the Lions for not.
I did
doing
not
something.
see that.
But it's not. I mean, look,
that's also one is not wide sweeping.
I didn't say it was wide sweeping.
No.
I said I have seen it. But it is what it is. Look, I'm still disappointed by it, but nothing you can do about it at this point. And when you hear the injury report come out every day and you see that some players still haven't returned to practice, you get concerned. I feel a lot better because Penei Sewell basically says he's ready to go. He'll be fine to go for Sunday. He basically was on the sidelines yesterday at practice, so we'll see if he's a participant today. I think you're waiting to see on a lot of players if they're going to return today to practice, and that would be big. And also in other sports, too, wait and see if Patrick Kane's going to practice today. But it's big for the Lions because, that many guys out it's kind of scary that you had that many guys out, and then you find out that Dan Skipper didn't practice too. Okay, is that something to be concerned about? Because that's your backup, and that's the third tackle that, you're going through your starting tackle, who in Taylor Decker, who may not play. Then Skipper, and yet Manu is already on IR, and we've got problems. Sorsdal, actually, that's another one that's out for the year. So I'm starting to get a little concerned with how thin that is, and that's why I wanted them to go make a trade. But they did acquire guys, not through trade, through free agency, brought guys in and signed them to the practice squad. So I would imagine that they've got their eye on at least one of those players that's expected to join the active roster for the game on Sunday.
Coming up at 11 o'clock, you hear what Dan Campbell had to say about the trade deadline. Real more insight on what the thinking was in the offices at Ford or at Allen Park, the headquarters of the Lions. Let's go to Tony on a cell. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Tony.
How you guys doing?
What's up?
I think that model team is a straw man fact. I think that's for the loser teams, that have been beat up for decades, like the Lions once were. We've been there, done that. We haven't done anything really since making the NFC Championship game. We need to win, right? We need to win the Super Bowl. We need to be the Chiefs. We need to be the Eagles. We need to be these teams that are winning like the Rams.
They did win 15 games last year, and they had the injuries, and that's why they lost the game in the playoffs.
Let me be clear here. And and of course, I think until they win a Super Bowl, we're all going to want to how do they get there is really what the debate is. Are they doing the right things to get there? Is the path they're taking acceptable, or would you do it a different way? Since the NFC title game, they've quote-unquote not done anything. They've played one season. They have one banked season since the NFC title game. They went 15-2, and they lost in the first round of the playoffs. It's not like they've been struggling, since the NFC title game for the last 6-7 years. This is the second year since the NFC title game. Right? It's only the second year.
It is, and if you're upset because they didn't do anything. Well, last year at the trade deadline, they acquired a defensive end,
most significant edge rusher that was traded traded to Detroit.
Then you go into the offseason, and they acquired the number one cornerback that was on the free agent market, who was hurt. So to say that they haven't done anything, I just categorically disagree with that. If you want to say that they should have done more, that's a different argument.
Yes.
And that's fine. Have that argument.
Now, I think we all know that until they win the Super Bowl, there will be angst and there will be complaining. And maybe they never will win the Super Bowl. I guess, let me ask you this. Without having a Super Bowl yet, is Dan Campbell as credible as one could be without having won a Super Bowl?
Yeah,
it's a big deal. Don't get me wrong. You got to fill that tank up 100%. And that Super Bowl might be the last 30%, but I find him very credible.
They have gotten to an NFC Championship game.
Yep.
They've made the playoffs back-to-back years. They've won the division. So he's accomplished a lot. But, no, they haven't gotten to the Super Bowl, and that's what everybody wants. And your question is right. Have they crafted the right path to get there? What would you have done differently? How would you have done things differently? And can they still get there this year? And I think the answer is – still, yes, they can still get there this year. We still have 9 games left in the season. Lots can happen in 9 games in the season, not only to your team but to other teams. We saw last year how devastating the season was as it wore on injury-wise for the Detroit Lions. That can happen to another team.
It's Carson Anderson. We'll swing around the NFL with the Blitz thingy next. By the way, I just looked down at Twitch. Somebody's complaining that the Pistons are 6-2, by the way. We opened the show with the Pistons. That's what we did. Opened the show with the Pistons.
How dare you?
It's Carson Anderson. The Blitz thingy is straight ahead. Dan
Want to
Campbell.
give a shout-out to the ladies?
Yeah, from Thurston High School. The anchors there came by and said hello.
And
gave us. They rattled off like 6 names.
It was rather quick.
It was hard to get all the names. But we'll talk some NFL straight ahead. And again, what Dan Campbell had to say yesterday about the trade deadline at 11 here on 97.1 The Ticket. So, Car Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll get back to your calls coming up here on 97.1. Gator, you ready for the blitz thingy?
I am.
Ready, set, hook. All right, did the college one yesterday. I led off. You lead off today. Kank's got a six-pack of questions. On your mark, get set. Question.
All right, here we go. Question number 1. Now with 17 NFL games, it's kind of weird to figure out where the halfway point is, but I figured now is the time. So who is your first half MVP?
I think it with Drake May, the quarterback of the Patriots. He's the number 2 rated passer in all of football behind only Lamar Jackson. And, Lamar's only played in 5 games, and Drake has played in 9, so he's got a longer track record there. His team is 7-2. They lead the AFC East, all while being sacked the second most times in the NFL. Drake May is playing out of his mind. I don't care that the schedule hasn't looked all that good. They did beat Buffalo, and that's impressive. I think Drake May is the MVP of the first half.
So I came down to 2 candidates. One was Daniel Jones and the other was Drake May. And I want to be clear. This is not a prediction of who is going to win, correct, Kang? This is who so far is the MVP, right?
Yes, who's your first half MVP?
Okay. Yep. I agree with you. I think it's Drake May. His completion percentage is 74%, and he's throwing the ball downfield. This isn't a check down guy. His yards per attempt is 9.4, I believe, which is third best in the NFL. 17 touchdowns, 4 picks. I'm with you, man. I think it's Drake May.
Yeah, there are actually a lot of good candidates for the first half this year. Drake May being one of them, of course. But with the other quarterbacks, Baker Mayfield, Matthew Stafford, Daniel Jones, those guys have all had incredible first halves of the year as well. With that being said, I'm going with a running back because I feel like this is always a quarterback award, but the running back gets no love. I think one of the reasons why the Colts and Daniel Jones are so good this year is because of Jonathan Taylor. 895 yards rushing, 12 touchdowns. If he's around the goal line, if the Colts are around the goal line, it's almost an automatic touchdown for Jonathan Taylor. Plus, he can also break the long ones as well. He has also made Daniel Jones a very rich man because of this. Daniel Jones is going to get a big extension from the Colts at the end of the year, and I think a lot of it has to do with Jonathan Taylor, who is my first half MVP. All right, Kyler Murray. Guys, will he be the starting quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals in 2026?
What am I, from the future? How do I know if he's going to be the starter? This is one of the questions you ask Kang where I'm like, God, I really don't have any clue what Arizona's going to do. So I Googled it.
Oh. Tell me you did not do that.
If it were me,
okay,
he would still be the starter. I would not give up on his skill set. So I would ride it out with him. On top of that, they're not losing enough to have a super high draft pick, and I'm not crazy about this year's crop of quarterbacks. So I wouldn't play for any of those. There's nobody worth tanking for. So if it were me, yes, Kyler Murray would be the starting quarterback next year in Arizona.
Look, I think he has to be the starting quarterback for them next year. There's a $53 million cap hit if they decide to move on from him. I realize they can keep him on the team and still move on from him, but then if you have somebody who's making $53 million and he's riding the bench, that's tough. I think sitting outside for a little bit can give him some different perspective of how to play the game and might help him out a little bit. I do find this interesting, though. Didn't the coach just say he's our quarterback, and then a couple days later he's on IR? But I think what he's going to learn from sitting on the sidelines and watching Jacoby Brissett play is that you need to throw the ball to Marvin Harrison Jr. in order to have success offensively. So I still think he's going to be the quarterback starting next year.
So the reason this question comes up, of course, is because of the things that their coach has just said about Murray being the quarterback, and then all of a sudden he goes on IR, and everyone cannot ignore the fact that the Cards actually look pretty decent on offense with Jacoby Brissett at quarterback. Yeah. Kyler Murray, his career has been up and down in Arizona. Sometimes he plays like an MVP. Other times he plays like a guy they just completely overpaid. I personally, I agree with you, Gator and Doug, that I think Cardinals will stick with Kyler Murray, and I would as well. He's got a great skill set, and I think it's the team around him that really sucks as well. It's not just him. He was throwing the ball to Marvin Harrison early in the year, Gator. Marvin Harrison was a bust earlier in the year. He was dropping everything. He didn't look like the top 4 pick that they thought he was going to be. Now he's gotten better. Is it because of Brissett? Is it because Marvin Harrison's gotten better himself? I'm not sure. But don't count it out, though. They might move on from him. The Broncos took a way bigger cap hit when they released Russell Wilson. The Falcons have a very expensive backup quarterback right now to Michael Penix Jr. So I wouldn't rule it out that Kyler Murray is not their quarterback, but I think in the end, he will be their quarterback at least to start the year next year. All right, which team not leading their division right now will end up winning their division when it's all said and done?
Yeah, I still think the Lions will win the North. Guys are going to get healthy. They're too well coached not to regain some offensive consistency, in my mind. I think it's going to be a dogfight. It may come down to the last week of the season when the division cannibalizes itself. The Lions, I think, are playing the Bears last game of the year, and the Vikings will play the Packers. So, Lions aren't that far out, but they technically are in second place in the division. I think they're going to end up winning the division because they're the best team.
Okay, I trust Buffalo and Josh Allen more than I trust New England and first half MVP Drake May, which is why I wanted to clarify this is not a prediction because May's been great, but I will ride with Allen and Buffalo mostly because of their league-leading rushing attack, and they both have good defenses, and Buffalo's only a game back, so I'll go with Buffalo winning their division.
So I'm going to go with the Ravens. They're just a totally different team when Lamar's there and he's healthy. He's a stud, former MVP for a reason. On top of that, the soft schedule on the back half here. They've got 2 versus the Steelers, who do lead the division right now, but I think they take them back because they win both those games against the Steelers. That division is weak with Lamar Jackson back at quarterback. They start off really poorly, of course, but I think they come roaring back to finish the season. They win the division, and then they're a team to look out for again for the Super Bowl like they were heading into the season. All right, last week, the NFL Network reported that the Steelers actually would want Aaron Rodgers back for another year. Do you think they should run it back again with Aaron Rodgers?
I think the NFL Network should lose their license with the FCC for reporting such ridiculous things. Really? They want him back? Their passing game is very pedestrian. I get that they're 5-3, but why would they want him back? I don't understand. My prediction is Pittsburgh fades in the second half and they part ways. And I want to know who from Pittsburgh told anybody that they want him back. I would be fascinated as to hear why.
Well, they are a winning team right now that's leading the division. That's part of it. I think he's got 17 touchdowns and 5 interceptions and a quarterback rating of 101. That's all part of it. And, yeah, I actually think that, I don't like Aaron Rodgers, but I respect who he is as a player. When he's good, and he's good right now. And if you're getting good Aaron Rodgers, I think you should take advantage of that and ride that. Next year's crop of quarterbacks isn't all that impressive. If you were going to draft his replacement, good luck with that because I don't like it. But if they did, great, because Aaron loves that.
Trade for Kyler Murray.
Yeah, that would be great. I think that another year of free agency, another draft can really help the Steelers out, and they could be in really good shape by having Aaron Rodgers there. He's played well. Can't argue with that.
So I think it was Ian Rappaport that reported it, Doug, from the NFL Network, and I do believe the report that they do really want him back. I guess he's been nothing but good for the teammates. The teammates like him. Mike Tomlin and the Steeler organization actually courted him forever, waited for him to make his decision because they wanted him that much. And right now, you're right, Gator. They're 5-3. He's got a good QB rating. He's not the same Rodgers, of course, as years before, but Tomlin does not want a young quarterback. It's pretty obvious. They got rid of Pickett pretty quickly. They went and tried to, revive Russell Wilson. Now they waited for Rodgers. They definitely want him back. But I think after some very deep meditation, Rodgers in the end will decline the Steelers' offer and will move on into some Mount Fuji, refugee, whatever G, and just move on. All right, guys, the Chiefs-Bills game drew an average of over 30.5 million viewers, making it the second most watched game of the 2025 season. Should Mahomes versus Allen be an annual game as long as both are in the league?
Look, I mean, as a fan, I don't hate it because I want to see the best matchups every year. And it's a great matchup. Brady-Manning was a great matchup when you got a chance to see it. Loved watching that. But you can't force that. I mean, it's unfair the way the rules are to go ahead and single those guys out just because it's great for TV. I realize that's a formula the NFL probably perks their ears up and goes, oh, maybe we should think about this, which is probably the reason that they actually could do it. I just don't want to do it because I don't want to change the rules because of two guys. There are so many good quarterbacks in this league, so many players worth promoting that you can hype up a matchup any week and get a pretty good audience for it. I mean, heck, even the Detroit Lions right now are one of those top teams in the league that everybody wants to watch.
Yeah, I don't really think this can practically be done because, remember, you can't just change these two team schedules as a trickle-down effect where everybody's schedule would get changed. So they'd have to completely scrap their formula and start all over. But by asking this question, it did get me thinking, would the league ever manipulate anything for financial purposes? And the answer is clearly yes. I don't think it should be done, but you never know with the National Football League.
And here comes Kang.
Yes, they can force it, actually, and they will force it every single year because this is the entertainment business. And guess what? This is good for business. Just like Brady versus Manning, Mahomes Allen will be on our TV screens every single year as long as both are in the league and both are relevant. They will make everything else work around it. Yeah, they'll do the switching of the divisions and all that stuff, but there's always, the games where they can schedule whoever they want, wherever they want. We have a game in Berlin again this week, by the way. Awesome. So, yeah, they're going to do this because it's good for business. It's all entertainment. We're going to see it again next year, and there's going to be a bidding war for whoever gets it because these networks know this game draws viewers. All right, last one, guys, and a weird one. Tom Brady revealed this week to People magazine that his current dog is actually a clone of his late dog who died in December of 2023. Is this touching or flat out weird?
First of all, I feel like this story is made up. But if it is true, I want no part of synthetic dog. This feels like the first part of of a Stephen King novel, Cujo 2.0, Manufactured Dog Attacks. Remember, some people thought Jurassic Park was a good idea. I want no part of Jurassic Dog, and it's weird.
Yeah, you had Stephen King right, but the movie was Pet Sematary was the one that really it brings it to mind, although Cujo and Pet Sematary, some similarities there. This is the worst idea ever. This is weird AF, as we like to say. Look, I love my dog just like I love my previous dog. I think cloning them takes away the soul and the spirit that should live on after they've passed. It's all part of life. And I know that parents are going to hate this question, but would you clone your child if you could?
Awkward, weird,
right?
Dude.
Well, I mean, it's the same.
I want Jurassic Kid.
No, you don't. You don't want Jurassic. You don't want this. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous.
Gator, you can compare anything, but you can't equate anything. I'm not.
There we go. I was waiting for that.
Dogs. That's completely different. With that being said, this is absolutely weird. But Tom Brady is an investor in Colossal Bioscience, who's the company that made this happen for him. So he's putting his money where his mouth is. But he must have really, really loved that dog, man. But yeah, that's weird.
There it is, and that concludes the Y9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. All right, we'll give you reasons that you absolutely should feel better about your Detroit Lions. We'll get to that today at 10:50. For those of you that are in the 39.3% that said they're done after the happenings of Sunday and Tuesday, we'll give you reasons to feel better next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. This has come up a few times in the last couple of years, where every once in a while I feel like one of our teams is playing a mental health game. By that I mean they're playing a game that will do all of the fan base and all of Metro Detroit. It will do a lot to support our mental health by winning a game.
Yes.
What happened Sunday and Tuesday bothered people. Some have pulled the plug on the season, which is too bad. And I always wonder, okay, what am I getting? Why do I see it differently? And part of it is I have a ton of faith in the people running the organization, but they haven't checked the most important box, right? The most important box is winning the Super Bowl, and they haven't done that yet. But I ask you, do you have faith in Dan Campbell?
Absolutely.
Do you have faith in Brad Holmes?
Yes.
Now, that doesn't mean they're perfect, okay? But having faith in them, they're not there yet. They don't get the ultimate card of, hey, they won a Super Bowl. They know what they're doing. But without doing that, they have about as much credibility as I think you can have without doing that.
Well, you are a bona fide Brad bot.
I am a Brad bot. There's no doubt about it. That's one. But this Washington game, this game, we need the reset. We need that game where we go, oh, yeah, that's right. Everything's going to be okay. And this is a good team to be playing at this time.
Yeah.
First of all, throughout the course of this season, they're 28th in yards per game allowed. They're 22nd in points per game allowed. They're 19th in rushing yards per attempt allowed. They are 30th in quarterback rating against. They are 19th in QB pressures against. They are 13th in sacks, so they have had some QB pressure. But Scott, I think they're the right team to be playing at the right time. They've lost one receiver on the IR. They have another one that's probably not going to play in McLaurin. They've got the injury to Lattimore in the secondary. There's all kinds of things that are going wrong with this team. They lost their quarterback. With Mariota, they are even a more dumbed-down version of their offense. They're playing the right team at the right time for a get-healthy game. That's one reason you should feel better about your Lions. Now, to be clear, this is short-term. We're talking about feeling better on Sunday. Just because you're playing a wounded team that has struggled defensively doesn't mean you're a Super Bowl caliber team. It's just a short-term solution is the way I see it.
Well, I definitely think they're playing the right team at the right time. The Commanders are down right now with all the injuries. They can't feel good about themselves. Their quarterback's elbow has relocated to another part of his body. That's not a good thing for them. And I think the other thing is you go into this and see that Lions don't lose back-to-back games. That's just part of their DNA. They don't. Some of it might be circumstance because who they're going to play at that time, and this might be that right there. But I also think that this is a very prideful team. This team knows what's resting on their shoulders. They know the expectations of the fan base. Even more so, the expectations they put on themselves. I think what Dan Campbell had to say, I think it was after yesterday's practice or before yesterday's practice whenever he addressed the media, I think it's important to note the tone of what he said and the context of what he said. When he speaks and starts calling out certain parts of the team or the organization, I think you listen. And when he comes out and says, we all need to be better, that we have to have a championship mentality, and the players have to have that championship mentality, and then he puts it on the coaching staff too, I think it means a lot. It's like, because you go back to that first year when things weren't working with the offense, and he was quick to say, Anthony Lynn, thank you for your service, but I'm going to start calling plays now. I'm not saying this was necessarily that's the same message that's going public to John Morton and the offense, but I kind of feel like it is. Like coming out and saying to the coaching staff, we have to be better, we have to be operate as a championship team, and we're not right now.
Right.
That's really the other part of it, is that we're not operating like that. So we're raising the bar for everybody on this team that plays on that field, and every coach that's on the sidelines or up in the booth. We all have to be better at a different level. And I think calling them out, gives me a bunch of confidence that they're going to show up and win this game on Sunday.
Do you think they're going to respond?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and then there's, like, the injury list is concerning. because it's all a one position. There was an interesting story, however, put together by Colton Pouncey in The Athletic that documented how it feels like they are kind of getting to that crisis injury situation again, but they're not. Compared to last year, they're in way better shape. Way better shape than they were last year at this time. Because the injuries that they had sustained, many of them were season-ending injuries. They've got guys that are banged up. And as players come back, this is the one thing about injuries, unfortunately. As players come back, others are going to get hurt.
Yeah.
It's not like everybody else is going to stay healthy the rest of the way. Somebody else is going to go down. But you asked a question on your pre-show sheet today, and it made me wonder, well, Gator's got an answer. Do you have a gut feeling on someone who will star on Sunday?
Yeah, I think you look at, Jahmyr Gibbs had that one great game a couple games ago. We had that long run and had the, 200 yards in offense or whatever it was. It was great. And then he's been shut down. Montgomery hasn't really gotten it
By
going
shut down,
yet.
you mean not shut down physically. He
Right,
didn't do much since.
Teams are able to handle him, and I do think that teams are planning specifically to stop Jahmyr Gibbs. And if that's the case, I think it opens things up. And we've seen them get off to hot starts where I think it was Sam Laporte had like 3 catches and 65 yards and a touchdown in the opening drive, and then kind of gets ignored for a while and whatever. I think there is somebody. I mean, you can come with whoever you want. I think it's time for a St. Brown game because St. is incredibly consistent. He'll catch his 6 passes a game for 70, 80 yards. But it's been a while since he's had that. It feels like it's been a while since he's had that 8-catch, 155-yard, 2-touchdown performance. Right. And I feel like St. Brown is the guy that when you need to get back to getting to the basics, who do you look to? You look at your best players. And Jared Goff is going to say, enough of all this. Remember when we watched in training camp practices, they were going to St. Brown all the time.
Yep.
Because that's the security blanket. That's the guy who really – changes things up. I think he's the one that's going to come out and have a monster game on Sunday.
The other thing that I went back and watched the game again last night, had some downtime, and rewatched the game on Sunday.
Okay.
That game was a product of 2 things that I will predict won't be an issue again. They lost that game because David Montgomery fumbled deep in his own territory, and they had a couple of catastrophic special teams mistakes. Dave Phipp is well respected. Their special teams haven't been a problem, but a low kick gets blocked and sets up Minnesota with a shorter field, and a kick return sets them up at like the plus 35. I think those things were 2 things that directly led to that loss. I think if those 2 things, well, maybe even just one of the special teams mistakes, only one happens, and Montgomery doesn't fumble, and there will be turnovers, but David Montgomery fumbling deep in his own territory is not something that I expect to happen again. Scott, I felt like that loss was as much a product of 2 things that won't happen again as anything else. Otherwise, it would have been one of those, well, they didn't play perfect, but they won the game kind of games. And so that's another reason why I feel better with where this team is.
Yeah, I thought that there were some uncharacteristic mistakes made by this team at all 3 levels of the game. All 3 phases of the game. And, yeah, you're right. I don't expect Montgomery to fumble as he's en route to getting the first down.
Yep.
On a 3rd and long play, and he's going for 11 yards, ball comes loose. It's crazy. The special teams mistakes, we just haven't seen the Lions make many special teams mistakes, and they make a couple major mistakes in the same game. Now, the blocked field goal, throw that one in the mix as well. So I tend to agree with you. There are still problems that linger, though, and those problems were on the offensive line. But that's usually something we've said, and I feel like maybe we've said it all too often about when they win games. And that is, hey, here's the good news. They won the game handily. It was never really in question, and there's still stuff to work on.
There's always a checklist.
The problem is we're still saying that, and it's halfway through the season, and now it's even more dire because of the injury front, losing Mahogany for the year, not knowing who's going to play left tackle on Sunday against the Commanders. That's still a major problem.
Dude, I think Super Bowl champions throughout the course of the season always say that. There's still things to work. I think everybody says
I think everybody says it, but it's another thing to say and then to tangibly see and be like shaking your head like, yeah, dude. And I think that's what I was saying on Sunday is like.
I guess we disagree. I think all the winning teams do that after every game. Yeah, but this could be better. That could be better. There's very few occasions where teams walk away. Even the best teams walk away, and everybody's completely satisfied.
But I understand. But I think some teams and players will just say that to say it. Like, yeah, I missed that pass. There was a guy wide open 30 yards down the field, and I checked down. I wish I hadn't have done that. Should have taken that chance or whatever. And it's like one or two plays. Unfortunately, I feel like with the Lions this year, it's been a lot, and it's been a lot lately. And I'm still on high on this team. You heard what I said in the football questions. I still think they're going to win the division, and they're going to be okay. But I do think that they have to straighten out the issues they have on the offensive line.
Carson Anderson, Open Lines. Coming up next hour, you hear Dan Campbell, what he had to say about the trade deadline. Straight ahead, last night I experienced one of life's great frustrations that I know I'm not unique, and I spent basically the entire third quarter of the Piston game trying to accomplish this. I eventually got it done. It was not easy, and I'm sure everyone has experienced the same frustration. I'll explain at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. Tragic and sad news out of Dallas today. Cowboys defensive end and Michigan native Marshawn Kneeland passed away at the age of 24 last night, the team announced this morning. Kneeland was in his second year in the league after being drafted in the second round in 2024. He had 15 tackles, a sack, 2 tackles for loss, and a touchdown from a recovered blocked punt this year. Kneeland grew up near Grand Rapids and played his high school football at Godwin Heights before attending Western Michigan for 5 seasons. The Cowboys said this morning, quote, "It is with extreme sadness that the Dallas Cowboys share that Marshawn Kneeland tragically passed away this morning. Marshawn was a beloved teammate and member of our organization. Our thoughts and prayers regarding Marshawn are with his girlfriend Catalina and his family," unquote. The Cowboys did not disclose any details surrounding Kneeland's death. The Tigers prospects Max Anderson and Kevin McGonigal were named Arizona Fall League All-Stars today, and the Red Wings Centennial Fan Fest begins this weekend at Motor City Casino Hotel. The festivities include a 100 Years of Hockeytown exhibit, a Stanley Cup replica trophy display, and an immersive experience through Red Wings moments, and more. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We are at Ford Field for people just joining us, which is where the Michigan Association of Broadcasters do their annual career fair. So we have been out here for a few years now doing the show and meeting a lot of young people. Gator, do you see yourself in some of these young students?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly it takes me back to one
You know
of my
what I
favorite
would've
times of my life.
You know where I would? Oh, was it high school?
Oh, high school. Yeah, you're right. But yes, it was, and I could see a lot of aspiring broadcasters walking around here, and I could put myself in their shoes when I went to events like this with my high school, Andover High School. We had WBFH was the radio station I worked at, and it's still in operation at Bloomfield Hills High School. But we went to they had like the Michigan Association of Educational Broadcasters. And that was a much smaller group because at the time there were only maybe a dozen high school radio stations in the state. But it was a great learning experience. Got to meet kids from other schools and programs and stuff like that, and it was cool. And then we went to the big MAB meeting a couple years in a row. I went to go 3 years in a row.
When you were in high school?
Yeah.
So here's what you're
Central Michigan. I think both years I went.
So the Michigan Association of Broadcasters, MAB.
Mm-hmm.
I would have been at the MACE convention if I would have gone to a convention when I was in high school.
What was the MACC, dog?
MACE.
MACE?
I don't know if it exists, but it would have been the Michigan Association of Civil Engineers.
Oh.
That's what I would have gone.
Yeah.
I wanted to be a civil engineer.
Yeah.
I wanted to make roads and bridges and stuff like that. But
I wanted to spin records. And talk on the radio.
Alas, I ended up in this career.
Yeah. I think things worked out all right for you.
It's been okay, yeah.
I mean, you could have, developed the next great bridge. You could have fixed the Zilwaukee.
Oh, dude, hey, that perhaps is where it all started. What is this abomination? I can do better. All right, so last night, I spent the entire third quarter of the Piston game on my computer. I started in halftime. I'm like, let me get this done right quick. We are making some changes in our household. As people perhaps know, we are now empty nesters, and we have a chance to start canceling things that we no longer need.
Oh.
So one particular major conglomerate has a streaming service that was very popular amongst our children, mostly when they were small. But we were still
headquartered somewhere down in Florida.
In Florida, I think they also have a branch in the Los Angeles area,
California somewhere.
Yep. And we had their Plus service.
Oh, sure.
Yep.
Sure.
So we're going through the credit card bill, and we're like, you know what? We don't need this anymore. Well, I'll just go cancel it.
I can tell you firsthand that it's not
the
easy.
The entire third quarter I spent. Yeah. The entire third quarter I spent trying to cancel it.
I know.
Oh, my God. And let me tell you something. So I'm logging on, and I get on and the next thing you know, like, I'm on an account that includes, like, the history and all of our stuff at the park. And I'm like, well, I don't want to cancel this. We have this set up for when we go. Everything's easy. You get the wristband thingies, and
You planning on going back?
I might. We might. Dude, Epcot's awesome. As an adult.
What are you, my brother? You going to go back?
Yeah, I might. But I'm like, I don't need to cancel this. I'm just trying to cancel the streaming service. And I went around and around and around. So then I'm trying to watch a Piston game, and I got the remote, and I'm like, I got to log on to this darn app and do it on the TV. That didn't work. That was a waste of time. But let me tell you, and I was like, I'm gonna take it out on this streaming service somehow, some way. I'm gonna get them back for this.
Yeah.
Because I'm about to give up, and we're gonna pay $19.99 the rest of our lives. Turns out I figured it out. So I just, there's never a big button at the top that says to
Unsubscribe.
cancel, click
Yeah.
here. To unsubscribe, click here. It's way down at the bottom. You got to work your way through a matrix. You got to click. You got to enter passwords. You got to get a code. I had the code sent to my phone. Everything.
Yeah.
They don't make it easy. They make it the hardest thing. It's like cracking the Da Vinci Code to cancel a subscription service.
I don't know if this is going to make you feel better or worse. I had to do the same thing 6 months ago, and I realized that I had 2 subscriptions.
Okay.
Because I bundled it with one of the other apps of a 4-letter network. And when I did that, I realized, wait a minute, don't I already have this somewhere? And I found out that I did. So I had to cancel it. It didn't take me a whole quarter of basketball to do so, but I do understand the rigmarole you have to go through.
Dude.
And I will tell you, the saving grace in doing something like this is to Google it first.
Well, I did Google, and it said click on profile, which took me forever to find even profile.
Right.
And that's the other challenging thing was I was not trying to cancel ESPN, which was tied into this unnamed streaming service that can get bundled with it. And I'm like, I don't want to cancel that. I just want to cancel.
Championed by a mouse. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I get it. I went through it, and it was
very
difficult,
complicated.
And the other thing that makes it complicated is they ask you like 3 times. They want to make sure that this is what you're doing. Are you sure you don't want? We can offer you it, and then they'll send you another email. Here's a great offer. Are you sure you want to go? So sad to see you go. We're going to have a great offer coming up. I don't want it. I've already got it. That's the reason I'm getting out of it is because I've already bundled you.
When I got done, though, I felt like I was ready for data and coding things. Like I can do anything now.
But, a long division.
So don't ask me any questions about the third quarter last night. It was a little distracting.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, straight ahead. Dan Campbell spoke to the media regarding the trade deadline, why they did or did not do what they did or did not do. You'll hear what he had to say coming up today starting at 11:16. It's Carson Anderson. We're on the road. A little bit later, we'll get the latest on Tarek Skubal as people are starting. First day of free agency here. People starting to report on that. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Give it to us face to face.
All right, so Doug,
Commercial break.
I've noticed, and I'm sure it's not lost on you either. The hairstyle is.
Oh yeah, dude.
Same barber.
Yeah, sure.
Every kid.
Yep. Yeah, my boys.
Yeah,
the
it's
bird's
the same.
nest.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get to your phone calls. 248-539-9797. We go to Mike. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how are you, Carson Anderson?
We're good, Mike.
Good. I just want to give my opinion about the Lions, like not doing anything on deadline day. I don't think it was the best move not getting offensive linemen, like even a guard for Mahogany. He's gonna be out for a while. I think we should have went for like a guard or something. But I do think we're gonna be fine with what we did do. We got some players from the practice squad, but I feel like if there was a good value at the trade deadline, he should have went for a guard.
Do you think he would have if there was a good value?
I mean, the Browns were offering their guard. I heard he was really good. He wasn't going for that much, like a 6. And Titans were giving up their guard. Zyder was on the Titans.
Wait, well, hold on.
I'm
dead serious. Did you see it reported that you could have got Bitonio, the guard from Cleveland, for a 6th-round pick?
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Where
was that?
I saw it on Twitter.
Who had that?
I saw it on Twitter. That's why.
Do you know who reported it, though? That's what I'm asking.
I think one of those line pages that I follow is one of them saying that they were giving him up for a 6. I hope maybe they're wrong.
Did he go? Did he get traded?
They were wrong.
Did he get traded to anybody for a 6th-round pick?
No.
No, he didn't. So does that tell you maybe the validity of that report may be in question?
Yeah, you can't believe everything you read, but I do agree with that. But
I think you're on like 100%. If they could have got good value for a good guard for not much, they should have done it. I don't think anybody would dispute that. I do not think that Brad Holmes would have not traded a 6th-round pick for a player that could come in and help them right now.
And I have one more question. Do you think Goff is the guy that won us the Super Bowl?
I think he can.
Yeah, I think he can.
You think he can? You think he's the guy that could do it for us?
Do you?
Do
you?
To be honest, in this day and age, like, it's tough. Like, there's a game that I feel like, yeah, he can win it for us, but there's also a game where I feel like, no, we need a mobile QB in this day and age. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's tough. It's really tough. Like, it depends on how he plays.
There's more than one way to get to the finish line, and Matt Stafford, by no stretch of the imagination, was a mobile quarterback. He was probably more mobile than Goff, but nobody would ever say, we need a mobile quarterback, let's go get Stafford. And he won a Super Bowl. So it can be done, and he won it a couple years ago. And I'm not even going to bring up some of the Hall of Famers in the last 20 years that were immobile that won Super Bowls. I don't if Goff is trending that direction, but I think Jared Goff could win a Super Bowl. But he's not the kind of quarterback that wins a Super Bowl on his own. He needs the team around him, and they've had a Super Bowl contending team the last few years. But I guess until he does it, people won't believe it, and I get it.
Look, they got to stay healthy as a team, and if they do, I think they have a great chance of actually winning a Super Bowl if they can stay healthy. But that's the big if.
Yep.
And right now they're dealing with that if on the offensive line, which is unfortunate because the offensive line used to be the strength of this team. Frank Ragnow retired, and it changed the dynamic of what the strength of this team is, and now there are injuries to that line that's was already compromised by Frank's retirement. So it's tougher to do it. But in the meantime, I feel like the defense has a chance to be better than what we've seen in the last couple of years. Again, they got to get healthy, and it sounds like they're going to get healthy. DJ Reed will return in the next couple of weeks, it sounds like. Terry Arnold is back, and his first game back, he played really well Sunday against the Vikings. That makes me feel better about the secondary. They need to get Kirby Joseph back. It looks like he might be out another week, but keep him out as long as you have to get him as close to 100% as you can, because you need Kirby Joseph down the stretch leading into the playoffs and in the playoffs.
So, and what makes Goff effective is elite, quick processing, decision-making, and the ability to deliver an accurate football. And he does that at such a high level. He has a success rate of moving an offense without having mobility. If he wasn't mobile and he couldn't deliver the football, then what are we talking about here?
Right.
But he he's really exceptionally good at reading defenses, processing defense, and delivering a football on time to the right place. All right, we said we get to this. Let's follow through on it. Dan Campbell spoke yesterday with the media. Did you talk with Brad Holmes about trade possibilities? Here's what the head coach of the Lions had to say. So I like to end like he's whatever. We're still going to go win is his attitude. I think if they could have got a starting caliber guard for a 6th rounder, it would have fit into the what he said. That would have been intriguing enough, I would imagine. Right?
Yeah, if sure. But I don't think that was in the offing. I just don't. And the fact that the previous caller can mention a couple of teams that were reportedly offering up offensive linemen for that, and did those offensive linemen get traded? No. So you think the Lions the only team that was in need of an offensive lineman?
Yeah,
they don't get traded often, and if they do, it's not going to be a starting caliber offensive lineman for a 6th round pick. Teams would be jumping at that, and the Lions would have been first in line to try to make that happen. It's just not realistic to think that was a real opportunity.
If a Browns reporter, and the only one I can think of is Mary Kay Cabot, but if she had reported that they had a 6th round pick and they were willing to move Bitonio, the guard, for a 6th round pick, I think he would have been moved.
Do you have Mary Kay in your Rolodex?
I do not, and I don't have any other Browns insiders. But next up, what is the not making a trade? What is the message to the depth guys on this roster? Here's Dan Campbell. It's crazy, Scott, because we've talked a lot about like the bedrock foundation for everything they've done is winning in the trenches, which isn't new football analysis. It's been said for years. But they've put a lot into the offensive and defensive lines. And their offensive line, they have developed an elite one. And their defensive line, it's been somewhat uneven because of the injuries. And maybe some guys didn't pan out like they'd hoped, like a Levi Onwuzurike or a Broderick Martin, whatever. The foundation on offense is coming down. This might come down to either another rookie guard, Tristan Colon, Owasika. I mean, some of these players.
Colon's not a rookie.
No, Frazier is. It might come down to a rookie guard, comma.
Okay, sorry.
Tristan Colon, comma.
You need to say who the rookie guard was.
Comma.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it might be along those. It could come down to whether or not those guys can perform that determines how much of a shot this team really has to win a Super Bowl.
Well, I'm intrigued by Owasika because Coyote Owasika started and played every down in the NFC Championship game at guard for the Lions. He has some experience as a starter, and I thought he acclimated himself quite well in that game. He started a couple games last year. I don't know if there's going to be any kind of major drop-off from Mahogany to Owasika because these were the two guys who were competing for that job, and, Mahogany edged him out for it. Okay. So I like cultivating that chip on your shoulder. If you're Owasika and you were, beaten out, okay, congratulations, the better man won the job, but it's not going to stop him from working and staying on the squad and trying to get there. He didn't pout about it. He's worked hard, and now he's going to get the opportunity. And these other players, they all have an opportunity as well. We saw how well they responded against Tampa Bay with the secondary, with the Legion of Whom. All those guys were fantastic in that game. it might be a bit much to ask for offensive linemen to do that as well, but they're going to get an opportunity, and it's going to be more than just Awosika. It looks like. It looks like you're going to have, guys competing for a chance to play at tackle as well.
Gator will have more from Dan Campbell coming up, but straight ahead, we open up the big old tub of pretzels for the question of the day. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We are down at Ford Field for the Michigan Association of Broadcasters Career Fair. Scott?
Doug?
You ready for the big old tub of pretzels?
You know I am.
Kang, are you ready for the big old tub of pretzels?
You hear the music?
It
I'm
is
ready.
the big old tub of pretzels, the question of the day. Let's go.
Let me clear my throat. All right, here we go. Question number 1. If you could only listen to one musical artist for the rest of your entire life, who would it be?
Wow.
Tough question for Gator, man.
This is so tough.
Okay, I mean, like the deepest. So am I looking for new music? Am I looking for music that I know I still like? Who's got the deepest library?
I mean, that's kind of where you got to, I would think you want to go. So it has an expand. You don't want the one-hit wonders.
No, I know, but I'm saying if there's a current artist that I kind of like now, are they going to keep making enough music? Because my gut instinct, absolutely love almost everything in the catalog. And there's, I swear, 1,000 songs. Steely Dan.
Yeah.
Steely Dan. I know what I'm getting, and there's so much music produced by that
Steely
man.
Dan just puts you in a good mood.
Yeah, it really does.
It just puts you in a good mood.
Really
it's
does.
easy listening. It's yacht rock, and although he hates that.
Donald Fagen.
Donald Fagen hates that moniker, but it's a good call. And that's a call I expected from you.
Yeah.
For me, I mean, it's about longevity, I think. I'm trying to think, because the band that initially comes to mind for me was, together in the classic form for about 10 years, which is great. But, my God, I've heard all those songs 1,000 times each.
Yep.
So I kind of got to expand it to a band that's still making music and has done it for 40, 50 years. And with my genres, and it's a band that has changed their sound a little bit. I'm going to go with Iron Maiden for me, just because starting off in the early '80s and they're still making music today. They're totally, they haven't completely transformed their style, but that's what it is for me. I got to have a band that's been around forever that can still make music that I like.
It's a tough one.
That's tough.
Yep. Because I'm trying to think of who.
I wanted to go with Bad Company, but I
want
can't do it.
I want to do something like I'm trying to think of what current artist keeps putting out music and I keep liking. I'm kind of in Morgan Wallen place right now. I'm not a big Morgan Wallen, but he keeps putting out music. I'm like, that's catchy. I like that. And it's new stuff moving forward. Can he keep it up? I think I'll go with the Dan.
Steely Dan.
I'm going with the
Solid
Dan.
call.
All right, Kang. Did you got an answer, Kang?
Yeah, the younger King would have probably said Tupac, but I feel like King's grown up, and I don't think I can listen to Tupac that much anymore, even though I do like it.
Yeah.
So with that being said, the other choice I'm going with is also unfortunately deceased as well. It's probably end up Michael Jackson, just because his repertoire is just so wide. I can dance, I can feel good. There could be a slow song, I think Michael Jackson, king of pop, man. So I'll probably end up picking him. And I don't think he's coming out with any new music, Doug.
Can't believe you got no love for the West Side, but okay.
Seems likely that. Although you never know, right?
Yeah, right.
The
Maybe,
lost tapes.
You know,
the lost tapes.
Brady can clone them or something. I don't know. So.
Wow.
All
right, next up.
All right, what's the cutoff height for you to stop using half-inch when you tell people how tall you are? I think Doug, you still use it. You say 6'3" and a half. So I guess for you it's 6'4" you stop, or you just say never stop?
Yeah, because I used to be 6'4".
I think you just own it, man.
When you grew your hair out.
I was, at my height, literally 6'1". I will always say I'm 6'1". Even though I know I'm not 6'1" anymore, I'm going to say 6'1" till I die.
I think that's a good cutoff. 6 feet. I think once you go over 6, just say 6, 6'1", 6'2", whatever it is. But I think.
So I'm 6'4".
Yes, you
for
are.
It, man.
I'm 6'4",
yes, you
Dan.
are.
Own
You're
it.
Damn right, you're 6'4".
So I think, is it weird to say people 5'8" and a half?
Kang, what do you? So you go over 6 feet?
I think the bar is 6 feet. At that point, you can just say 6.
I have my suspicions. I have my suspicions about this question.
What?
Why?
Because I thought Kang was going to say 6'7".
Oh no! This is
yeah. Woo!
I wish.
That's what I thought you were going to say. I thought that's why this question was asked.
I think that was.
Now, by the way,
question.
you can text questions in to 2485-399797. They get put in the tub for future use. Next up.
All right, what is the ideal budget of a first date? The most you should be spending on a first date.
Things have changed.
Yeah, they have. It's been so long since I've been on a first date.
I mean, okay, so as a first date as the guy, I'm going to pay for things, right?
Yeah,
I
so what's
they
your
can offer
budget?
to split.
Yeah.
Look, we're not going Dutch here. I'm buying you dinner, and we're going out and doing whatever. So I'm going to say, for a first date, I mean, you budget for $150, and if it goes more than that, then it's going to go more than that. And
So nice dinner, $40, $50 a person.
Right.
Drinks,
That's what I'm saying.
40, 50. $200? 2 bills?
Yeah,
I
think
mean,
you
I
guys-
think it's a top end. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you guys are in the range. I think it's between 150 to 200. Now, does this include going to a game or doing something? Does the activity, not just dinner, right? Is there
Interesting.
drinks after? Like how much? I think $200 is right in the ballpark.
That's something I didn't think about. Like, okay, if the date is
Going
going
to a game.
to the Red Wing game or something like that, you're going to go get dinner downtown first.
Now,
and
you,
then
now
it
you're
gets, now it
pushing
gets pricey.
$600, $700.
Well, it gets pricey.
Yeah, I can really.
How much are condoms?
Dinner-
These are things you got to ask.
How much does she
And
not look like
lube.
her profile, right? How much do you not look like your profile?
Right. Yeah. Just
Did
saying.
not expect that.
No. So non-game, I'd say I think $200 is probably. You're capping at 200. I say 150 and see where it goes.
Yeah, but the game or concert or something, you can really put a dent in your own.
Yeah,
personal
well, then
budget.
that's on you though, because that means you're trying to impress this broad, and if that's really trying to impress. So if you're getting like good tickets, that's on you. Okay, if you're spending $150 a ticket for something, okay,
Yeah,
all
but
right,
you could
hot
be
shot.
stuck with her at this game if
Exactly,
for like
exactly.
2 hours, 3
So,
hours.
I mean, you shoot your shot, I guess.
I'm gonna send a text to my oldest.
Okay.
Because he's in first date kind of place. Like he might go out on some first dates.
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Post college, got
yeah.
his job.
How much?
Making some money now.
All right.
I like it though.
Yeah,
what
see if
would
we
you
get a
say, Kang?
response.
Yeah, I'll say 200. All
Fair
right.
enough.
You guys ready?
Yes.
One more. Let's go here. Have you ever not told your wife you had the day off, and is that the okay?
Oh, I like this question.
Is it okay to not tell your wife you had the day off and just pretend you went to work? Is that what we're
So
doing
I'm supposed
here?
to admit it right here on the air, huh? I never have done that.
I don't believe you.
I've never done it.
I do
Well,
not believe
hold on.
Of course
that
you
laugh
haven't
was
done
a little too uncomfortable.
Since we've been married, I've never done it. I'm sure I did before that, but since we're married, I've never done it. Is it okay? I would not think it's okay, but I can't think of a reason why. Like, for instance, if I come rolling in today and she's like laying on the couch watching a movie and I'm like, what's up? And she took the day off work. I'd be like, oh, cool. But I wouldn't be mad that she didn't tell me.
No, but if she comes home at like 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock and she's wasted,
Well, then I
you're
got
like,
some
what
questions. Then I'm going to be like,
where'd you go?
I would think you were hanging out with Laura again, huh?
Yeah, she's the root of all evil. Queen of bad decisions.
Yep. Kang, you're married. What do you say?
So listen, guys. Of course it's not okay, but I could see why other guys would do it. Not me. Not me. I'm just saying I could see why other guys would do something like this.
It's just sad that people are in a relationship like that they can't just
Yeah.
feel free to go ahead and tell.
Exactly. I'm
There's no repercussions. I got the day off.
I'm so lucky to be in such a secure relationship. That's
You really
Oh,
are.
yeah, well,
Yeah,
look at
yeah.
you.
Mm-hmm.
Look at you.
You and your wonderful wife.
Model.
and
This is
two
the model couple right here.
Two beautiful, loving children.
I didn't know I had Veterans Day off. That was a last minute thing. I don't even look at the schedule.
I have a response from 23-year-old Karsh.
Okay.
200 to 250, depending on restaurant, what we're doing after.
See?
All right. Well,
he's thinking ahead.
It's funny because we could be considered cheap when you find out how much a first date costs now, but I still go on dates with my wife, so I know how much a dinner bill costs. Okay, do we have time for one more?
Yeah, we do. You guys ready? All right.
Yes.
Would you rather be able to hear anything from 100 yards away or see anything from 100 yards away, like a superpower?
That's an interesting question.
I don't know if I'd want to hear, because people talk about you from out of earshot.
Oh, yeah.
I think I'd rather be blissfully unaware about what people were actually saying about me. Like like even right here today. We're at
right. We're in a fishbowl.
Students walking past, watching the show, and we can't hear anything they say. I don't want to hear what they say. Blissfully unaware. So I guess I'll go with C, anything 100 yards away. But is there dangers in that too?
No, I think there's less dangers. I agree with you. The blissfully unaware thing is great, and I feel like there's just too much noise if you're going to be able to hear everything. So I think seeing, for someone who has crappy eyesight like I do, I'll take the seeing.
Kang, what would you do?
Oh, man, I don't know if there's a right or wrong answer, or maybe two wrong answers here. You're right about maybe just being ignorance is bliss, but I'm gonna go with the seeing as well. I'm gonna go with the seeing because I'm nearsighted, so to be able to have farsightedness would work out well for me where I'm at in life right now. So I'm gonna be able to just spot dimes on the floor from 100 yards away.
Sure.
Right?
Yep. There you go.
Okay, that's all.
Think of all the dimes you're going to have now. That's a superpower you've got.
Wow.
I didn't think of it in those terms, but now that you bring it up, it's clearly.
I'm 60 cents richer.
Yeah.
Listen, they're taking pennies away, right? Not dimes, right?
That's true.
Okay.
All right, and that concludes the Big Old Tub of Pretzels question of the day. 248-539-9797. Open line calls. We'll hear more from what Dan Campbell had to say yesterday when he spoke with the media regarding the trade deadline and what they did and did not do. That is straight ahead. Hey, sports fans, I'd like to talk to you for a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game. It's Twin Peaks. With the restaurant experience really taking a nosedive these days and service really missing the mark, Twin Peaks, they've gone the other direction. They've upped their game. It starts with the culture. Cooks coming in at 7 a.m. every day to begin preparing those dynamite dishes you crave. Then, of course, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls, they deliver an experience no guest can live without. From food and beverage recommendations to just cheering you up when you have a bad day, no one does it better. And, of course, what brings it all together? Sports. They boast wall-to-wall TVs, some as big as 98 inches, that brings you all the action you crave. Like this weekend, college and pro football action capped off with a rematch of the 2024 Conference Championship game Sunday at 425. But don't be afraid to stop by if you're not all about sports. There's the Scratch Kitchen. Their menu's outstanding. There is the outstanding bar as well. They got the coldest draft beer you've ever had, poured at an ice cold 29 degrees, craft cocktails, etc., etc. Stop by your nearest lodge. See the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. It is not the conference championship game. Twin Peaks in the script. I read it. Ron Burgundy'd it.
Did you?
Well, the Twin Peaks read said a rematch of the last year's conference championship game. Lions, Washington did not play in the conference championship game. I Ron Burgundy did.
You did.
At least it didn't say go blank yourself, Detroit. I'm happy for that. All right, we got a ton of feedback here on a variety of topics. I took the day off yesterday and didn't tell the family. Signed, unnamed texter. And he wrote it out, unnamed texter. Yep. From Scott, canceling cable or internet subscription should be an Olympic demonstration sport.
Really
yes,
should
it
be.
should. Missed the entire third quarter of the Pistons. I didn't miss it, but I had it on, and I was preoccupied with trying to cancel a subscription service that we no longer needed.
If you took the day off of work, let's say in the summertime, to go golf, could you get away with it by saying, hey, crazy day today. I went into the office and so called me and said, hey, we're taking you out. We're taking you out for golf today. It's like I went into work. I planned to work.
That wouldn't. I would have no. I don't think she'd even disapprove if I just said I decided not to go in. It would feel, but
Yeah,
I don't
she'd
know.
probably say, I totally get it. Working
Yep.
with Gator, I understand.
Well, this is true. Next up, you guys are insane. If you're doing a dinner on the first date, drinks and a nap, $75. Second date is $200.
Well, I mean, depends where you want to go and how far you want to go to
How much
to
do you
impress.
like this person?
Yeah.
I used to have a day off and not say anything. I would go to the office, chill, and then hit up a bar at 11 a.m.
Living dangerous.
You know, day drinking is on a weekday. You may have a problem if you do it a lot,
Right.
but the rare occasion
Yeah.
that us commoners get to do that, hitting up at a bar at 11 a.m. on a Tuesday, it really is kind of fun.
Yeah, there's something different about it. It hits differently.
Yeah.
It's great.
What else here? I don't tell the significant other when I have a day off. She figures it all out on her own. I tell her when my vacation weeks are, but I don't remind her when they come up. Okay. Wife, day off. I work for the government. We get Veterans Day off. I never tell her until that day. I don't need her making me a to-do list.
Or you've had the last 30-something days off. But, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, right. I'm 24. I'm not spending over $100 on the date. I mean, that's fine.
It's each their own and how much you feel like you can spend. And I think it depends on how old you are, you know, where you're at. I mean, there's definitely a difference between doing the dinner and the movie thing is not like, that's not the date anymore. You know, that used to be the standard 30, 40 years ago. It would be dinner and a movie. And it's a heck of a lot cheaper to do that than it is now. And now nobody goes to movies anyway.
So, is that true?
I don't think people go to the.
I thought it was just me.
Well, I was a former moviegoer. I haven't been to the theater in a long time.
Yeah, there's really no wrong ansanswer.
No,
because
it's
it's
whatever you're
about
comfortable
the
with.
person. It's spending time with the person.
That's right.
Yeah. Here's one that said DMX 6 foot $200. So that's 3 questions he answered there. If he could listen to one musical artist the rest of his life, it'd be DMX. You stop saying half inches as far as height is concerned when you get to 6 feet tall. And $200 is how much he'd spend on the first date.
And a friend texted me said that for the band it would be either the Grateful Dead or the Rolling Stones.
Yeah.
I'm not a Grateful Dead fan, so I'll agree with the Stones.
I love this answer. The Rolling Stones. If not them, what are we even doing here?
Well, you talk about a large library. I mean, this is a band that started in the 60s, and they just released an album in the last year. So I get it. And they're still rocking. Still good stuff. The last the stuff I heard from their most recent album was good.
Radiohead, all day, every day to the first tub of pretzels question. It's from an unnamed texter.
How many records does Radiohead have?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with Radiohead at all. So
I don't think they had that many albums. So is their library enough to make you say absolutely? I mean, they're bands that I absolutely love, but for the rest of my life?
Yeah, it's a big ask. Seeing from 100 yards away would be awesome for golfing.
That is, I'm glad I chose the site because, yes, 100%.
So how would it help?
For me, it helps.
Help me figure out, because it still doesn't tell me what the distance. It's not like my sight becomes a rangefinder.
No, but you can you can see your ball go out of bounds, know
okay.
where it went. Or for me, because you know what it's like playing golf with me. I always say in the tee box, hey, make sure you got your eyes on this, because sometimes I lose it when it gets up in the in the sky. I wouldn't have to say that anymore, because I can see. Oh, there it is. The first 100 yards or whatever it is that King said we could see.
Gotcha.
I'd seem like an eagle.
Yeah.
I'm going to find it right there. It's going to be in the fairway.
All right, so we talked some Pistons to begin the show. They've now won 6 of 7. The Red Wings are back in action tomorrow night at home. Rangers?
Yep.
Okay. Look, this team, that's a successful road trip. A successful West Coast swing. And they just keep stacking more wins than losses here, Scott. And we've jokingly said until they get through the munch of Marth,
right?
As you put it. But I'm not going to say what's going on now is completely insignificant.
I don't think it is completely insignificant. I think what we've seen from, the top two lines are producing a lot of points, scoring a lot of goals. That's great to see. I think that, a healthy Dylan Larkin makes a big difference. And you saw what a difference maker he was in the Four Nations Cup, and then he gets hurt, and you saw what he was afterwards. And this team, they need their leader, and he needs to stay healthy. But it's also good to see that guys like Lucas Raymond, point-a-game guy, DeBrincat, even when DeBrincat wasn't scoring goals, he was still contributing and getting on the score sheet. Now he's scoring goals, and he looks dangerous on the ice. A guy like Marco Kasper, he looks great out there. I'm very encouraged by what we've seen, and lately they're getting better goaltending too, because the goaltending wasn't so great to start off, and yet here they are. They're starting to stack wins, which is great to see. Talbot has stacked a bunch of wins, and now Gibson's turning in some good performances too. They need to have that strong goaltending. We've already seen some tweaks made to defensive pairings to start the season, and now they're going with the big two is Edmondson and Seider being paired together, and that's paid off.
Is the Centennial Fest this weekend?
Yeah, it starts tonight.
And what do you know about it?
At Motor City. I don't know a ton about it. They have, I guess there's a whole mess load of former Red Wings. They're going to be at this event.
Yeah.
Lots of, I think, autograph opportunities and photo opportunities to go check it out. But imagine if you go to redwings.com, you could find out all the information you need.
It's been a glorious history of late, and kind of a rough decade here. So I mean, I love the opportunity to relish and live in the past. I'm way more excited about what's going on right now. But it's always cool for fans to get out there and meet some of their heroes. So hopefully fans will take advantage of that. But
and it seems like every living former Red Wing is going to be around at the various times for this weekend. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
A lot to celebrate in terms of what's happened here in all the Stanley Cups. But I'm liking what I'm seeing from this group, and you just want to know that it's real. And there was some exchanges the other day where, Axel Sandin Pellikka and Marco Kasper went in the corner to try and dig out a puck, and there were two much bigger San Jose Sharks in there, and it was a battle. And just the two young guys won the battle and took the puck out of there. And I'm like, that's what I like to see.
Yeah, just a 20-year-old and a 22-year-old, whatever it is.
Go into the corner with some vets and come out of the corner with the puck. And those are the small battles that are fought throughout the course of a game.
I guess I'm a little surprised, and maybe that's why I'm even more encouraged, because everything we heard in late spring, early summer about Sandin Pellikka was, he's really good, but don't expect him to make the roster. He still has a ways to go. He hasn't played against, real men just yet.
Right.
Give it some time. So it kind of tempered the enthusiasm of that. And he comes out in training camp and is not at all intimidated by anything, and earned a spot. And so did Emmett Finney. When you're able to start the season with young guys that are playing well, hitting the ice skating right away from the moment that they get their first shift, it's cool. It's cool to see that, because that's the plan that we had envisioned, the Yzer plan. For years we've been waiting to see the benefits of having the young guys play. And, it didn't work out with Brandzek Nygaard just yet, but imagine he'll make a reappearance later in the season. And Nate Danielson had a chance to make this team out of training camp, but he got hurt. So now he's down at Grand Rapids, and he's going to work hard to get back here. Having a young core of players is very encouraging, and these guys are they're getting it done right now.
Okay, straight ahead, Dan Campbell, why were no trades made? He answers that question. Hear what he had to say. And have you guys ever talked about saying, F them picks? Again, hear what the head coach had to say to those questions yesterday. That is straight ahead here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. We have updates in the death of Cowboys defensive end and Michigan native Marshawn Kneeland. The Frisco Police Department put out a statement today that says at approximately 10:40 last night, the Frisco PD responded to an assist call from another department attempting to locate a vehicle that had entered Frisco. Troopers located the car minutes later, crashed on the southbound Dallas Parkway. Reports indicated that a subject, later identified as Kneeland, fled the scene on foot. Officers initiated a search for Kneeland and during the search located him at 1:31 a.m. deceased with what appeared to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Frisco PD says the official cause and manner of the death will be determined by the Collin County Medical Examiner's Office. There is no indication as to what initiated Kneeland fleeing from the cops in the first place. We here at 97.1 want to remind everyone that if you or someone you know is struggling or in crisis, you are not alone. Help is available at the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline by dialing 988. A quick update from the Red Wings injury report. Patrick Kane practiced with the team today. He has missed the last 9 games with an upper body injury. The Wings face the Rangers tomorrow at 7 o'clock from LCA on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Carson Anderson, 97, won a ticket at Ford Field from the Michigan Association of Broadcasters Career Fair. I'm Doug Karsch. That is Scott Anderson. Scott, any big plans for this weekend?
Not yet. No, and I really should start thinking about that with no Michigan State being played on Saturday.
Yep.
So, time to think about
Time to
what
figure out what you wanna
what I
do.
want to do. Yeah, I think if the weather is going to be cooperative, then maybe it's time to start doing some things outside.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe thinking about getting some lights ready to go.
Christmas lights?
Well, I like to put. They're just the lights I have are like white lights. So, in my backyard, it makes me happy when they're up. It really does. I got to tell you.
Are these like year-round patio lights, or are you talking about specific
No, these are
holiday
they're like
lights?
Christmas lights, but I put them up in the holiday season. And,
Okay.
and they're just white. Although I do have some also that are red and green.
Good for you.
That at some point I'll probably add to it and put those on too. But for right now, I've got a fence around the pond so the dog doesn't go into the pond.
Right.
Not that she would. I mean, she's used to not having a fence around the pond, but just while it's getting ready to. Now there's a netting on top of the pond because we've kind of closed it up for the season. So I like to put the lights around the fencing and through the fencing. It looks kind of cool. So it makes me happy. And, I want to be happy.
Yeah,
So
sure.
what makes me happy is going to make me happy.
Okay, well, a few things. We talked about the Pistons. They've won 6 of 7. Another great fourth quarter from Cade with 19 points. Finished with in the fourth quarter. Finished with 31 and 10. Jalen Duren, look, he's a lob specialist, but now he's getting out running the floor a little bit more. He had 22 points and 22 rebounds. I don't know how many people saw this. The Asar Thompson touches per game stat. His touches per game from his first 2 years went from 31 to 33. This year he's averaging 56 touches per game.
Good.
Obviously being way more involved.
Way more involved, yes, which is great. Something else, I watched Pistons Live afterwards after the game was done, and they were interviewing Jalen Duren, and hearing him talk about how much he loves and relishes his role with this team. He loves setting picks. He knows he's a big guy. He goes, I love getting into the lane and filling an elbow and getting clocked here and there. He goes, I love it. I think it's great. And he goes, I love the role. I love my teammates. This is a team guy. And I don't know if he's just saying that just to say it because he didn't get the extension just yet, which will likely come at the end of the season. I'm sure that they'll sign him. But I really genuinely think that he does love his role, being a rim protector, and playing defense and setting the picks and doing the dirty stuff and being the tough guy who also can have a night where he's going to score 20 or 30 points and bring down 20 rebounds. It's fun to have a guy like that who's completely engaged in the defensive side of the ball because we've seen how successful a team can be when you play defense. It's not a popular thing to do in today's NBA. But I got to believe that, today's NBA, you got to score. And we all know that. You got to have shooters. And if you have that, great. But if you have a team that plays defense, then all of a sudden you become a contending team. And more guys that buy in, the better. And that, I think it was a big difference in last year's team when we asked J.B. Bickerstaff about it. He's like, yeah, we had guys buy into defense. That's the big difference. And to have Isaiah Stewart healthy again is another big reason why this team's off to the start that they're off to.
In the meantime, big game coming up for the Lions on Sunday to get back on track and to make everybody in Detroit just relax a little bit. Playing a bad team doesn't solve any issues when you're being held up to a Super Bowl standard. But playing a bad team and getting a win is important coming off this past performance against Minnesota. I went back and watched the Minnesota game again, and I felt better last night when I realized I think they win this game, not comfortably, but I think they win the game if David Montgomery doesn't fumble and if the Lions don't have two catastrophic special teams plays, the block field goal and the return that set up Minnesota in plus territory on their first drive. And I don't think those things are likely to happen again. And, they've played some games where they haven't. There's always, you come out of a game, I think there's always a checklist of things that you'd like to be better. But this one, I realized, without these catastrophic errors, I think they win this football game. And I don't think they're stuff we need to. I think we do need to worry about the O-line, okay? But I don't think we need to worry about David Montgomery having a fumbling problem, and I don't think we need to worry about special teams having catastrophic errors. I think it can happen, but those aren't things that are likely to keep happening. O-line, concern. I'm with everybody else on that. But I think they're good enough to even win games with that O-line performance. Just got to be buttoned up in other places that you typically are buttoned up.
Yeah, and we've seen this year where the offensive line has played very well and opened up holes in the game, and they've run the ball effectively. But I think by and large, it's been a disappointment with the running game this year, and where they're at after 8 games. I think they would admit that too, that they'd expect to be better off in that aspect of the game, because that changes everything. If you're able to run the ball, you're able to throw the ball better and more effectively, and they're throwing the ball just fine right now. But if they continue to flounder in the running game, then teams are going to get after the quarterback. And we saw Minnesota change some things up at the line of scrimmage. They showed the Lions stuff that they hadn't seen from Minnesota. They've seen it from other teams, but I guess they didn't expect it to come from Minnesota. And they weren't as prepared as they should have been. And it played a massive role in why it was, everybody attacked the quarterback for a large portion of that game. And they've got to figure that out. And I have confidence that the coaching staff will figure that out and be better. I don't think it's ever going to be elite with this group up front, but it can be better, and that's what they need to be. I think you're 100% right that there were a couple plays that really, really cost them. And are they uncharacteristic? Yeah. And when you put those uncharacteristic plays in the same game, it's a perfect storm and a perfect recipe to not win a game against a team that you probably should have beat.
Well, and Washington's a team they should beat. Defensively, Washington 28th in yards allowed per game, 22nd in points allowed per game, 19th in yards allowed per rush. They are 30th in quarterback rating against. They're 19th in quarterback pressures. Now, they have gotten home quite a bit, 13th in sacks, but really this is a good matchup for Detroit. The other story today that is just tragic and disturbing is the passing of Cowboys defensive end Marshawn Kneeland, the Western Michigan product, who was just 24 years old. And as the details come out, story here, and you might have heard in the update, but from the Dallas Morning News, at about 10:33 last night, the Texas Department of Public Safety troopers attempted to stop a vehicle, this is from the Dallas Morning News, for a traffic violation on the northbound lanes of the Dallas North Tollway near Keller Springs Boulevard. The driver refused to stop, resulting in a pursuit where the troopers lost sight of the vehicle. The vehicle was later located abandoned and had been involved in a crash in the southbound lanes of the Dallas Parkway near Warren Parkway. Initial reports showed that Kneeland fled the scene on foot. Officers established a perimeter and searched the area with assistance of a canine and drone units. Though it's not clear from whom, police received information that Kneeland had expressed suicidal thoughts. DPS troopers, along with Frisco police, found the driver Kneeland dead at about 1:31 a.m. from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. A tragic story.
That's awful.
And, obviously thoughts and prayers to anybody that may have known, and certainly, you just hope that people, when they're disturbed, they can seek help.
Yeah, it's tragic at any age, but when you hear somebody who's 24 decides to take their own life, it hits harder, and that's tough. It's awful.
Grand Rapids kid, went to high school in Wyoming, Michigan, played at Western Michigan from 2019 to 2023. Sad story today, and certainly thoughts and prayers to anyone who knew him with his Michigan ties. And you wonder, was he just had some
don't know
undiagnosed mental issues, or I hope, I don't know what I hope. It's an awful story. All right, straight ahead, we said we'd get back to the Lions, and Dan Campbell will play those two questions. Have you ever thought about saying F them picks, and why did you not make trades? We will get to that coming up today, starting at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson. Open lines 248-539-9797 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization, it matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. That's the website to go to, autolaw.com. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. All right, Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. All right, so look, it's a huge story, and it's, I know top of mind with people, and whenever you hear explanation from what the people that we've come to, for the most part, trust, like Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, but they're not perfect, and certainly we've talked about any failings that they've had, but what they're trying to do is tough, and what they're trying to do is unprecedented. Bring a Super Bowl to Detroit. And they've got themselves in the conversation, which is cool, but there's much debate over the path to get there. And that's the trade deadline came and went. No major moves were made. So, Dan Campbell, if you ever thought, did you and Brad ever talk about F them picks?
I'm curious about this. How is this question brought about? Like, how was it phrased? Did somebody actually say?
Kang, you listened to the press conference. We talked about it before the show today. How was this question phrased? Do you remember?
Yeah, my apologies to the reporter who asked it, but he brought up Les Snead and, the Brad Holmes background. He did say, there's that F them picks mentality. How do you guys feel about that?
He actually said F them picks. All right.
I mean, everyone knows it at this point, so yeah.
No, I know it. I was curious how, like, if you're going to ask that question, how do you frame it in a press conference form to try to seem professional without saying F them picks?
Well, apparently he just said F them picks.
Good for him.
So, did Brad and Dan ever talk about it? Here is what Dan Campbell said. Okay, good. I don't think you should have hard and fast rules in sports. I think it's silly. I think it's not reacting to the market. You have to keep everything in context. And, some years the players that are available at the trade deadline are real difference makers. Other years they might not be. And so, I'm guessing there's a bunch of people out there that don't believe him. They don't believe that they have these conversations and that they'd actually do it. But
I mean, I would find it hard to believe that it wouldn't have a conversation like that because they're still guys, right? And guys talk.
Right.
We talk all the time about stuff like that. And they're actually in the business, so I would imagine, of course, they've talked about it. But I don't know if anything would ever get to a realistic, heavy, deep discussion about it unless there was a player that they could acquire that was worthy of the F them picks mentality. And when I say worthy of it, not only does the player have to be great, but the player has to be available to them for more than just a rental. And that's what I got out of that. Like he said something to the effect of, for just, I forget if he even said rental or what the word he used there, but it made it seem like.
We're not going to give all those picks for just 1 year.
Yeah, they're not going to do that. So would they for somebody who had like a couple of years? Like if Sauce Gardner made sense for the Lions, would they have done that?
If Sauce Gardner was a all-pro guard.
Right, yeah, exactly. Would they have made that move to give up a couple of first-round picks and a player? I mean, probably not for a guard, but would you give up a first-round pick for a guard that you'd have control over for a few years? I think, yes, they would. It depends on the right player and the right circumstances. And, this trade deadline comes and goes, and it didn't look like that player was there that made sense for the Lions. It made sense for the Cowboys to go ahead and get Quinnen Williams. It made sense for the Colts to get Sauce Gardner. But and could either of those players have helped the Lions? Of course. Yeah, they're great players. But did it make sense for the Lions to try to get in the sweepstakes for the defensive back? It may have made more sense a few weeks ago.
Well,
but I think now that the priority ended up being an offensive lineman for this team, and they still didn't make the trade.
Here's the other thing that he sort of is just a reminder. They've drafted so well that they want to keep the players they've drafted. Because they want to keep the players they've drafted, money in the future is spent. Because money in the future is spent in a cap league, they're going to have so much of the cap used up by the veteran players that are good players that they have signed that they need to replenish other starting positions with cheaper players. What are cheaper players? Future draft picks. They're draft picks that help balance the books. I remember in the Red Wings, there was a time when the Red Wings were trying to make things work, and I can't remember who the player was, but we were discussing how much more production they were getting out of a specific player who was getting no getting paid nothing, but because he was playing so well, it allowed the Red Wings to basically have this player on a steal. I don't know why I brought this up. I can't even think of the damn player's name. It's a useless point. But when you're trying to balance the books, that's why they value the draft pick so much. Now, I'd be interested to go back and see if any of the Rams moves were for a rental.
Yeah, I mean, the
I don't
Jalen
think so.
Ramsey trade I thought was for multiple years.
Yes,
and
so
they
was
gave a bunch
Stafford.
of picks for him.
So was Stafford,
yeah.
multiple years. But
and then they re-up with Stafford.
Yep. Now, if the disconnect between what clearly what Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes believe, based upon that answer, and what some of the people that call our show is, they're not thinking at all about 2027 or 2028 or 2029. They want a Super Bowl right now, and they want as many resources poured into winning a Super Bowl right now. Do I understand that philosophy? Yes, I do. I do. I think there's multiple ways you could do it. I'm not convinced, though, that they aren't going to not only win one, but be in the mix for multiples. Because if you're drafting well, you're constantly replenishing the roster with talent. The cap makes it tough, and so are they going to come up short of their ultimate goal? I'm not betting against them. Like, I mean, right now, if I had to bet my professional career, will Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell win a Super Bowl together in Detroit? Sure. I believe that.
No, you're
and I'll quit my job. I'll quit my job.
How many years do you have left, really, Doug?
Not
I mean,
many.
come on.
I'll quit my job.
It's an empty bet. No, but I hear what you're saying, and I think that's the thing, is that these guys –
walking away.
These guys aren't thinking about here and now, and this is the only opportunity. These guys they're thinking about the future, because these guys that they have re-signed, and there's a litany of them, that they've signed long-term, that they expect this team to be ultra-competitive for the next several seasons. And I understand the philosophy with the FDM picks in both ways. I see it when you want to go for it, go for it. But I don't know if that player was there for them to really go ahead and say that at this point. And I understand what they're doing. You hang on to those picks because 4 years from now, you're going to need the cheap player, or you're going to want to have – you're hoping that player is replacing one of these guys that's going to be expiring from his contract. Maybe that player's not as good as he was anymore, and you're certainly not going to want to give that guy a second contract that's going to pay them $30 million a year. So you need to have the guy you drafted 2 years ago, to be the guy.
I just took it to 11, by the way. I just made a submit my resignation guarantee.
Kinda did.
All right, one more here from Dan Campbell. Why no trades? Why no trades? Here's what the Lions coach had to say. Okay, well, that was Birchie, I think. As far as, that's another one of the vetting the person thing. They really, when you're a coach and you're a GM from one team, how much you dialed in on whether or not a player from another team would fit in your locker room? It seems like a tough thing. You can vet him at the draft a little bit, but what if it's a guy you didn't look at the draft?
It's tough. I think that's where you have to rely on your relationships you have with other teams, and the relationships you have with the players that you've had in your during your tenure, whether the guys are currently on the roster or not, to ask around and see. I think it's tough, and the Lions have set a standard really high of of the character of the person that they want to bring in here.
Yep.
And maybe that's another little insight into why they haven't made the big splash at the trade deadline over the years. Then they need to move last year for sure. But the move it wasn't a Max Crosby move. It wasn't a Trey Hendricks move. It was a Zadarius Smith move. So it's a different level and different levels of risk. If you're going to risk giving up the picks, I feel like you really need to know who that player is.
Well, one thing that philosophy has paid dividends in that I always talk about nonsense. There's not a lot of nonsense with the Lions. Not a lot.
No.
I mean, every once in a while a story will pop up. I mean, people make mistakes, but it felt like in the past there was nonsense that got in the way of winning, whether it be locker room stuff, weird social media posts, guys with off-the-field issues that cost them playing time. I mean, it just their vetting has at least cut down on that. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, coming up today at 12:45, the latest on Tarek Skubal, as there's more reporting of other teams that want to get involved here. And I want to know if you saw this highlight last night. If you didn't, it was hysterical. Somebody got caught. And I want your take on it. We will get to that today at 12:32. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson here on The Ticket. Hey, FanDuel. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or the last TD, you'll win your bet, but you'll also win a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to take your shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Must apply Profit Boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split evenly amongst all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We are at Ford Field for the Michigan Association of Broadcasters Career Fair. We've talked to a lot of young people here. And Scott?
Doug?
Did you see Ovechkin's 900th goal?
I did not.
Okay. That's unfortunate. You're a big hockey guy, and I'm sure you will see. I'm sure the highlight will be available. But what I want to talk about is what happened after the goal.
Yep.
Jordan Binnington, the goaltender for the St. Louis Blues.
Oh, yeah.
For people who missed it, after the goal was scored, he reached into the goal, fished the puck out, and stuffed it down his goalie pants. What do you make of this move?
Well, first of all, I want to know if it was done like stealthily, like he really intended to take that puck home with him, or did he do it half jokingly and saying, of course, he knew that they were going to come looking for the 900th goal. He's the first player in history to have 900 goals. It's, I get it. It's one of those milestones because he hits a number, an even number, which we seem to really covet, even though the one that beat Gretzky is really the one that matters. So that's what I would have to ask. It sounds like, from what I've heard this morning from people talking about it, that no, he really intended to take that puck home with him. Now, which I find hysterical on a number of different levels. First of all, the fact that you even think that you can pull one over when there are cameras everywhere is funny. Yeah.
There are cameras everywhere?
Everywhere. Two, that you think that you were entitled to that puck and that you were going to get away with it. Okay, great. And the last is that you stuffed it down your pants. So what is that? I mean, at some point you're going to skate over during a commercial break and go over to the bench and then fish it out of your hockey pants and hand it to the equipment guy and say, okay,
hang on to this.
Hang on to this.
Yeah.
Because it just seems so stupid. The whole thing seems stupid. If he really was trying to scam that puck, it's not a good look. It really isn't a good look.
So if he were smart, he would have had a bogus puck already stuffed down his pants. And he would have grabbed the real puck, stuck it in one side of his pants, and then when called upon, fished the bogus puck out.
Oh, the old switcheroo.
The switcheroo.
The old switcheroo.
Yeah.
Yeah, except the one he would give out would then be the one that was valued because, he could say, oh, no, I held on to this other one. No one's going to believe him. Or unless, I don't know if there are chips in the puck at this point.
You have the watermark? The watermark? MLB puts a watermark on the puck.
There it is, the solution.
Kang, you are a collector. I don't know that you've collected any sort of memorabilia or valued anything with like a hockey puck. Do you have any idea to even ballpark what that puck might be worth?
No, this is something where you let the market decide. Obviously, you can look at some comparable comps, which would be like other big significant goals. Obviously, no one's had 900 before. But yeah, just big time goal like Wayne Gretzky's, 7th and 800, all that stuff. You just kind of go off that, but then the market has changed as well. The player matters as well. I couldn't ballpark it. I didn't do research. I could give you what the others, significant pucks have sold for. But this is a pretty good one, and I totally understand why Jordan Binnington would want to take this one. This is hilarious.
This isn't finders keepers world. This is like, because if a ball gets hit into the stands or in a baseball game, that's
different. That's negotiation. Different. Yeah, this is you fish the puck out of the net and you give it to the guy, and he gives it to the equipment guy. They put a piece of tape on it and then write on it 900 goal. And then
100%.
It goes to the Hockey Hall of Fame. But this isn't. I mean, some deflected puck that ends up into the stands isn't worth anything because it just all it was a stoppage and play.
Yeah.
So the funny thing is, if he was a real crook, Binnington, he would have had another puck already in his pants. Okay,
right, yeah,
and he would have gave that puck
that,
over.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
I mean, this could be up there with. Honestly, this is such a big goal, and no one's ever done it. And like you guys mentioned, pucks like this you can't just get this puck. A home run ball goes into the crowd. A goal does not go into the crowd unless it went through the net somehow over the the boards, right? This would make it maybe even more significant and just harder to. I mean, this could be valued up there with like an Ohtani ball. I don't know. This is
18 seasons of 50-goal seasons.
Yeah,
that's how ridiculous this milestone is. 18 years of 50-goal seasons. So I'm not saying it can't happen again. What I'm saying is it's going to take a while before this happens. Thomas again. So I think this is a valuable
So
piece of memorabilia.
There's kind of, I mean, there's a way I sift through this story. There's two things. One is how much is the puck going to get? Two is, does the whole world hate Jordan Bennington now for being this selfish guy trying to sneak this puck away that he has no right to?
Has he spoken out yet?
I haven't heard anything.
I mean, because if I'm him and you haven't said anything yet, the next time you come into contact with the media, which may be a scrum after practice today or whatever, that you just laugh about it.
Yep.
And like, of course, who wouldn't try to take that puck? No, I knew I wasn't going to be able to hang on to it. Just play it off like it's a gag.
Yeah.
Because if there's even a hint that you were dead serious in trying to steal that puck,
dude, and it
or
doesn't
not
help.
steal it. It just or take that puck, I guess.
It doesn't help that when you stick it down your pants, it's like because you're going to keep playing with a puck in your pants.
Right.
So
it's
not like you're acting like you didn't know. You were trying to sneak the puck out of the rink because if he picked it out of the net and skated over to his own equipment guy and gave it to him, that would have been like, oh, I was just, But by sneaking it, like, how do you defend? You can't say I didn't know. You can't say I was trying to disguise that I had the puck.
That's why you have to use the phrase, I was just joking.
You think that's going to be believable?
I was kidding around. Well, I think it'll be believable if you're laughing hysterically while you're saying it.
Yeah.
Because you have to make a joke out of it. You can't, like I said, you can't give even a hint that you were serious about doing it because you will be lambasted. You will be hated in every arena you go to. You'll be greeted with signs and chants that are really unbecoming of who you are as a player.
I do wonder if this was the kind of thing that came up in the locker room before the game or had been talked about and the goalies were joking about it or the players were joking. Hey, you should grab that puck. Yeah, I should grab that puck because it sounds like the kind of thing that might start with a locker room conversation.
This is a goalie chat group. All right, whoever gets it, make sure that you take the puck and don't give them the satisfaction of ever seeing that puck again.
Yeah, well, it's probably not. He has some explaining to do, I guess.
Oh, they're explaining.
Yep.
I would have done the same thing, guys.
Would you?
Why not? What's going to happen? They're not going to suspend him or anything. I mean,
no, they're not. He's just going to be considered.
No, he'll just be a pariah.
Yeah, I think people around the league won't like him.
Dude, I don't know about that, man. Did you see the last Aaron Rodgers game versus the Colts? Every single Colt asked him for his jersey. Like, it was ridiculous. And he had to turn everybody down. Players know nowadays memorabilia, jerseys, cleats, pucks. They want it, man. Bats, gloves, everything.
But there's
Everyone's
a
asking for
difference between asking somebody after the game for something of theirs as opposed to trying to confiscate the goal that sets
shot,
the milestone
dude.
before anybody
That was his only shot, man. And getting that thing was to just jock it. That's it. You know, otherwise, it's not coming back to you, dude.
He jocked the puck.
Yeah, so listen, I don't think this is definitely to me at least a six-figure puck. Does it get into the $1 million range? Maybe some rich Russian billionaire, right? That depends. I mean, all that matters. But this is definitely
an oligarch.
Bringing in oligarchs into the conversation.
So yeah, I mean, this puck is to me it's could be incredibly valuable, but it is also hockey. So
now we're getting into something though, a conspiracy. Had an oligarch already reached out to Bennington?
There you go.
Said, "I'll pay that puck, and you'll get the finder's fee."
It's going to go straight to the Oval Office.
Interesting.
I think this is seriously though. I think this is it would be a very expensive puck, but I don't think it's going to go to auction. I think it's going to go straight to either the Hockey Hall of Fame or it goes to Alex Ovechkin.
Gator, you see that name I just underlined on that piece of paper there? Right
yes.
There. Would you want him back? Would he be a good one to talk about in a Skubal trade?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I got it.
How about any of those names? Because another team is apparently interested, and their writers are talking about what it might take to get him.
I mean, yes. I'm
okay.
Sorry. I had to put it into context.
No,
there's interest in that player.
Let's get to those names coming up next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Right now is the perfect time to improve your home with CGC Home Services. Save on select Connecticut water systems and enjoy the benefit of advanced air purification for a healthier home. It's what's in our home, and our family benefits from them. From plumbing and cleaner air and water, they deliver solutions you can count on. Call CGC Home Services at 855-339-4242. Your home is their priority. CGC Home Services, 855-339-4242. Call them today or visit them at cgchomeservices.com and tell them Doug Karsch sent you. All right, Scooble trade stuff. Look, Major League Baseball free agency starts today, which has all the insiders writing about what they're hearing in the offseason. Buster Olney wrote of Tarek Skubal, the only thing in this situation, it seems, is that Skubal will not sign a long-term deal with Detroit before he reaches free agency. Jesse Rogers from ESPN. Some believe the Tigers can still squeeze another playoff season out of him and then reassess under perhaps a new economic climate in baseball. Others believe Tigers president Scott Harris is too smart to let him walk for nothing more than draft pick compensation under the current system, with the hopes that whoever he might get in return helps the Tigers in 2026 and not just long term. Jeff Passan says everyone wants Skubal, the soon-to-be American League Cy Young Award winner, but as of now, the industry expects Detroit to hold on to him, even with free agency approaching after the 2026 season. There's a few things that are really interesting here, and that is one is the unpredictability of the next collective bargaining agreement.
Mm-hmm.
What if the compensation for a Cy Young Award winner is up to 3 first-round picks? Now, you don't get those right away, but I'm just making that up, okay?
Yeah.
But what we don't know, what Skubal doesn't know, what the Tigers don't know, what are those parameters? What if it's a hard cap? What if the result of this is a hard cap? Which seems unlikely, but if you start changing the rules, suddenly it changes the way you approach Skubal. And we don't know what the rules are. Now, baseball's coming off a wildly popular World Series with great TV ratings. People have talked about it as one of the great World Series ever played, so it stands to reason that baseball will have a lengthy work stoppage right after that happens. Because that's the way baseball, the season that baseball has killed in '94 was brutal.
One they almost killed a few years ago.
Yeah.
So getting to the bargaining table late.
Anyway, I have no faith in baseball getting this done when the sport is about as healthy in terms of fan popularity as it's been in a long time. With that said, we're trying to deal with a Skubal contract that may never get signed in Detroit, so do you trade him now to get something for him as opposed to losing him in free agency? Buster Olney suggested that Seattle, the Mets, and Boston could get involved. Now, the Mets, we had Steve Phillips yesterday. We played that soundbite from him on MLB Network, where he suggested right-handed pitching prospect Jonah Tong, who's the 46th best pitcher in baseball, prospect in baseball, who's ready to make his major league debut this year. Brandon Sproat, former top starting pitching prospect. Brett Beatty, a third baseman with a 748 OPS and 18 home runs, who I believe is 25. And Luis Angel Jimenez, who's got elite speed and defensive skills. He doesn't really have the hit tool, but that those 4 players for Skubal could make sense. A writer for Boston.com wrote, Boston has the assets needed to pry a player like Skubal away from Detroit, be it MLB regulars like Jarren Duran, Wilyer Abreu, amongst them, or younger assets like Marcelo Mayer, Christian Campbell, Peyton Toddy. If that's how you pronounce it. Is it Tolly? Sorry, I can't
know if it's Tolly or Toll.
Can't read my writing here.
Tolle.
Connolly Early and other trade chips. Jarren Duran is an outfielder who's 28 years old, who's got great speed. He's an OPS guy. He has a high OPS. He can hit for some power. He can steal you bases. He'll steal 20, 30 bases a year. And Marcelo Mayer is a guy that was talked about as the top prospect in baseball.
I've been hearing about Marcelo Mayer for a long time, and that didn't the Tigers pass on him to take somebody else?
I don't remember. Dude.
But I've been hearing about him for forever, and he's been a minor league guy, and then getting a chance to play in the majors has been okay. But, no, a package from Boston could be very intriguing. Duran's great.
Yeah.
You know, that'd be nice, and it might solve an issue that you have in the outfield. If you're ready to move on from Parker Meadows, then there's a guy. The prospects are intriguing. Peyton Tolle and Connolly Early are both left-handed pitchers. One of them is like 6'6", high strikeout guys, low ERA guys at this point in their careers at the minor league level. They both got a taste of Major League Baseball and didn't do great this past season, but what they were in the minors was great, and that's intriguing to get a couple of arms. And again, the Tigers organization does not have a bunch of starting pitching built in there, where guys that are high-level prospects that you feel are can't-miss guys at the Major League level. I mean, it's just not built that way. They're built with the position players, and they need to get more pitching prospects. This would certainly populate that with better pitching prospects. And I think you got to be so careful because you have this amazing trade chip, and you don't want to blow it.
No.
With Tarik Skubal. Of course, every fan would rather just sign him.
Yep.
Let's just give him a long-term deal, give him a 6-year, $300 million deal, and see if he takes it, and move on from there. But that's why this offseason is huge. They need to find out. They need to know. And maybe they already know that there's absolutely no way in hell that Scott Boras is not going to let his guy go to free agency.
Well, I read those quotes. Jeff Passan, Buster Olney, they're kind of differing. Olney thinks there's no way he's signing in Detroit. Passan says that they may try and hang on to him, and because of the new collective bargaining agreement, you don't know what's going to happen.
Like maybe you could buy yourself a very short-term extension.
2021 MLB draft, Jackson Jobe, they took him at 3. Marcelo Mayer, the shortstop, went 4. I'm always hesitant now. I'm getting to the point where I'm hesitant now with talking about these things because I don't want to create unrealistic expectations, which eventually has.
What you're doing.
For
me personally.
Well, but there's, I mean, it's being written in Boston.
Sure.
Right? It's floating names out there.
Wouldn't be the first time the Tigers have dealt a pitcher to Boston.
But honestly, if you're going to trade him, it has to be for a while, right?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. You can't just do it for, okay.
I mean, this is – I can't imagine a trade where we'd have to start digging and going, is this a good trade? We want to know right away. It has to be so good that we know right away it's a good trade.
Well, yeah, and you have to get – you're trading Tarek Skubal. I don't want just prospects. I need a guy who's going to be on my roster right now who's an all-star. Frankly, that's what you have because you're giving up the best pitcher in baseball. If you're going to trade him, you're trading the best pitcher in baseball. You have to get all-star caliber players in return, not guys that you think could be all-stars, guys you know are all-stars. They legitimately are, like Jarren Durant.
Yeah.
He is 100% bona fide in that regard. So, okay, you can see where it would start with a conversation like that, that you have to get a player in return in addition to prospects, because it's not just going to be a player. I mean, it's not a one-for-one swap. We're not doing that.
Oh, no.
You can do one-for-one swaps at the trade deadline for a rental. You want a Cespedes for somebody like the Tigers have done in the past. That's fine. Okay, you can do that, but that's not – this is Tarek Skubal. And this is a whole different ball game, and you're assuming that, you have to also know that the Red Sox, for them to make a trade, they have to have assurances too. So you got to bring Scott Boras in the conversation. Because if Boras is hell-bent on getting his client to free agency, does that mean he's hell-bent on doing it regardless of who they trade him to? Because that team that's trading for him, how big of a risk, how much of a chance are they going to take that they could lose him for nothing?
I suspect that Boras would go to them and say, here's a contract we'd sign, and we want an out after every season, a player option, because that's what he did with Bregman. The other team, the Mariners. Full disclosure, my
bring your nephew back?
My nephew's name is showing up. And I don't know if these bloggers know what they're talking about, right?
Right.
But, the Mariners have interest in him. And, of course, he went to Seattle University. Did Skubal.
Skubal, right.
Yeah. We'll see.
But if you're going to give me somebody from the Mariners, I want someone from their active roster.
Sure.
Someone who's good. Damn good.
Sure.
Okay, Julio Rodriguez. Can we talk?
There's no way they're.
That's what I'm saying.
Right, exactly.
That's if you're the Tigers. That's what you want.
Yeah. Well, you want. Like I've looked at these players. Like, why are the Mets giving up on? Why would the Mets give up on Brett Beatty and Luis Angel Jimenez? And I'm like, well, they have some redundancy in these guys. But I got to tell you, I like them both in the Tiger lineup, especially if you're getting 2 young arms along with it, as Steve Phillips projected. And I like Duran a lot with the Tigers, especially if you're getting a bunch of prospects with him, because you have to help the 2020. You have to help the 2026 Tigers.
Yeah,
they're going to go into next year, and they're going to have Flaherty. They're going to have Jobe. Is Jobe back? No, it's Reese Olson. Now, if Reese Olson
comes back,
don't know if I have Jobe back.
Jobe might be back by the end of the season.
Casey Mize. Troy Melton might play a role here.
I imagine Troy Melton's in the rotation.
And I mean, but it'd be good to get a starting pitcher that can be good next year. He's not going to be Skubal, but he's going to be good. But if you improve your everyday lineup and bring in a Duran, a player of that ilk, or Beatty and Angel Jimenez, Luis Angel, the first name's Luis Angel, last name's Jimenez. Oh, sorry. Anyway, you bring those guys in, you help the lineup, and you get a good pitcher.
I think it's really unfortunate where the timing is right now because of the collective bargaining agreement, for one.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that's really unfortunate is we're this close, to seeing some of these prospects we
Oh,
really
dude,
covet
yeah.
making it, and like, okay, are they
Right.
good or not? And you don't know until you see it.
We want to envision a future with Max Clark and Kevin McGonigal
Right, so you
playing in the field behind Tarek Scoop.
Exactly. So I can pencil one guy's the shortstop, the other guy's the center field, and bang. I don't need to look, talk about position redundancy here. And, I could look elsewhere and, where these guys are going to factor in. Where is Max Anderson going to play, third base for the Tigers or second base for the Tigers? I mean, what are they doing? Are they going to trade, one of these other players that they have? Are they going to trade Parker Meadows? Are they going to trade Colt Keefe? Are they going to trade Spencer Torkelson? These are moves that they're going to consider this offseason because they have guys that they think are ready to come up. And also, if you're going to if you're going to trade Tarek Skubal, you're bringing in more players that are going to want positions.
The skill set it takes for Scott Harris to take this coveted asset and make the Tigers better by moving him is it's one heck of a trick. It's very difficult to do. Sometimes, though, the team that brings in all of the young the draft capital, the young players for Herschel Walker, sets themselves up for the future. And that's what I don't know if Harris can do this.
Because this team's already, I got it, set yourself up for the future. It would make sense if this team was a bad team. It's not a bad team.
No, it's not a bad team.
It's a really good team.
And so how do you stay competitive on the field in 2026 and then in 2027 to 2028 going, God, I'm glad we got these guys.
Because they're really good in part because of Tarek Skubal.
Carson Anderson, 97 The Ticket.
Dallas Cowboys defensive end and Michigan native Marshawn Kneeland passed away from an apparent suicide last night. The Cowboys announced Kneeland's passing this morning. Reports from Frisco police and TMZ indicate Kneeland spiraled after a mental health episode and evaded police before taking his own life. Kneeland was native of Grand Rapids and played 5 collegiate seasons at Western Michigan before being drafted by the Cowboys in the second round in 2024. An excerpt from a quote from Western Michigan head football coach Lance Taylor reads, "My heart is absolutely broken over the loss of Marshawn Kneeland. Our entire Bronco football family is devastated, and we send our deepest prayers to his family, teammates, and all who loved him. Marshawn will forever be a part of the Bronco Brotherhood," unquote. Marshawn Kneeland was 24 years old. A reminder that if you or someone you know is struggling or in crisis, you are not alone. Help is available at the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline by calling or texting 988. The Red Wings are back in action at home tomorrow, and they could get one of their stars back on the ice as Patrick Kane practiced with the team today. Todd McClellan said they were encouraged by what they saw and will make a decision as to whether he can skate tomorrow. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to James. You're next on 97.1. Hi, James.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Enjoy your show like always.
Thank you.
I'm in the camp of I do want to see Derek Screwball traded. You know, he's proven to me with a track record now of 2 years in a row of not being there in Game 5. He gave up the Grand Slam to Cleveland, and then he brought himself out of the game. You know, a Verlander or Scherzer or a Jack Morris would not do that. I want a pitcher that has heart that says, give me the ball. 80% Screwball is better than what we had in that bullpen. When he brought himself out of the game, they showed me he did not want the ball.
Yeah, he didn't bring himself out of the game. He and A.J. Hinch talked about how long they were going to go with him prior to the inning, and they made that decision together. It's a different era of baseball. I mean, I get it. We all love the era of baseball where guys would throw 125, 140 pitches, and Jack Morris's case was more than that. But it's not today's baseball. Even if you look at, and I know people want to say, well, look what the Dodgers did. Even Yamamoto, when he had his complete game, he threw like 103 pitches. So it's all about a pitch count at this point. It's no longer about innings. It's about the pitch count, and they get nervous when guys are throwing that much. And, you can like it or not like it, but it's how it is.
So, but, again, he gave up the Grand Slam in Cleveland. That was
okay, yeah, and then he was money for them. I mean, he pitched really well in the playoffs this year.
Except the Game 5.
What do you mean except Game 5?
He did pitch well in Game 5. Yeah, he did pitch well in Game 5. Look,
he just didn't pitch as long as you
as
wanted
more
him.
As more time goes on, I have to admit it's bothering me more and more. Yeah, he was at 99, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. But
so the next pitch he thrown would have been over 100, which would be to start an inning.
Yeah. Look, I trust A.J. Hinch. I do. I really do, and I think it's ultimately his call. I have to admit, the more time that goes by, it's bothering me. And it didn't bother me as much in the moment. It's bothering me more now, and I'm not quite sure why.
Well, I will admit, too, it bothers me as well because I don't like that it's like a hard and fast rule. The pitchers aren't going to do this. They're not going to go past 110 pitches. Can't do that. And I'm like, well, why? How about why not? And I understand.
There's ever a time.
You're right. I mean, you'd like to see that. And I would like to say it. I'm not yelling at the caller. I just that's the problem with baseball. Is like it is what it is these days. This is how the game is played now, and I don't necessarily like it either. But I think we have to accept that is how it is until someone decides, you know what? No, analytics can show us otherwise. That guys are they can very well handle another inning of work or another 15 pitches or whatever it takes. What they don't want to do is let that pitcher see the lineup a fourth time through, for sure a fourth time through. And they don't even love it when they see him a third time through because the analytics show you that it's going to get bad at some point.
Of course, if Skubal, the question is Skubal over 100 pitches going through a lineup again still better than what they'd bring out of the bullpen? And could he have gotten him another inning? Look, I'm not in Tarik Skubal's body. I don't know how his arm felt. His conversations with AJ. I'm just slightly bothered by it, and I was not bothered by it originally, and as I don't know why, Gator, and I got to wrap my head around why it's bothering me more and more.
I think that Max Scherzer is saying, I'm not coming out of the game.
Yeah,
a few weeks ago, people, but Max Scherzer doing it, right? Everybody's like, oh, that's a former Tug. Look at him standing up. Max Scherzer had given up like 3 runs to that point and had only thrown like 70 pitches. It's not like Max Scherzer, he was in the 8th inning. He was in the 5th inning. He was begging to stay in the 5th. It's a different situation.
Yeah.
But he looks tough because he's talking back to the manager, and he's like, that's what I want. I want a guy's going to fight for it.
Aesthetically, the aesthetics probably get overplayed. But Yamamoto, then what he did in the World Series, would Skubal have done the same thing in a Game 7? He might have.
Oh, I think in a Game 7 in the World Series, I think 100%, if Tarik Skubal had pitched Game 6, he'd pitch Game 7.
And yet, it's just like a Game 7 of World Series. Game 5 was do or die. It was do or die. And it didn't happen. And I
don't think teams treat it the same way as they do with
I don't think
World
they
Series.
do, but I think in a do or die game, that's when you absolutely, even if the tank is empty, I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
I feel like this is unfair criticism, to be honest with you, but it just doesn't sit well with me.
Because you see it go both ways. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You're damned if you do if you take him out because, look what just happened. He gave up a run, and he could have won that game if he was only in there for another inning. And you're damned if you don't. If you leave him in, there's Pedro
Well, if you
Martinez.
get it wrong, yeah.
Right. And then the Pedro
Who gave
Martinez
up the home run.
example is there, and everybody's like, forget it.
Update from Lions practice report, not practicing today.
Not practicing.
Not practicing. Joseph O'Connor and Sailors. Practicing in the window open to the media, Decker, Sewell, and Skipper. Working off to the side, DJ Reed.
All right, so there's some good news. Look, Reed's not going to get activated, but it's good to see that he's back to practicing a little bit on the side, working. I think he worked on the side yesterday as well.
Yep.
That's good news. So you're hearing Decker and Sewell. Sewell's not going to be a problem. He basically said he's playing. Decker is interesting. And Skipper. Those are your left tackles. So hopefully one of those guys is definitely hopefully both healthy enough to play. But I imagine that with Decker it's a little bit more delicate because it's multiple injuries, and you're really trying to manage him. And if Skipper's 100% ready to go, which he's never going to be 100%, but if he's ready to go, do you tell Taylor Decker to sit out a week?
I don't hate it, even though it might cost him. I'm not worried. I mean, the weird thing is, and this is a fact.
Yep.
Lions are currently in the last playoff spot. And I want to lose a game right now. I don't want to be residing outside the playoff field, even if we think it's only temporary. Who do they play next? They play Philly. Do you want to make sure you get the win against Washington before you go to Philly? Because if you don't play Decker, you lose this game, and then you're going to Philly?
Well, if you assume you're playing Decker, and maybe it's a whole different thing. But
good God, Gator, we're staring down the barrel of 5-5,
which I think a lot of people probably had them.
That's actually true.
When they go game by game in the whole schedule game. I feel confident this team is going to respond on Sunday and play a really good game.
I think so too.
I think the coaching staff is pissed. I think the players are pissed. And when we talked to Jared Goff on Tuesday, he didn't. I don't think it was that was not a cheery Jared Goff, and it wasn't just because they lost. I think it's the way that they lost, and it's frustrating because they know that they're absolutely capable of playing better, and we've seen it. I think this team's going to win regardless who plays left tackle on Sunday.
It's Carson Anderson, 97-1, The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox from an unnamed texter. Nothing to feel better about with the Lions. Just another win against another bad team. I presented earlier why you could feel better about the Lions. Two things. One is the team they're playing this Sunday is a team they should beat, even if the Lions are banged up. Two is going back and watching this is why I feel better about them. I went and watched the Minnesota game again, and I think two things happened in that game that aren't going to happen again. One is Dave Montgomery fumbling deep in his own territory, and the other is I don't think special teams are going to give up catastrophic mistakes. Two of them in the same game. All three of those things conspired heavily against the Lions in that game. As far as the last outcome, the final outcome's concerned, those are things I don't think are repeatable, and that's why the person said in the text, nothing to feel better about. Okay. Stoney writes in, the Lions will lose their second game in a row. Look at the offensive stats. Near the worst in third down conversions. Near the bottom in yards per attempt. The OC needs to be fired when we lose this Sunday. I can look
at...
Is
it Mike Stone?
It's Stoney. I doubt it's Mike Stone. So a stat, here's another stat. They're third in the league in points scored. Is that a crisis? Do we need to fire? Sure, you found a couple metrics. Got it. We do this all the time. You find something in sports, you say, this is it. This is the thing that I'm not negotiable on. And apparently for this person, it's third down conversions and yards per attempt.
I mean, third down conversions
points.
Points, but a lot of those points were early. I understand that there's some frustration with it, and the Lions share the frustration on third down. It's not.
Those aren't great.
It's not good, and they need to be better there. But it's not a fireable offense at this point.
I wouldn't think.
I think it's kind of ridiculous there. It's a knee-jerk reaction to a game you just saw that was less than enthusiastic for the offensive line.
Mike and Nova, I feel like it's not about winning. It's about how they're winning. They've won most of the games this year with the offense not playing up to expectations. The concern comes from people believing that this is just who they are this year and they don't have explosiveness that they did last year. And that the Bears have it now.
Well, the Lions have not had as many explosive plays, I think, that they've had in the past. They've had some, and they're loud. You see them. You know, the Jahmyr Gibbs run and some passes to J-Mo have been big. We've got some big-time plays made by Laporta as well. But by and large, I think those numbers are down year to year. This is not the same team they had a year ago. And the big difference is Frank Ragnow. He's not here. And it's a work in progress with this offensive line. And they have to get healthy. They have to get smart. And they got to just play better.
I think the defense is better.
I think the defense is better. But the offensive line, that's the lifeblood of this
team.
No,
true.
That's
true.
Not good.
Look, if you're expecting them to win with this year's team the way they won last year, it's going to be different.
And let me say this. I just said it's not good. It's mediocre, I think, is what it is. And we're used to it being elite. And it's not. It's nowhere near elite right now.
John writes in, I think Laporta is going to be the best player in the field again Sunday. I think he's the only proven hands we have this season.
Well, I think, again, how many passes do you expect to see Amon-Ra St. Brown drop the rest of the way? I feel like he's already hit his quota, and that's it. No more out of you.
Kind of, right?
Because it's completely out of character to see him drop passes, and we've seen a few drops in the last several games. I don't expect to see that from him. He's too good. He works too damn hard to have, that creep up time and time again. So, for me, Amon-Ra is the guy I'm calling out. I think he's going to have a monster game on Sunday.
Marlon Wall Lake says, gentlemen, what a joke. I can't believe the Lions didn't make some kind of trade to help the offensive line. There's no way they can make the playoffs with this current offensive line. I don't see it. I think Brad really dropped the ball, and they're easily going to miss the playoffs now. This is coming from a Lions fan since 1990.
So easily not going to make the playoffs? I don't know if I would say that. I think that this is a tough division. I think the NFC West is a tough division. They've got 3 6-win teams there, but every team in the North is 500 or better. I think the Lions end up winning the division. They're going to make the playoffs. Again, is this a knee-jerk reaction that you think that there's no way they're going to make the playoffs? Are you sold on the other teams being that much better than the Lions that they're not going to make the playoffs?
A whole bunch of which didn't make trades, by the way.
Right, exactly. San Francisco didn't make a trade. Did Seattle make?
Seattle
did.
Trade. San Francisco didn't. Green Bay
the Rams
didn't.
didn't.
Rams didn't. Who else in the NFC?
That's contending.
It's contending. Carolina's 5-4. They didn't. Did I mention San Francisco? San Francisco
I did.
Yeah.
The only team that made a move was Philadelphia.
Seattle did.
Yeah, in Seattle, I guess.
The source of all the angst from Lions fans is because the strength of our team has previously been the offensive line, and now that appears to be our biggest liability. That is a precipitous decline from just 1 year ago. Next one, with our current offensive line and Goff being immobile, we lose in the wild card round. Next one, Lions fans are the worst. These are the same people who blamed Stafford for 10 years. What are you watching? Next one, I think the 40% that has given up, that was our Twitter poll, was just outraged and angry after the loss. If we win 4 of the next 5 games, like the Lions we know, their tune changes. Well, I always like to look at bigger pictures. If you zoom out and look at the offensive line play, it wasn't a 1-week issue. It hasn't been up to the standard. But also zooming out, the defense is playing better. That might make up for it in terms of the results of the games. It might need to. We might need to ask Dan Campbell's asked people that need to step up. Like, he singled out people and said, this needs to be better. The coaching needs to be better. He doesn't sugarcoat things.
No. And I think when he speaks out in public like that, I think the team responds. So I expect them to respond.
Yep.
And interesting with the offensive line, I could see a path where in a year or two it could be back to being elite. But you've got so much inexperience there right now, and guys maybe playing out of position right now that it's not going to look how it looks a year or two from this point. And look, Miles Frazier's back at practice. Apparently very emotional for him to get back to practice, which is cool. And that's a guy who can play both guard and tackle. But he's also he's a rookie and has yet to play, so you don't know what to expect. I don't expect much this year, but next year and the year after that, hopefully that's a plus position to go with, the trajectory of the career that you have from Ratledge and others.
Didn't some team just win a Super Bowl with 2 rookie guards or go to? I feel like 2 rookie guards. We've heard about this before. I have to do some research to see if I can figure out who that was. I can't. I swear we've seen that before, but. Look, Frazier's been out for a long time. I'm not sure. For what a joke guy. Is this a contest to see who can make the most negative comment? They will never win another game and be shot to the moon. Elon Musk will move and be sold to Elon Musk, who will move the team to the moon. Yeah, that's worse than what they've come up with yet. Let's go to Rico Beard, who's back in our studios. What's up, man?
What's going on, guys?
How are you?
Yeah, what are you guys doing today?
It's the Michigan Association of Broadcasters, their job fair. So we're down here. A little community service supporting.
Did you hire anybody?
We did not. We did not hire anybody.
We did talk to your colleague at LTU.
Yep.
Kevin.
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good guy. Good guy.
Great guy.
Kenny hit the drop, by the way. Wasn't me.
Okay. Yeah, that was weird.
I was like, who played that? Oh, okay. That went live over the air. So,
what do you guys got planned coming up next?
We're going to talk a little bit about the Tigers free agency. Plus, we're going to rank. The Athletic did something where they ranked the Big Ten football coaching jobs. We're going to re-rank them our way, and then we're going to get into this Tom Brady clone dog thing.
All right.
Yeah.
Have a great show. Everybody out there, stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
That was a great update. Who was that supposed to be, Kenny?
We're having system issues back here. That was supposed to be a Shabbat
Is the
special.
system issue an operator issue?
Things happened overnight and this morning.
Okay, let's get into it.
97.1.
Right. Guys, it's the beginning of free agency. Oh, that's right. Tigers offseason begins today, and I think there is so much to unpack. And I guess I failed miserably yesterday because we had full phone lines and great engagement, but it was all Brad Holmes. And no matter how much I brought up Scott Harris.
No. I don't think you failed. I think it was the recency of I was expecting this. It was the day after Christmas, and you're already trying to peddle Easter. Let's just deal with Christmas and why I didn't get the gifts that I wanted.
It's okay. I like that. Well, today marks a critical offseason for your Detroit Tigers. And I do think it's a critical offseason for Scott Harris's approval rating because you're faced with kind of two conflicting things, meaning you may start this offseason by trading Cy Young. That's never a good thing. Like that's
not a good starting.
That's not a great place to start. And it might be right for the organization, let's be clear. But on the other side of it, I think fans have had just about enough of Brad Pitt and Jonah Hill and Moneyball garbage. You're right. Yeah. What about Rincon? Dombrowski's online too. I think they've had enough of matchup mania. I think people want ball players. Now, you can maintain roster flexibility. You can maintain a matchup-centric approach. But when push comes to shove, you need some dogs. You need some guys who are going to get up to the plate and do big boy things.
You can even maintain some spots for the young guys we've been waiting for. There may be 1, 2,
100%.
Make it up here next season.
Yeah, I mean, McGonigal should be your second baseman, period. Why? He's got nothing left to prove at the minor leagues. I don't want to hear it.
I agree.
But don't worry. I'm sure they'll manipulate his service time.
Bring him up in June.
Now, look, here's what I want to ask you. Because, Rico, you've got an interesting thing here. You know, when you look at the Tigers, where do you stand on the Skubal thing? Basically, you've got from now until the winter meetings. Winter meetings are essentially a month away, December 7th through the 10th. You keeping Skubal and spending around him, or are you trading Skubal and spending the money you would have paid him? Because I'll tell you this, if they trade Skubal and they are not active in free agency in a big way, this fan base will revolt. Mm-hmm. They will.
Because I don't think at that point you can really sell McGonigal or Clark or anybody, and the fans will be like, oh, cool.
You could sell it to the nerds. You would. There's a weirdo baseball community that this team can do no wrong. You could sell it to them.
Yeah, but I don't think you're going to sell it to the daiquiri crowd. They want some names. Yes, the nerds will be like, yeah, you just wait and see in a few years this guy's going to be something. I mean, it's like if the winter meetings could be now, and at least you would know, okay, he's gone. I think we got to spend the money.
I think they know. Now, just because the deal's not executed, they know what their fate is. And again, I'm not going to stand here and say they should spend $400 million. I don't think it's an appropriate thing to do. And I don't think you have the type of payroll to carry a pitcher making $40+ million a year. Like, even if you were $200 million, which you're not, you only have $97 million committed. Rico, it's egregious.
Yes, it makes sense on paper, but the optics says, well, you're too cheap to keep your back-to-back Cy Young pitcher.
That's why you answer for it by being active in free agency, really bolstering this lineup, and supporting the next wave of pitchers that you have. See, look, this is what I want to ask. I have the top 50 free agents and what their projected contract would be. You can't take it as gospel, but what this is going to serve as, I think, is going to be a sobering wake-up call for people. Meaning, look, I have said from the beginning, your most effective way to acquire real talent that is not egregiously overpriced and might have term is trades. You weaponize the prospects. Franchises that roster bait don't really get anywhere, okay?
No.
You have to, because again, if you hold on to your own stuff too long, you end up with Jackson Holiday. You end up with Kobe Mayo. you end up with these players and you go, wait, but you were supposed to be special. On the other side of it, you can get an Adley Rutschman. Yes, he stunk this year. The point is, you can't view it, everyone's going to work out. Your best thing you can do is weaponize your prospects. You're never moving a McGonigal. It's a non-starter. He's coming up. He's playing second base. I'm good with it.
Okay.
You want to protect Max Clark? I'm also good with that. Anything beyond those two, I'm willing to listen. That doesn't mean I'm running to the altar to trade a Bryce Renier at short. It doesn't mean I'm trading both my young catchers in Lorenzo and Briseno. No, but you have to be willing to give to get.
But you have Dingler. You can go ahead and part with at least one.
Well, especially when both your catching prospects are hit first guys. So, yes, I agree with you. So here's my thing. You can pick names. I can go down this list. But I want to show people is the hybrid model of if they're trading Skubal and primarily you're getting prospects. Do I think you would get a major league player? Yes. But what we don't need is more prospects. You take some of the haul and acquire a star, and then you plant your flag in the free agent market and you acquire the other star. Mm-hmm. 2 right-handed bats. Now, I also, as we start the offseason,
you've also, I think I know where you're going, but go ahead.
I believe it would be in the best interest of the organization to at least explore in a serious manner the return value on either, not both, Kerry Carpenter or Riley Green. Why? Not just because they're both left-handed. They're the same player. And I don't think you need both. And honestly, I think Riley could be the one because he needs fixing. I can't deal with the lack of contact. I can't deal with a guy who doesn't run. I can't deal with a guy who was largely unplayable late in the year. Why not see what that's worth? Because you'll be surprised somebody will pay. I want to know where you're at with it. Let's focus for just this moment in time. Can I get Tiger fans to unite? Where are you at with the Skubal situation? And where are you at with your free agency demands from this team? And how much of where you're at is Scott Harris's approval rating on the line? That if they don't do this right, it could be a heel turn for you. And if they do it right, well, all of a sudden, the Tigers could approach Lions' level of heroism.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Is there a player you have in mind? Like if I said to you, right-handed bat, you want me to bring up a player that...
Well, I mean, we've been talking about Bo Bichette, so...
Yeah. And again, he can say he wants to be back in Toronto, but like Bichette is right-handed bat, high-contact guy. I don't think he's ever going to be a 30 home run hitter again. And again, he doesn't run anymore, but he makes contact, he gets on base, and he's 28 years old, opening day of 26. 5 years, $130 million. To me, that's a no-brainer. He plays short, McGonigal plays second, we're good up the middle. We're set. And I'm not telling you Bichette's a high-level defensive player, but I'm also not ready to just park him at DH. Okay? Like other players that are really interesting is like, okay, take a look at like Pete Alonso. Now, again, Pete Alonso's going to strike out a ton, but he'll hit 50 home runs. And he's a player to be feared. Fair? Mm-hmm. 4 at 110.
That's it.
27.5 a year. The idea is if I don't spend 40 for just Skubal, but I'm willing to spend 50 on 2 players that are everyday guys in the lineup over the course of 1,200 at-bats, I'm better for it. So I want to know where you're at. And the Skubal thing is just, what do you want to do? Because I am approaching shock if they keep him. Now, if you keep him for the year and you want to go all in around him, that was Rico's plan a month ago. I didn't laugh at it then. I'm not laughing at it now. But that's up to you guys. I'm willing with that. I'm a firmer opinion. You just trade him and you move.
Because I don't think that Scott Harris's approval rating would just plummet. Even though it's smart, if Skubal's not on this roster and he's playing for the Yankees, Mets, Dodgers, somebody else, he's going to be a bum. People just will turn on him and be like, we couldn't keep our guy. Why didn't you pay him? Well, it wasn't fiscally responsible. I don't care. He was our guy. He was our hero. He was our pitcher. But I'm with you. I think it's if you can make that money up and spend it in other places and maybe make up for the lack of Skubal guaranteed victories by just outscoring people,
right?
You may have something here.
Well, how is it any different than what the Yankees did? They lost Juan Soto. And Juan Soto turned into Max Fried. It turned into Devin Williams, and it turned into Cody Bellinger.
It did.
The money you were going to allocate ended up with those guys. It's the same principle.
So do you think that they would have to go out and get an arm and not just 2 bats?
I mean, you could, but as you look at it, you do have Casey Mize, you do have Melton, you do have Olson, you are stuck with Jack Flaherty for $20 million. You would get somebody, and Job eventually will come back as a part of the core of this team. But, Rico, all I'm trying to say is this offseason's very important for the Tigers to show that they are serious about more than waiting. The free agency is never going to be the highest value. What I want is a bold trade and a bold signing, and that's how you salary offset. The only way you're getting players who have good contracts is through trade. Or even then in the trade, the other team has to pick up part of the tab to get better prospects. But how important is it for you, the fan, for the Tigers to get serious here? That's what I want to know. Last year it was, wow, they made an offer to Bregman. Okay, this year it's important. You got to bring someone home.
Do you go get Bregman?
You could. I'll give you that contract projection next if you like.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We'll get with the people. We'll get some ticket texts as well. 97.1.
All right, guys, don't be this guy. The guy that is all pumped to watch football, but the setup is just a odd mess. Oh, not you, Mike. Your place is great. Lagging, buffering, switching between apps. I know you hate that, Mike. Trying to find the game, claiming you're a big fan, but you're actually being fan-fishy. If you call yourself a football fan, you got to have Xfinity, the ultimate sports destination. I can find the best games and my favorite teams all in one place, and the way that I watch is next level because it's the perfect fan flex. Got all the action in my living room. Plus, with the Xfinity Best Picture and Sound with enhanced 4K, so clear, feels like you're right in the stadium. Sometimes you got 4 games going on at once. Why? Because why not? On top of that, you get real-time notifications, live stats right on the TV. It's the best seat in the house every time. Next game day, make sure that big fan isn't a big fail. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Multi-view requires Xfinity 4K capable TV box.
All right, after a hot summer, you know what's coming next, including snow Sunday. Not kidding, snow. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Do a complete furnace checkup, make sure it's running properly, and more important, safely. Right now, it's only $79. That's $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quickly. It's Mastercraft. They do plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices. So do it now. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right. I just want to simplify this. Maybe me and Rico got a little bit verbose there. Apologies. On the heels of the Howie Roseman audio we played yesterday and the disheveled nature of Lion fans that Brad Holmes didn't get aggressive, here's the simple question. Is it time for the Tigers to get aggressive and get serious, or stay the course? Look, free agency starts today. And Scooble decision, I don't think it lingers beyond the winter meetings, December 7th. What do you want? Is the same standard that many of you held Brad Holmes to the one you'll hold Scott Harris to? Because remember, he had an opportunity to advance the ball down the field at the trade deadline, and he decided to give you an out-of-office email. So what do you want? That's as simple as it gets. And I do have the cost of getting better via free agency, and it's not pretty. Trades are a thing, and that means you're going to have to move a couple of your precious Fabergé eggs, a.k.a. your prospects.
The things that may come back to haunt him.
Howie Roseman, I won't live with regret.
Dude,
Scott Harris, I don't want to be haunted. Boy, could those two not be more different. Interesting note here in the piece I'm reading, and this is from last week. I just kind of liked the list better, some descriptive nature things, and then salary comps. Kyle Schwarber was listed, but he's a left-handed bat. Phillies, Mets, Tigers, 5 at 160. I don't want to add another left-handed bat. I don't. Okay. But I have plenty of names. My level best, I'll try to find whoever you're asking.
So 2 right-handed bats and a pitcher.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, to me, if you're trading Scooble. Yeah. You could keep Scooble for the year and add the 2 right-handed bats and giddy up. We're all wearing 10-gallon hats. Let's go.
Just so you know that when this ends, he's not going to be a Tiger.
Correct.
At the end of the year.
Oh, but we'll get a comp pick. 248-539-9797. Kenny, your thoughts on this? Where do you stand? You're part of the Daiquiri crowd.
Yeah, I try not to be a part of the Daiquiri crowd, to be honest. But I'm with you in the Scooble sense. But also, when we were talking about Roseman yesterday specifically, he said that in Philadelphia. That's crazy to me. And in Detroit, where it's Charmin soft as a fan base, and I'm not blaming the fans. That's not what I'm doing. But they would decapitate him if he got it wrong. And that's after 2 rings. That's crazy to think that that's the case there. But here, you can't say, oh, let's maybe spend a little bit of.
Okay, but at least Kenny, he came out and said something. And Mike, I just want to add just a log to that fire, if I could, real quick. Another GM came out yesterday, NFL. We weren't going to get fleeced. We weren't going to get overpay. That's not just good business. Sometimes the best deals are the ones that you don't do. Came out, told his fans, basically, we kicked tires. Price was too much. We decided we're going to pass. We're going to move on. If Brad Holmes would have did that, I think everybody would have been happy.
Feel like the idea of coach speak and GM
that was John
speak,
Lynch.
They should have. I feel like GMs in this town haven't taken the class in GM speak and coach speak, because they say things that are like outwardly just make the fan base pull their hair from their scalps. It's like Steve Eisman, we're waiting on the kids. Stop saying that, Steve. Hey, Scott, we have these Fabergé eggs that we're not trying to trade. Stop saying that, Scott.
I don't want to be haunted.
Right, I don't want to be haunted. Stop saying things like that. Say we kicked tires, say we offered contracts, say we made deals, or we tried to, and it just didn't work out. Lie to me. I don't know. It's frustrating as a fan to watch.
We've talked about it. The messaging that these teams offer their paying customers citywide is D- at best. They need help with their messaging to the fans. Let's go to the people.
Yes,
248-539-9797. Brian is batting leadoff. Brian, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. What's on your mind?
I had a question for you because I don't know if it's something that Skubal would take or if the Tigers would do it, but is it not an option that they could make him a large contract with like 30% of it being in deferred money? Because it seems like that's what the Dodgers and all these other teams are doing to get these players and keep them. But I don't know if that's something the Tigers would be willing to do, you know, pay them $50 million a year the first 4 or 5 years and then defer the rest of the money, if that's even worth doing, or going out and trying to sign some guys in free agency with that money.
Yeah, no, I mean, Bryant, listen, if you're going to do it, you better do it now because it won't be available after the labor war. They're going to get rid of all that. That deferred money crap, that's a cheat code. Bryant, listen.
No, I agree.
I think you'd have to get creative because I want to say it again. I really don't think a team that may not have a payroll of 160, 170 million can take 20 to 25% of that payroll and pay a guy who plays once every 5 days. I mean, I love Skubal, but like if you're going to pay a pitcher $40 million, your payroll is going to have to be up at about 2 to 250. You got to be in a different, economic bracket. So I'm not knocking the Tigers in the least if they don't want to pay him. I just think you got to trade him. I don't think keeping him and letting him go for a comp pick is in the best interests of the organization. I don't.
No, I agree. And honestly, I mean, I love Skubal. I think he's the best pitcher in baseball. But there's no way Justin Verlander would have come out of that game in the 6th inning. Jim Leyland would have to pry the ball out of his hands.
You know what, Brian?
The ball away from him. So,
Brian, let me ask you a question. Did that change how you felt about him in that game by him just going out there and saying, okay, I'm going to give you the best 6 innings I have. I'm going to walk out throwing 100 miles an hour, tip my cap, and I'm going to hand this over to my teammates. And then you saw in later games pitchers from other teams, no, I'm out on the mound. I'm doing this. You saw Yamamoto. Wait, I'm not supposed to pitch every day? No, sir. You're not supposed to pitch every day, but if you want to keep going out there, you can. How much did that influence you?
It changed my mindset that I don't think I would pay him the money that he wants. And also, like, that's literally your season could be on the line. I would think any guy that, wants to be making $50 million a year or thinks he's as good as a competitor as he is, which he claims to be, he should be wanting to be out there and ending that game or going as deep as he can. I don't think the Tigers had a great bullpen. He's definitely the best player when he's on the field. The fact he was willing to come out after 6 innings, to me, changes the mindset that, hey, I love him. He's still the best pitcher probably in baseball, but I'm not paying you all this money you want if you can't go out there and try to end that Game 5 on your shoulders.
Hey, last note, just because it's important, it's a backbone of the topic. Is it time for this team to get serious, Skubal aside? Do you want them in free agency?
Yes.
Okay.
100%. I don't know what more they need to see. I don't know what more Scott Harris needs to try to see out of his team, especially when their hitting was atrocious.
Yeah.
Like, if you can still make it that deep with that roster, you add some bats, who knows what could happen once the playoffs come around next year.
And the other thing is you're blessed is that you're in a poverty division. All of these payrolls are basically outside the top 20 in baseball except you. You're at like 18 or 17. All of them. Go look.
Mm-hmm.
White Sox are poverty. The Guardians are an embarrassment. I mean, it's a total embarrassment. Twins are being sold, cutscene. They're not being sold, cutscene. The payroll's gone down 3 straight years. So, look, go and get it. Just go do the damn thing. And all you can ask is to win your division, and baseball's weird. Well, I think it's time to get serious. Get into free agency. Let's make some trades, and let's beef up this team the right way. Because if they trade Skubal and they don't get heavy in free agency or trade, I can't imagine the fan base's reaction, but I don't think it'll be good. No. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls coming up next. It's football season. Don't show up for game day in a ridiculous vehicle. It's Moran Buick GMC right now. Lease the 26 GMC Elevation Crew Cab starting at $199 a month. You can drive home in a 25 Buick Envista. That starts at $279 a month. Inventory rolls in daily. Yukon Denali's are in stock, ready to roll as well. And nobody makes it easier than the team at Moran. So whether you're loading up for the game or heading up north, maybe it's a hunting trip, I don't know, whatever you like, Moran Buick GMC has got a truck or SUV for you. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MoranExpress.com. That's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Well, we've turned the page. Tigers offseason begins today. Free agency starts. And yes, there's more than Scooble. The question is simple. Is it time for this team to get serious, or do you want to stay the course? You choose. Free agency is only a part of that picture. I think it's time for Scott Harris. Unfortunately, you can't just stay safe your whole life. You got to put your ass in the jackpot and you got to make a deal. Because candidly, free agency, hey, look, you can name a player. I'll tell you what the projected contract is. That is not an efficient way of spending your money. I think if you make a big free agent signing in concert with a big trade, you're going to find a player on a better contract, better AAV, team control, and you're going to pay with a different currency, prospects. To me, that's the perfect way to add 2 bats to this team, primarily from the right side, and firm up this lineup. And I got news for you. I'd have no problem sending one of Riley Green or Kerry Carpenter as a part of that deal. I don't think you need both. And if you dealt one, it would open up the possibility of adding a left-handed bat that is simply superior to those two. But I just want to know, is it time for them to get serious, or are you cool just continuing on the plan?
See, I think it is time to get serious, Mike, but you kind of touched upon it right before we went to the break. When the other teams in the division aren't even trying, it looks like, seems like, feels like, you don't have to be as serious because you're going to probably win this division, or at least be right there to win the division every year.
But if you don't consider your competition the Yankees, the Blue Jays, the Mariners,
Well,
etc.,
there it
then
is.
that's a different way of doing business.
You know what? That's a better way of putting it. Who is your competition? Because are you just looking to look at the AL Central, or is it?
I'm trying to win
Are
the
you
World
trying
Series.
to win the World Series?
Now again, it would be unfair of me to take the air and ask this team to spend $260 million like the Blue Jays, much less the egregious $360 million of the Dodgers. No, but those are your competition. But we don't have to do business the way that they do. We don't have to sign everybody all the time. You can be selective. You can make a big trade. And again, there was a $100 million payroll difference between the two teams in the World Series. There was a sheet of paper difference between the Blue Jays winning the World Series and not. You can get there.
You're right.
You can get there. But they got to get serious. And it ain't going to be with the Ibanezes and the McKinstries and the Jahmai Joneses. Shit, I'm sorry. That's a wholly unserious way of doing things. So let's go.
It's going to make fun, be like, so no to the 6 All-Stars.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Let's go to Will, 97.1. Will, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, man? I got a couple hot takes for you, man.
Okay.
I think Scooble's not all that great, man. I mean, he threw 2 home runs to one dude in one game, man. In the 2 games he started, we lost.
He's going to win a back-to-back Cy Young award. I mean, that would be the argument. I'm with you. He had a bad game.
I don't think Hinch can take us past the ALDS.
Okay, listen, if you don't like the manager and you don't like Scooble, you're in a bad way with this organization. Here's what I would say on the Hinch thing. I think that the more unserious ball players you give him, the more managerial genius work he's going to try. I think if you actually handed him ball players, you would take the iPad out of his hands and we'd play baseball.
Yeah, I think at that point he would just go out there and put the best players in the best
John
positions.
Morton calling plays from the press box.
Well, yeah, listen, yeah. Boy, I tell you, Will's just firing water balloons at everybody. I hear you. And if you're telling me, look, Scooble's never going to be a Yamamoto, he's never going to carry the mail and go 8 in a playoff game, you're not paying him $400 million. And I don't think you should be made fun of by your fellow fan. I think he's a great pitcher, but if you're going to expect things of him that he's never done in his career and will never do, and you don't like the price, then you don't keep him.
See, I think the approval rating for Scott Harris can go up, Mike, because of how their season ended. Because I do think not everybody's like with the previous caller, but there are some people now saying, well, he's no Verlander, and he didn't do this, and he didn't do that. So if Harris came out and said, all right, in lieu of bringing him back, here's what you're going to get. You're going to get player A, player B, and maybe
I think Scott Harris would be viewed very positively. But if you trade him and you do the nickel and dime store where you're bringing in B. Arthur and Rue McClanahan and Estelle Getty and you're doing bargain basement free agency, no.
Right. You can't trade him or lose him and then say, well, here's McGonigal. I don't think that's going to fly.
No, I think that would work for a very small but loud part of the fan base who worships the ground the team walks on. But for everybody else, we'd look at it and go, really? Look, I'm not going to tie my expectation to a payroll number. I don't think that's fair. If they made a couple of shrewd deals and added real ball players who are arbitration eligible or pre-arb, forget about the payroll. Then it's like, wow, I got a $25 million player and the guy makes $5 million. So I'm saying I'm not going to be unfair. But do I think that's really doable without cleaning out the office? No. So my point is, make one signing. It's going to hurt. The money's going to be egregious. You're going to have to put $160, $180 million out there. Mm-hmm. That's better than $400. Then you make a trade. Now all of a sudden you got a lineup that looks a lot more formidable, and it's going to help the kids when they get here. There's going to be adults in the room that are real all-stars, not the whole I redeemed my Dave & Buster's points and got a teddy bear all-star.
Wait, you mean they don't want to play in the game? I'll go. I'll volunteer.
Yeah, no, real all-stars.
No, and I think with more players, AJ doesn't have to go into the lab and try to make things happen on every pitch, every at-bat.
Correct.
You know what? I got players. Guys, go out there, do your thing.
Let's go to Chad, 97.1. Chad, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good, pal. How you been?
Good. Enrico, too. I think we should just ride it out with Scooble, spend the money, trade for an ace. There's no real aces in free agency, I don't believe, but there's aces on bad teams. And I wouldn't be opposed to giving up likes of a Riley Green in one of our top prospects to just land an ace for this season. And then you got McGonigal, you got Clark. They're going to be coming up. I'm pretty sure we're going to see them this year.
Yeah. You got a couple here. Let me ask you, do you like either of these arms? I'm not too hot for either of these. Dylan Cease do anything for you? Zach Gallen do anything for you?
4 ERAs don't do nothing for me.
Robert Suarez. See, here's my fear. Robert Suarez has got Tigers written all over it. That's that bargain basement, $18 million a year arm. Guy's 35 years old, and he'll get hurt. Yep, let's sign him up.
Well, Flaherty already exercised his option for next year, so that doesn't fit. So I could see that if Flaherty wasn't in the lineup, but he's going to be in the lineup next year. And
your rotation, if Scooble's here, you'd have Scooble, Mize, Olsen, Flaherty, and whoever you traded for.
Yep.
It would
work.
work.
That would be perfect.
It would work. And remember, I heard Ryan Dempster talk about this the other day, the former Chicago Cub, and he's like, basically teams have to reimagine how they approach this. You really need 6 or 7 starters.
And here's the thing, Mike. If it didn't work, if it turned into 2007 Detroit Tigers that we were supposed to win it all, and if it didn't work at the trade deadline,
you move.
There's going to be desperate teams that you could still trade Scooble. If it doesn't look like we're making the playoffs, trade them at the trade deadline.
But Chad, I want to give you one warning on that. You're not wrong in principle. What I'm going to tell you though is, comparative to who the player is, he will be worth nothing at the deadline. Hear me what I'm saying. For the player you'd be dealing, you would be getting back next to nothing if you waited till July and he's a rental for a playoff run. You've already knocked his value down a lot. But at least if I deal him now, that team gets the whole year out of him. There's a major difference in the return. So don't sell. If it doesn't work, I'll restock the shelves. You're going to hate the return you get at the deadline.
No, your restocking of the shelves was 2 years ago. Well, yeah, last year. That was the year.
That could have been. Yeah, but again, I'm fine. He's here. He helped him get to the playoffs again. I just can't change reality. I am yet to see a singular sign that they are serious about signing him, or that Boris and his client seriously want to be here. And who do you think leaked that report that was damn near slander, acting that and I said it to you, that this can't be true. It's so outrageous. It can't be true that the Tigers had offered 4 at under $80 million. That's Boris. All that is painting the Tigers out to be the bad guy, which is equally unfair. Unless, now, if they offered it, that's different.
Because even Boris has to say, okay, I have to make this believable. Like,
That
nobody's
was-
going to believe this. But it was so out there that got me to thinking, like, this may be true, because even he would say, no. Bump that up something. Put a 1 in front of it.
I can't live in a world where it's true. You may be right. I refuse to live in that reality. All right, Black Friday doesn't have to mean long lines and pushy crowds. How about Paulson's Audio Video, where Black Friday is all November long? Any day. The sales are the sales. And at Paulson's, they got the experts. They'll help you pick the perfect TV, sound system, or smart home gear for your home. And then they deliver, install, and set it up. They are as good as it gets, guys. So before you click a buy now button, stop by Paulson's Audio Video. Experience the showroom, the technology, and the people. They'll get you right. It's Paulson's Audio Video, your technology partner, Farmington Hills, 248-553-4100. Just go to paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com. All right, let's touch the table briefly on some football, shall we? Mr. Kenny Cott, music. No, that sport doesn't. All right, let's go.
They don't, but we certainly do. We're going college football here. I have a little bit of a game for you guys.
Okay.
So I'm looking at, if the season ended right now, what the bracket would look like for a college football playoff. So this is a two-parter. One, I'm going to give you a game. You're going to tell me how interesting it is, piggybacking on what we did yesterday, being the playoff is too big. And then second, you're going to tell me who wins. Now, if you guys disagree, the tiebreaker is sitting to my right, Paul Serra.
Ah, yes, live from Pitbull Stadium. Florida International's own Paul Serra.
So starting with, in my opinion, the least interesting, because I know exactly what should and will happen, Memphis 12 against Georgia 5.
Georgia.
Yeah.
By a lot.
Of course, interest level, though, that's part of it.
Zero.
Not very, because I think that's going to be a walk in the park for Georgia.
Well, it's a zero for me, too, as I don't like watching Georgia play.
Also, for the record, Ohio State 1, Indiana 2, A&M 3, and Bama 4, just so everybody knows.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. No, look, I don't enjoy watching Georgia play football this year. It's not a fun product.
It is not.
They wear you out. They're physically imposing. But Kirby is turning into the biggest whiner in all of college football, and that headset annoys me. So the visor headset combo really angers me.
By the way, Kenny, what's the return policy on quarterbacks?
You can, I mean, hey, buyer beware.
Paul Serra with some Coral Gables humor. All right.
And then we know, visors or ginger quarterbacks? Which do you hate more?
Ginger quarterbacks.
Okay.
Now, if you had a ginger coach who wore a visor, Satan.
Is it double negative, though? That cancels out, right?
Wait.
We got next
Kenny
number.
just set something up, but we'll get to that later.
Number 11, Virginia. Number 6, Ole Miss. Interest level, who wins?
0. I think both teams are kind of fraudulent, and Virginia's the king of the frauds, and I don't think they'll be there. That game's not for me. That's bad football.
You know what, Kenny? I'm going to be interested in that game only because you said Virginia Ole Miss?
Yes.
Because I want to see how Ole Miss plays for their new interim coach.
Oh, no.
Because I don't think that Lane Kiffin will be there because the portal opens up January 2nd, so he's going to have to be ready to hit the ground running at his new school. So I'm only interested in that game to see if Ole Miss packs it in or if they rally around and they pull a Bobby Williams and they go out and carry him off.
Oh, the players went to the president's house.
So the winner is Ole Miss?
Yes.
All right.
Even though Trinidad Chambliss is getting away with murder, he's missing open receivers left and right. It's almost like he was in D2 last year.
Next up, we got number 10, Notre Dame, and number 7, they're going to get soaked, BYU.
A religious battle for the ages where no one wins. Yeah,
Catholics versus the Mormons.
I'd watch it. That's got a 1984 Lavelle Edwards feel to it. Yeah, I'd watch. And it'd be the one time I could root for Notre Dame because I can't stand BYU. Yes.
Yeah. And wait, where would the game be at? BYU?
Water Slide World.
Oh. Yeah, I would watch that game.
And the winner?
I'm going Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
All right. Sounds good.
Look at that.
We got number 9, Oregon. Number 8, Texas Tech to round out
All
the first
in.
round.
10 out of 10. Will Reed again. Yeah, all in. Might be my favorite game. Guns up versus the oil money versus Nike money. Just egregious spending by both teams. Dan Lanning versus Joey McGuire. They couldn't be more different. Love it. Yes. That has my interest.
Halftime show would probably be bigger than the NFL's halftime show because they got a ton of money there. I'm going Oregon. I like this game.
Mike, who do you have in this?
Guns up. Best defensive line no one talks about. Number 1 defense against the run, and Dante Moore's not good enough to beat you through the air. One-dimensional.
And our first tiebreaker, Paul Serra.
I'm going to go guns up. I agree with Mike. I saw that defensive front. It's great. It's fantastic. I do have issues with Dante Moore beating you throwing the ball. So
I got faith in Dante.
Those two teams play. We should dress like Yosemite Sam. Be very exciting.
They play. I'm coming in my King gear.
All right, the next matchup in the next round will be Virginia versus A&M. Virginia 11, A&M.
A&M by 1,000. Virginia is a fraud. Go look at their games. Watch them. Look at even their win expectancy in these games. Voodoo.
Oh, my bad. I completely flubbed that. We picked Ole Miss in that. So Ole Miss, A&M.
Alrighty then.
I was just thinking that.
I'll take A&M by 10.
By less than $1 million.
Yeah, by less than $1 million, but I think they are substantially better than Ole Miss. Plus, Rico's right. when they're being coached by the special teams coordinator because Lane's at LSU. How could I select them?
Yeah, you only get the let's win it for our new coach once. And honestly, Kenny, I believe that Ole Miss is not seated correctly. I thought that Ole Miss should have been number 1. That's just my preference. But not Ole Miss, A&M. I'm taking A&M.
All right, next up on the board, we have Notre Dame and Indiana. Indiana 2, Notre Dame 10.
Indiana by a zillion. Revenge for last year. They are better on both sides of the football. They have the better defense. They have the better quarterback. And they have American Psycho as a head coach. Signetti, Indiana to the moon.
I think you had me at revenge from last year. They learned their lesson. They're better than Notre. Yeah, this is Hoosiers all over.
Now it's guns up, number 8, Texas Tech against Ohio State.
No.
1.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry to do it to you.
Give me Ohio State. It's just too much of a talent disparity. If I said to you Ohio State has 4 of the top 5 or 6 players in all of America, you'd have a hard time arguing against it. That's the level of talent they have. And right now, Julian Sayin looks like he's kind of blossoming into
the Heisman Trophy
maybe
winner. Yeah, I would look at this. And my thing is Texas Tech with the great defensive line. Can they score? Ohio State is just, Penn State putting up 2 touchdowns was like something nobody did. So, yeah, you can play great defense against them, but you got to be able to score. Give me the Buckeyes.
And by the way, you've gone chalk out of those first 3 matchups. Does that scare you at all?
No, it just shows you there aren't enough good teams to fill an 8-12 team playoff.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see that team that just all of a sudden – if Lane Kiffin stays at Ole Miss, maybe he could do something. But, yeah, I got to agree with Mike. I hate to do that.
It sucks.
But you didn't have to go with these extra teams.
So
you could have just jumped right in.
You say that for Nona's good ear? I don't have my miracle ear.
You could have just jumped right in and had an 18 playoff.
Huh?
So in
18 playoffs.
What is this, Velvet? All right.
Put in your hearing aid.
In the Adjust Means More rematch bowl, you have Alabama, Georgia 4-5.
Oh, boy.
The most compelling matchup we've seen so far by a mile.
Now, this is, well, at least,
you know what?
At least it won't be back-to-back where they played in the SEC title game.
I'm going to go Georgia. Bama's weakness is stopping the run. Georgia will pound a rock, and you give old Visor man another crack at you from a defensive standpoint. I'd take the Bulldogs. Give me Georgia.
Paul, get ready, because I'm saying roll damn Tide.
What are you, Mike Price?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Scumbag.
Unfortunately, I'm going to go with Rico on this and roll Tide.
Kenny, just remember who stood up for you.
You were rooting for the Dodgers in the World Series, weren't you? Evil Empire, son of a...
No, you know what, Kenny? The thing is, I told you before, your Georgia team, I compare them to previous Georgia teams, and they don't look as sharp. They don't look as good. And Bama actually improved from what I've seen last year. They're actually looking more Bama-like with a better quarterback at the helm. That's why.
Well, that's the difference, is that Ty Simpson is a much better quarterback.
That's true. By the way, the point of this exercise, this whole thing, was to prove how many teams need to be in the playoffs. The 1 through 4, it could have been a 4-team playoff, and it would have been the exact same result.
It's almost like a 4-team playoff was the best format.
Yes. So let's go Indiana, A&M.
Yep. No. But here's the thing. You wouldn't have had these 4 teams because
I told you I was willing to go to 8.
We have to have a Big 12 representative and an ACC representative.
No, we don't. Get soaked. Who's playing?
Wow.
Indiana, A&M.
Oh, baby. Give me Indiana. I don't care. Better quarterback. I like Marcel Reed. I love Mendoza. I do think Indiana has the defense to stand in. Now, look, with Concepcion and Shavers, difficult underneath, good screen game for A&M, but I love what Indiana has, and I'm taking the logo off the helmet and the bias.
You know what?
The football team is really good,
that's
man.
Personal growth right there, because most people can't do that. Most people see the logo and say, yeah, but at some point they're going to fall down. Yeah, you know what? The Big Ten just wants it more. Give me Indiana.
Well, let's see if that's true. You got Ohio State and Bama on the exact opposite side
Ohio
of the bracket.
State. It's Ohio State. And I do think there's an element of Ohio State's bored. And they've proven they're able to turn it on in the playoff. And they have the talent. And if the quarterback is going to be able to lead the charge, I can't pick against them. Sure, Ohio State.
So yet again, proving the Big Ten just means more.
No, it's two good Big Ten teams and a bunch of
means more
poop.
Means more.
Okay. So who wins it all then, boys? Ohio State, Indiana.
Cookies comes out to the middle of the field. He flips the coin.
Ohio State 31, Indiana 27.
I'm going to go Ohio State 24, Indiana 28.
And this is a segment that's going to age like milk because we're all going to look like idiots.
We're going to look like complete morons.
So, Paul, you going to break the tie?
Oh, yeah. Ohio State's winning like 35-14.
Yes.
Okay.
And that
I got Signetti.
Is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Lions saw O-lineman Taylor Decker, Penny Sewell, and Dan Skipper return to practice today. Defensive coordinator Calvin Shepard called the Minnesota loss one that shouldn't have happened. Grand Rapids native, former Western Michigan Bronco and Cowboys defensive end Marshawn Nealand has passed away in a reported suicide. He was 24, counseling being offered to the Cowboys players and staff. Today marks the first day of MLB free agency. The Tigers declined pitcher Jose Urquidy's $4 million club option and reliever Paul Sewald's $10 million option, according to Evan Petzold of the Free Press. Both the Pistons and the Red Wings have the night off. Patrick Kane did return to practice today as anticipated. It's still unclear whether he will return to game action tomorrow after missing 3 weeks with an upper body injury. Former MSU guard Jaden Akins has made the Motor City Cruise opening night roster. This update brought to you by Twin Peaks at the Corwell Health Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Still remarkable. Still remarkable. Donald Sterling is a real person. All right. Hour two. And just, I know we've gotten some of this on the ticket text. Guys, if you're looking for a breakdown of Pistons Jazz from November 5th, go listen to something else. You're out of your minds.
Hey, play the song. The Pistons won again.
That's fine. It's November 6th. Baseball free agency starts with your baseball team possibly trading the best player in baseball.
Yeah, because here's the thing. As I told Kenny Preach, I was actually working on a Piston thing and got halfway in the middle of it and said, or I can probably just wait and do this a little bit later.
Yeah. Uh-huh. So, look, here's what we talked about. And this is kind of a play on what we discussed yesterday about the trade deadline and Brad Holmes and aggression. And we played the Howie Roseman audio. I desperately wanted Tiger people, but Rico was right. It was probably a day early. I'm asking you as a Tiger fan, are you making a demand the Tigers need to be aggressive? Like it's time to get serious now. That it's time to really go after it, to chase a World Series. And the Skubal thing is going to hang over this team's head until there's a decision. And it may even be there afterwards. But with free agency beginning, the one thing I caution you, and I have a list of top 50 free agents. I've got their projected contracts. The reason I brought up some names earlier was simple. You have to understand free agency is incredibly inefficient. It's incredibly expensive. Unless, of course, you can offset that salary by having two players who don't make much money. And luckily, you've got about 10 of those guys. You can make a big splash. You can make a big trade, and it won't grossly offset the team payroll. I'm not asking the Tigers to have a $200 million payroll. I'm not asking them to be the Blue Jays at $250. I can't. I can't do it. Do I wish we had a fan who ran the team and was willing to lose money to win a world championship? Well, sure. That's not real. It's a business. I just don't understand if you're not going to get serious and really chase this thing, then what's the point of it?
Yeah, refocus and not look at the Guardians, not look at the Twins and the Royals and those teams that's not your goal in life, is beating them. You're right. Your goal, World Series, get there. And that's when you can take your chance and say, all right, we're there, and maybe we steal a game or two.
Right.
Or we go out there and we had Skubal, so those are guaranteed victories, and now can we somehow find a way to win 2 more games?
So look, I'm just asking the question, and it's primarily separate of Skubal. You're welcome to comment on it and what you want them to do, because that's going to be a huge storyline, not Pistons Jazz. And it's also about aggression. Scott Harris did nothing at that deadline. It was embarrassing. Okay, well, here's your next chance. You have sub $100 million committed to this payroll. You might be trading Cy Young. Yeah, I need a bold offseason. And look, you know the names. I mean, me, Kenny, Rico, we've talked about Bo Bichette all year long. Obviously, if he wants to stay in Toronto, if they have the wherewithal at $260 million to keep him as well, I can't change that.
Right.
But until he signs, I'll tell you, yeah, I want Bo Bichette here. High contact player, shortstop, and you have McGonigal at second. Perfect. You know why? McGonigal gets paid in cornflakes. So it offsets exactly what Bichette
Actually
makes.
true, yeah.
So we're good up the middle, and I spread the money out. We're fine. But I want 2 right-handed bats. You know, again, why not chase a Pete Alonso? Oh, my God, but that'll lock first base and DH down. I don't care. There's my answer. I'm tired of Moneyball. I'm tired of the nonsense. I want Hatteberg at first. I don't care. Because playing your way doesn't win the World Series. It doesn't. So what do you want? You're the paying customer. Do you think it is time to push the rev limiter? And how much of what you believe about Scott Harris is on the line this offseason? 248-539-9797.
I think for Harris, he got dealt a break. I think that the people, they don't revere Skubal as much as they did. And I think that if he went out there and he brought in some 2 free agents or just 2 trades, like basically he brought in some people to help this team, brought in bats, right-handed bats, as you said. Another arm, I think people would say, okay, we're kind of adjusting on the fly. Sucks Skubal's not here, but you know what? We're going to move on.
Yep. 248-539-9797. So we'll get with the people. We'll get some ticket texts. We still got to talk about Tom Brady playing God. And we have a fascinating ranking of Big Ten football jobs, except we're going to do it our way. On the presumption State's going to be looking for a football coach, I really want to know, where does MSU stand in the Big Ten hierarchy of employers? Sound fair?
You don't think Jonathan Smith's coming back?
I do not. 248-539-9797. All right, let me tell you about David Femininio. Look, every lawyer says the same damn thing. We've got experience. Sure, everyone does. But you're treated like a number. With David, you're treated like a person because it is personal. And it's not another case. It's your case. He listens, he fights, he wins. So if you've been in a car accident, all you need to do, call 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit the website anytime. GetDavidGetPaid.com. All right, Mr. Kenny Cott, ticket text first, then we get to the people. If you're just joining, welcome to the party. We got a few open lines. Tigers, free agency starts today. So we're asking you the same damn thing we asked with Brad Holmes. If Scott Harris isn't aggressive this offseason, regardless of the Skubal situation, do you start to, I don't want to put a abrasive term on it, do you begin to think less of him in this team? Is it time to be Howie Roseman, essentially? Let's get aggressive. Let's win the AL Central, which you didn't do this year, and let's chase a World Series. It's time.
Yeah. Or do you believe that the Coney Island is real?
Kenny, what do the ticket texts have to say?
Well, there's a ton of real positive ones here. The first one that came in when we started this topic was, who cares what the Tigers do? Whatever they do will end up being the wrong thing. So if you wanted to gauge on the fan base, a lot of the texts aren't much different than that.
But here's my thing, and I would love to have a conversation with these people. They've made the playoffs back-to-back years. Now, I know it didn't happen in standard format, right? One was an amazing comeback. One was an amazing collapse. Neither ended up in the ALCS. But what exactly is the issue? Now, again, if you want to knock some of the moves Scott Harris has made from a pro personnel scouting, yes, I agree. But we're here now. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to pick against you to win the Central this year. Guys, you got to have a belief structure. Look, I would be more offended if they did nothing than if they did something and it didn't work. I just can't sit here and say, well, they tried for Bregman this year. No, they have to land this year's version of Alex Bregman. Mm-hmm. They have to make a trade instead of hoarding their prospects like Pokemon cards. They have to begin weaponizing and actualizing all of the good work that Scott Harris has done, because here's what prospects don't help you with. 2026.
Bingo.
There's obviously, you're not moving McGonigal. You're not going to move Max Clark. Settled, done, end. But beyond that.
But I don't think anybody's asking you to do that either.
No, but I know by saying what I said, you'll get one of these baseball boners, and they're gonna straw man argument it the other way. So I just try to put a PSA out there.
Gotcha.
It's just easier that way on me. Kenneth?
Another one, stop bringing up Pete Alonso. He strikes out too much for my liking.
Cool, then trade Riley Green. The difference is I'll deal with 200 strikeouts for 50 home runs from the right side of the plate, smartass.
But there was a bunch more texts that came in with that similar notion. It feels like everybody's like, no, not that guy on my team.
Okay, but if Riley soaked his bathwater in a sponge and squeezed it into your mouth, you'd be okay with it, right?
Might hit people with garbage cans on that one, because that's exactly what Riley Green does. He strikes out a lot.
But if I'm going to deal with that, at least I'll have it from the right side, and it's a guy that has 50 home run power. Mm-hmm. And is he my first choice? No. I would much prefer Bo Bichette.
Right. But to what Kenny is saying, it's most fan bases will, that guy, oh, he's not good enough.
Right.
Well, okay. Shohei ain't coming here.
While absolving the faults of their own players.
Right.
Oh, okay.
You had a chance to do deferred payment for Shohei. I got laughed at. So we'll move on.
I love the idea of Bo Bichette, unnamed texter. Today should be the day they offer Skubal a monster contract.
Okay, so now, listen, if you're on the side of wanting to keep him, totally understand. But we have seen no sign that these two sides are anywhere close, and I have doubts about Skubal and Boris. And that makes whatever the organization wants to do moot. If the player and the agent have a design on free agency or an unrealistic expectation, I'm not pinning any of that on Scott Harris. I'm not. You can keep him or you can trade him. But signing him, I would. I'd be legitimately surprised if they got something done.
And see, I do wonder if you're Skubal, do you want to get re-signed here knowing that they may not be surrounding you with more players? Like, this is it. This is as good as it's going to get.
But what if it's not? See, that would be
what
part
if it's
of the
boat.
Okay, what if it's a mystery box? Let's go to the people. Kyle's up next, 97.1. Kyle, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good, Kyle. What's up?
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I mean, Skubal's already gone. I mean, for the most part. And, you know, trying to put a supporting cast around him with the money he wants, I mean, he's pretty much gone. I mean, he might go to, like you said, the Dodgers or something.
So let me ask you a question, Kyle. The main question here is Is it time for the Tigers to get serious or stay the course?
No, they definitely need to get serious. I mean, if you break it down, if they're talking about money, I mean, ultimately they're going to bring more in winning than, doing what they have been. And I agree. They need, more bats in the lineup. I mean, 250 average for the season is not going to win in the postseason. I mean, your last 30 games, you're batting under 220. You have to do something, shake it up. I mean, if you could get Bichette, that would be ideal on a long contract. He is younger. I think he's, 27, 28?
He'll be 28 on opening day, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, lock him in for, even, 4 or 5 years. I mean, it puts a guy with a little experience, I know they have Max Anderson. I don't know if they're ever going to bring him up or not, but I mean,
It's you know what though, Kyle,
unknown.
that statement right there, that's the problem. I don't care. That's the best problem in the world if you have a really good shortstop at the MLB level and you got a really good prospect behind him. It's a good problem to have. You cannot make decisions as a franchise chasing a World Series worrying about Max Anderson. Nope. DGAF. Do not care. Now, would I sign a second baseman right now? No. Why? McGonigal's here. He's here. I'm not going to stop that.
I mean, but you really think they're going to bring him up day one? Opening
Rico,
day?
whether it's day 1 or day 40, I can't make a 4-year decision on a 40-day run.
Okay.
What do you want me to do?
No, I'm just asking.
I'd bring him up because the reality is if the kid's any good, I'm going to take the ultra-aggressive approach to sign him long-term. The service time won't mean anything.
Correct. But I just didn't realize, are they going to try to manipulate that and play around with it? Or do
Well,
you
again,
just
if you
go
do
big
the-
boy baseball and just say, you know what, here you go, kid.
If you do that, it's another sign you're not a serious organization. Because to me, if the kid's good, you're going to put 10 years and $100 million in front of him, and he's going to take it. Who gave a rip about the service time? Go to Keith, 97.1. What's up, Keith?
Hey.
Hi.
I think we can all agree that last game with Skubal was some of the best pitching we've seen in the playoffs from a Tiger pitcher in a long time. But when he decided to make that early exit, he screwed us that night, and he screwed us in the future because any team that's even going to think about trading for him knows that they have us bent over a barrel because what's 2026 going to look like? Him and Scott Boras are going to say he can only pitch, 5 innings a game, and he's out?
Keith, it's part of the reason. I'm not saying you're totally correct, but I'm not going to lie to you to say that I don't think the way you think. Keith, it's why, to me, when you didn't get him signed, you were trading him. I just don't think you can have that distraction here all year long. I'm not knocking anybody who wants to keep him for the year and go all in. I just have a preference. The party's over. You trade him.
It'll be a sickness that spreads through the clubhouse. And I don't know. I guess you got to get together the big players, the New Yorks, the Dodgers, and find out what they'll give for him now. And that's the
I
best
think the
offer
Mets
you're ever going to get.
And
every
it'll-
day that you wait, it just gets worse.
Yeah, no, and look, generally deals like that get made at the winter meetings, December 7th through the 10th. So we'll get our answer sooner rather than later. Now, as far as free agency goes, is it time to be a little bit more Howie Roseman here? Is it time for this team to get serious, or do you want to stay the course?
I mean, with the young player base that we have right now, I don't think you have to take huge swings, but we've got holes, and there's obviously been a lot of issues with injuries on the pitching staff. We run into a lot of cold innings where we just can't get a hit, and you're relying on a pitcher like Skubal that you won't probably have to hold games to 1, 2, 3 innings of no-hit baseball on the other side as well. So you got to get some serious pitchers, and like you've always been saying, 2, maybe 3 really good right-handed bats. They don't have to be superstars, but they got to be consistent players.
Yeah, and all right, Keith, I'm 75% of the way there with you. I mean, I do think you need a hammer. You need somebody in the middle of that order that's non-negotiable. Someone that makes other people react to how they're going to pitch. You've got one guy like that right now, and it's Kerry Carpenter.
Yeah.
Teams will actively manipulate the decisions they're making based on Carey. Now, Carey's weakness is he doesn't play against lefties. You got to have a right-handed equivalent of that. That now forces, okay, you want to dodge this bullet? Well, this one's going to hit you in the skull. And you stack those two players. You need a hammer.
You're right, because you kind of saw that in that marathon game against Seattle, where all of a sudden they are holding up the forefinger saying, nope, not him.
Yeah.
Send him to first base. And to me, that was the ultimate sign of respect of this guy should be playing every day.
More of your calls coming up next. 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there's only one place to go. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton's leading the way with the unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Why? Because Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. So whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, a tough truck, a spacious SUV, it doesn't matter because Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory, and right now the selection is best. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in the Chevy that will not only fit your lifestyle, but more importantly, your budget as well, including the November Rico deal. You can lease a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4, get this, as low as $199 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down, you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know what I always say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details, and you can find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Lions offensive lineman Taylor Decker returned to practice today and told the media that he expects to play this week. Kirby Joseph remained out. Red Wings veteran forward Patrick Kane was back at practice. After practice, he said he felt good, but replied with "we'll see" after a question about availability for tomorrow's game. The Tigers have declined the options for pitchers Jose Urquidy and Paul Sewald. Free agency opens today around the league. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4, 97.1theticket.com.
Straight to the people. Great response on it. And if you're tuning in and going, baseball, yeah, free agency starts today.
But the Pistons won last night.
Yeah. 75 more games. We'll see you later. The Scooble thing is kind of a appetizer. The entree is, what do you want from your baseball team? Like, is it time to hold them to the same standard? You hold the Lions and Brad Holmes. Scott Harris served a poo-poo platter at the trade deadline. Well, to me, this is his time to make good. This is his time to show up at the door with flowers and chocolates. I want stars. I want players that are non-negotiable to the opposition. I'm tired of accepting less. I'm tired of this Moneyball nonsense. Go get a couple of right-handed bats that balance this thing out. And I don't ever have to look at the Andy Ibanez's and Jahmai Joneses of the world. I don't want to hear it, see it, talk about it, nothing. Let's get out there and go. We've talked about it. Bo Bichette. I brought up Pete Alonso, but he strikes out. Cool, then turn in your Riley Green jersey. That's the other thing. No one's fought me on it. No one's commented on it. If I'm the Tigers, I might see what Riley could bring me. I just don't know about paying him and his body breaking down at a later stage. You have a left-handed back coming up in McGonigal. You have enough lefties. You have Kerry Carpenter. Yeah, I kind of wonder, what could that bring you? What kind of pitching could it bring you? And there are plenty of teams with a little short porch and right who would gamble on fixing the strikeouts and preserving the 35 home run power. Not saying you do it, not saying you give them away, for damn sure. But I want boldness this offseason. Let's go win this division. Let's go make a run at the World Series. You tell me what you want. To the people?
Yeah.
Did I miss anything?
No.
Go to Jack, 97.1. Jack, what's going on, buddy?
All right, boys. Give me a power bat. I want Alonso, 5 years, $200 million. And I want Edwin Diaz, 4 years, $90 million. And I'm trading Scooble to the Mets for Carson Benz, the number 2 prospect, and Ryan Clifford, the number 8 prospect.
Okay. I mean, you've got it all designed.
He does.
Jack, you've put some serious thought in, which I respect. But you want boldness.
I would throw in Riley Green, too, to the Mets for Noah McLean, the number 1 prospect for the Mets. How about that?
You know what? While you're at it, I'll take number 3 and 7. No, Jack, but no, I understand where your head's at. It's go time, and it's time to be bold. And look, I think it's okay to talk about trading your own players and balancing this thing out. That if McGonigal comes in and you keep Carey, and you know you need some pitching because Scooble's going away, there are ways to do this that don't involve free agency. And Jack, I like the way you're thinking is, I can't sit here and ask the Tigers to go out and add $100 million in payroll. I can't do it. So how do we get $100 million in value? Well, trades. Because oftentimes the people you're trading for are on way better deals. The currency is the prospect. Go ahead, Jack.
What do you think of Edwin Diaz, Mike? Would you like that move?
Probably a little expensive for me for a closer. I think you could go get someone on a better deal. Plus, he just opted out of $100 million. I'm not paying 9 figures for a closer. That's just a personal thing, Jack. I wouldn't. No. Short answer. Plus, I don't like the trumpet song. It drives me crazy.
Can I get a Rico drop? Hello.
Yes, sure. I got you covered. Hold on a second. Where the hell is that damn thing? Where is it? I
think you took it off.
Oh, here it is. Nah, I got it.
Okay.
We just moved some things around. We had some new additions. Let's go over to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, what's going on, pal?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, Ryan. What's up?
Hey, first-time caller. Love the show, man. You guys do a great job.
Thank you, sir. It's very nice of you, Ryan.
Hey, And I just kind of wanted to talk about, I see a lot of similarities between this Lions trade deadline and this Tigers free agency. I mean, I thought, talking about the Lions, I thought after that Minnesota game when we have some very glaring weaknesses, especially against what obvious stuff Brian Flores was dialing up, get an offensive lineman at the trade deadline, even get defensive linemen, I don't really care. Just make a move, do something. Similarly is how I feel about the Tigers. I mean, you saw, okay, cool, we made it to the ALCS for the second year in a row. Okay, yeah, we almost backed our way into the championship game. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me because we're so close. We're so close to being that championship level team. And if Scott Harris does nothing, I mean, that just proves to me further that you actually don't care. If we want to sit around, fill the ballpark, sell your jerseys, that's fine. But I'm just tired of these expectations of that you're actually going to do something. I think you trade some of your current pieces. Like you said, I totally agree with you. I don't necessarily think you need to keep both Karp and Riley Green.
No.
Trade them, get some value. I'm just tired of this loser mentality of, I'm so glad that we're finally making some sort of progress. I want to win championships,
No, and Ryan, that's the thing too, is you do have a little bit of a benefit, and I know this will sound hypocritical. Well, the division is easy, yet you didn't win it. Collapse aside, you're in a division where you don't have a high payroll team. You're in the only division in baseball that basically doesn't have a high payroll team. Your other four contemporaries are cheap as the day is long. So with that in mind, if you are willing to take that step forward, you can own this division. And by owning it, you get in the playoffs. And once you're in, chaos. Right. So yeah, Ryan, that's part of my angle here. Like, there's no Green Bay Packers staring me eye to eye. And in baseball, I can outspend people.
True.
Well, and the crazy part to me is that, with all of our glaring weaknesses that we had this year, I mean, we still almost won that division despite the incredible collapse. Like, we don't necessarily need to, like you said, we don't need to bring $100 million payroll in to, be able to make a stand here. Like, we just need few pieces and we're there.
No, you need to want it. But if this organization's just intent on collecting Pokemon cards, see, that's where, Ryan, I think it's fascinating. This is why the topic's interesting to us, and I think by the response of the people, interesting to you. I think a lot of Scott Harris's Q score is on the line here with how he handles the Scooble thing and what free agency looks like. And if we are going to follow, I think it's the Lions and this storyline. I'll see you with the Pistons in February. I mean, I'm not trying to sound like cliche middle-aged white guy, but like if you want me to talk NBA in early November, sorry,
you're not. 10% of the season has been played. That's it, 8 games. So,
and plus, I don't care about K dropping 19 in the fourth quarter last night. Do it in the playoffs.
But we can't get to the playoffs.
No, my point is him closing games out. That's nothing new. But he hasn't done it in the playoffs. I can't answer the most critical question for that entire franchise until the spring.
But he's doing it with less turnovers.
248-539-9797. You played St. Leo's homeless shelter last night, the Utah Jazz. The T-shirt cannon.
The lone T-shirt cannon.
T-shirt time.
Yes. Let's go to Thomas, 97.1. Tommy, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. What about you guys?
Just another day of consternation here in Detroit.
Nothing new. I know Scott Harris was sitting at home watching the World Series saying, boy, am I always right, watching Anthony Santander, the Blue Jays' biggest offseason signing and biggest offseason bat, sit on the bench and not even dress for the World Series. But I think that if the Tigers don't sign anybody, especially if they don't sign a bat, we are living the definition of insanity. We are doing the same thing with the same roster over and over again and expecting a different result.
Thomas, okay. As much as I want to believe that's not true,
it's starting to feel that way.
In my gut, I feel like Thomas in Detroit is right. Like, we're only going to cite the things that just don't work. And it's like, what about the things that do? Yeah, Thomas, I'm with you.
And it's the only other thing I could think of is look at Corey Seager. That's the other side of the coin, right? The Rangers went out, they spent money, and they won a championship. That's the Scott Harris, or what I want Scott Harris to be, but we're going to get the look what happened to Anthony Santander.
Yep. Yeah, or any other free agent signing that doesn't work out. Versus I looked at the World Series and the players making the biggest plays outside of that pain in the ass, Ernie Clement. It's stars.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. You need stars to carry the mail. Big players, big moments. Real stars, too. Not like, CYO League All-Stars.
No. I mean, heck, I even thought that Vladdy was going to win that thing in the 11th when he hit the, okay.
Can we not do this right now?
Kenny, we got to talk baseball. Sorry.
Still upset.
Oh,
Kenny, it's not like it was a close play at the plate or anything.
You know what?
Dude, teams don't score with the bases loaded and one out all the time.
Mike, please. Don't we have another call or somebody read
Look,
something?
if you put Alejandro Kirk on a scooter, he may have beaten it out.
Let Mike tell you about FanDuel.
Well,
Alejandro Kirk or Lieutenant Dan in a race. You pick. All right, every Thursday, your chance with FanDuel. It's their Thursday touchdown jackpot. You win a share of $2 million of bonus bets each week. This Thursday's action, all you got to do, place an anytime touchdown score. And if they score the first or last TD of the game, you win your bet, plus a share of the bonus bets. It's just that simple. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. You must apply Profit Boost token and select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay, check in with Kenny on Ticket Text. We'll knock the rest of these calls, and then we're moving on. But this has been a very nice level set about Tiger free agency, which kicks off today, and that does officially mark the beginning of the offseason and Scooble season. Kenny, what do people have to say?
This should be the not in my town section of the Ticket Text. Bichette can't play shortstop. Have you watched him try to play that position in the last year or two?
Yeah.
He's terrible.
Okay. And you signed Gleyber Torres last year, who led the league in errors, and he played a little better this year, right? But hey, you've got all the answers. Trot out Javi's dead body. I don't care. Do whatever you want.
Between the amount of texts we got on Pete Alonso with the strikeout thing and Bo Bichette's defense, it's just like these are very good bats. What do we need is bats. Hats for bats.
I know.
Why is nobody good enough?
The funny part is nobody's good enough, but these people celebrate these Capri Sun All-Stars.
Yep.
Okay.
That really wouldn't start on any other team. Let me give you a suggestion, Mike.
How dare you?
A suggestion?
Suggestion doesn't play good defense.
Okay. No. What if you go the route of the Dodgers lately and you go get a Japanese prospect?
I'm not against the principle of it. I'm not qualified to tell you about the player. I haven't been scouting in Okinawa.
No.
But yes. Okay. I mean, I'm always game.
Yeah.
Sure.
Looks like Kazuma Akamoto.
Sure.
Third baseman, utility player, can play first, third.
We've been family friends for years.
Four at $90 million.
Now, listen, the Tigers' international scouting and expenditures has gotten better, right? This Chris Rodriguez kid being one of those. I know they signed that Campos kid a while back. The point is, I don't know the player. If you're asking me about the tactic, of course,
because I
have
guess
no problem.
He's going to be one of the guys that are kind of be up for bidding.
Yeah.
This off season, so
posting fee.
Right? Do you
Sure.
jump in there and say, you know what?
I say
Let's
yes.
go that route.
I say yes to everything.
He could play outfield if you need to. First,
I can't wait till we get
right.
Ticket Text ripping this guy.
How dare you suggest another idea? Actually, Rico, to your point, I kind of like the creativity. This is something we don't usually see this team do.
Correct. Let's go to the people, see what everybody's got, and then we'll move on. Alex, Ann Arbor, 97.1. Alex, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Mike. How are you?
I'm good, pal. What do you got?
So I think to Scott Harris's credit, he did offer Bregman last year. We know that, and I think he's the solution here again. No clear answer at third base, and I think you pair that by trading Skubal, because if he's not going to give you a Yamamoto level of performance in the postseason, then he's worth it. So let's trade him, get a few arms, create a nucleus of arms with Melton and Job coming back, get Bregman plugged in at third base, and let's go.
So here's the projected contract, and I know it's not our money, but I just want to throw it to you. 6 at 182.
Yeah, I mean, Gleyber was 20 mil of that, wasn't he?
I think Gleyber was 1 year, 18, maybe.
Right. So you got that. You got Javi falling off. You're not going to pay Skubal. The money's there.
I agree.
Like the payroll right now is not that high with what's committed.
No,
so
and you know what's interesting, Alex? They have, I think, somewhere, and again, we can't calculate the arbitration yet, but like as we sit here today, about $95 million committed, which is nothing. Do you know what they have committed for next season?
I do not.
$27 million.
There you go.
So yeah, to back up your point, the money's there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. There's room for a splash. I think you trade Skubal, form that nucleus with the kids coming, and I think we're cooking.
Yeah, me too. Alex, the reason we're so passionate about it is we know they're close. And that if they weren't close, there wouldn't be this passion. So, yes, I'm with you. Now, I'm also of the mindset, I'd try to sign both Bichette and Bregman then. Go ahead. You want to get serious about it? Get serious about it. And you offset it with the contracts of a Kerry Carpenter, with the contract of a McGonigal, with the contract of a Torkelson, the contract of a Dingler, the contract of a Melton, the contract of a Mize. Like, you have guys that simply don't make money.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they may make money down the line, but as of right now, you're right, boy. More and more I'm looking at this, I think Scott Harris should throw his hat in the ring for this kid. Well, he's 29, not necessarily a kid, but why not? Why not try?
Let's go to Nolan, 97.1. Nolan, how you doing, pal?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Excellent, Nolan. What's going on?
Awesome. Listen, I'll be the first to tell you I've probably been a little bit more lenient with Scott Harris than most people should have. But now you're at the point now where there's absolutely no excuse. You have the money, you have the space, you obviously have the experience the last 2 years in the playoffs, 1 year being a magical run. You know you're still there, even with the dramatic slip. I'm all for what you're saying. Go for the Bochettes, go for the Bregman, go for the Alonzos. There's no excuse to not. And if I have to see a lineup where we got Perez, Sweeney, and players like that in the same lineup, I'm cashed out. As far as the school thing, I'll try to stay away from that. But I had the same mindset as I do Trajan Langdon does right now, where it's, you made it to the postseason. I'm not going to hound you if you don't go after some big guys, run it back. We've ran it back twice now with the same Tigers team, basically, and you're just not getting anywhere. You're not doing what you should be, not producing like these other teams are. And now that you have a lot of money, a lot of space, go and get these guys.
Yeah, and look, I've used the Yankee comp where they didn't get Soto, so they took the money they would have paid Soto, and they got Max Fried, and they got Bellinger, and they got Devin Williams. And not everything's perfect. And no, I mean, look, but it's that combo meal of we're going to acquire this guy and do a trade, and we're going to acquire this guy in free agency. Like, you piece it together. I don't think you can be a free agency only team because the value is so bad. But yeah, like, I would like to see Scott Harris be bold and be self-assured and make a trade.
That you can let go of some of your prospects and not have them haunt you.
Correct.
In the future.
That's it. We'll go to Paul. He gets the final word. Paulie, what's good?
I'm going to start this off with I do like Skubal. I do think he's the best pitcher in baseball. 4-6 innings. I would jettison him so quickly because what he did in the playoffs, I was already unhappy with him. What he did in the playoffs disgusted me. As somebody who played a long time, and I love baseball, and I've always been around it, and other than John Jansen saying, what's your experience? I mean, I played, I loved it. I don't want to do that. But I would get rid of him so quickly for as much as I could get. If I was Scott Harris, every prospect would be available except McGonigal and Clark because most of those people aren't going to pan out anyway. You said earlier that you don't have to spend $100 million, but we sure as heck could.
You could.
And we could spend it and get players, and we're close.
Yeah, and
it's driving me bonkers.
I know, and Paul, listen, it's why we did the topic today to set the offseason up with free agency opening up. I think a lot of what people think about Scott Harris and this team hangs in the balance. And I'm not – look, I understand. If teams just, listen to the fans, they end up sitting with the fans. I get that. But there is an element of this where it's like, okay, hey, after that trade deadline, I don't think Scott Harris can take any more body blows. Sitting around and not doing anything. I don't think the fans will accept it.
No, and I think that I think the fans will be willing to accept a lot more, especially if you move Skubal than how you felt maybe 2 months ago, where I think it would be like, there's no way in the world you're going to ever let this guy go. Now you're still a little bitter over what happened in Seattle, and I think that you can make some moves that you can win this fan base back over. And they'll say, okay, guess what? We're going to move on with different pieces. We can still win because this division is bad. And hopefully you got enough that you can now try to aim to be the AL representative in the World Series, if you do this correctly.
We touch the table with some football next. 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Red Wings veteran forward Patrick Kane was back at practice today as head coach Tom McClellan weighed in on how it went. Today marks the first day of the Centennial Fan Fest at Motor City Casino Hotel. There are plenty of alumni back, including Sergei Fedorov, Henrik Zetterberg, Chris Chalios, and Brendan Shanahan. Lions offensive lineman Taylor Decker thinks he'll play this week. He doesn't have much concern about the knee injury he sustained last game. Decker, along with Penei Sewell, returned to practice today in a limited capacity. Safety Kirby Joseph remained out. Former Western Michigan Bronco and Dallas Cowboy Marshawn Nealon has passed away at the age of 24. Today marks the first day of MLB free agency. The Tigers declined pitcher Jose Urquidy's $4 million club option and reliever Paul Sewald's $10 million option, according to Evan Petzel to the Free Press. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, I know what I'm getting into here. This is going to be controversial, Kenny. You're going to have to keep it on the guardrails. It's Rico's up to the minute. What they've done for you lately, NFL rankings. Oh, I was really hoping we could scrape the barnacle that is the San Francisco 49ers out of this, but oh no. My team couldn't help that process. Rico?
They'll be in it. Here's the thing. This week may have been the most difficult week because what I found out, really no clear-cut team like, wow, this team is great. So a lot of very good teams, no great teams. So we start off, just missed out, Pittsburgh Steelers, Jacksonville Jaguars. They just missed out of the top 14.
Surprised about Pittsburgh, but I'm okay with it. Kind of a prove-it week this week, now going on the road out to L.A. So I'm okay with it. Jacksonville, I can't wrap my mind around. They just don't play good football.
At 14, and they just lost the Joe Alt for the year as the L.A. Chargers.
Yeah, I just disagreed with that. They're not good. They can't protect Justin Herbert, and Joe Alt is everything. How about this? I would have put the Steelers in over them. But you know what? They're playing this week, so Rico wins. He did it again, everybody.
At 13, we have the Chicago Bears, who just find ways?
Okay.
Question mark?
That was, they had a 99.9% win expectancy. It went all the way down to 31% after they gave up the touchdown. I mean, the onside kick, the multiple drives. You gave up 500 yards passing to Joe Flacco, yet found a way to win. Colston Loveland, nice to see you. He had a hell of a game beyond that touchdown. You can keep him here, but see, this is a test for them this week. Are you all grown up? Mm-hmm. They go to the Giants, or no, they're bringing the Giants in, and they're favorites. Can you just, after whatever that was last week, can you play 4 good quarters of football and beat a bad Giants team and beat them by margin? Show you're real.
Kenneth, you want to join in?
Mike has said it all. I agree completely.
Okay.
Do you think they're going to need to play 4 good quarters to beat the Giants, though, Mike?
Jeez.
Okay. Well, looks like somebody wants to be a complete loophole.
Hey, the Dolphins are very bad, too, so I can't really say anything.
So at number 12, the team
really hurt.
The team who just beat the Giants is the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, well, your quarterback started the game 14 for 14. McCaffrey did whatever he wanted. What am I going to say? I'm trying to get rid of this team so bad, and I can't. Hopefully the Rams do the job this week.
They truly are the barnacle of this list, huh?
You can't scrape them. Can't get rid of them.
At number 11, the Green Bay Packers.
I'm so done with that team. Now, look, they're favored over the Eagles this week, which is a wild concept. This is a Jordan Love bounce-back deal. That was that interception he threw was a hellscape for any offensive coordinator. Rico, they win this week. They earn the right to stay here. But if they lose, I want you to embargo them for the next 3 weeks.
Okay.
Because I can't figure anything out with Green Bay quarter to quarter. They are so inconsistent. Yet, somehow, they're still the betting favorite to win the North. Totally bizarre to me.
Seems kind of low to me, doesn't it? 11th on the list.
Paul, have you watched this team play?
Yeah, but they're really good when they're on.
And when
they
they're
can
not,
beat basically anybody when they're on.
And when they're not, they lose to the Browns and Panthers. Paul, come on. Rico's top 10, that's royalty. You got to get behind the velvet rope to be in the top 10.
At number 10, the team that let me down the most, controversial or not, your Detroit Lions.
I think it's fair. And I've seen a lot of power rankings by national media. Lions are anywhere between 8 and 11. You know, they have to re-earn some level. Did they look good against the Chiefs? No. Did they look good against the Pack? No. They didn't even look good against Tampa Bay, but Tampa Bay was so beleaguered. Yeah, and I mean, your offense wasn't good. And then you just got beat by J.J. McPick-6. So, yes, I think it's okay.
As he meditated on the bench.
It's for the week. It's okay to downgrade them. I'm good with this.
Kenneth.
Yeah, I'm fine with the downgrade. It just that loss is still lingering with me a little bit. This is a big bounce back spot. They need to be higher on this list come the end of next week.
At number 9, we have the Kansas City Chiefs.
Very similar with the Lions. You know, that was not a good performance against the Bills. I don't care if they had a chance at a Hail Mary. The Bills were the right side the whole game. That pass rush by Buffalo was fierce. Kansas City's running game is not where it needs to be.
Surprised they didn't make a trade for a top.
I am too. I'm good with it. I am.
I kind of think they should be higher because I don't use their losses to the Bills in the regular season against them because we've all seen it doesn't actually matter in the playoffs. So I think they should. I don't think they should have fell that far on Rico's list.
They're 5-4, Paul. But
that's great. Losing to Buffalo in the regular season doesn't mean anything to the Chiefs.
Okay. But it's right now. It's not the end of the season. At number 8, we got the New England Patriots.
Yeah. And you know what? It's a prove-it game for them this week playing the Bucs. Very similar teams. Vrabel, this has a feel. I'm not telling you it's going to happen. It almost feels like the year he rode Ryan Tannehill to the AFC title game. Like they're not ready to go to a Super Bowl, but nobody's going to want to play that team in the playoffs. And defensively, man, are they good. And they got a ton of cap space for next year. I'm okay with it. They could rise. They still got to earn their keep. I'm good with that.
I think they should be higher. And I disagree with you, Mike. I think he's got way more talent, Drake May, that is, than Ryan Tannehill ever had. I think Vrabel's learned from those experiences. I think they should be higher than 8th. I think they should be a top 5 team in the NFL right now.
Okay. Well, Paul, you can tell me which of the 5 to take out a little bit later. At number 7, you can see this team tonight, the Denver Broncos.
I'd put New England ahead of them. I'm not trying to bust your balls.
I'm
fine. Okay with the general ranking. That was a disgusting performance against the Texans. Thank God you faced Davis Mills. I'm okay with it. I'd love to see a swap of Broncos and Pats. But the range, no qualms.
At number 6, the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah. They got a taste of reality. Daniel Jones got a taste of reality. Now, you got to fly out to Luxembourg or wherever the hell they're playing this week, take on Atlanta, get back to business. But they're good, man. And the addition of Sauce Gardner, no, I don't think it's going to be this overnight thing. But the next couple of weeks, rounding him into shape and into form in their scheme, yeah, I mean, they're a good football team, man.
Okay.
Now, this is a power rank, so are you including the addition of Sauce to this?
No, this is what you did. This is what you did last week.
I think this is right around where the New England should be, but other than that, I agree completely with those.
So
3.
you would have New England at 6, Indy at 7, Denver at 8?
Yep.
Okay.
You could see, though, in that game, the way the Colts lost, you could see, though, what Daniel Jones looks like when everything isn't working perfectly for him on offense. He becomes Giants Daniel Jones.
Yeah, when Jonathan Taylor gets, 41 yards, and everything fell apart in that game. At number 5, we got the Tampa Buccaneers.
Little high. Mike Evans dead. Bucky Irving still not at practice. I understand it. I'm with Paul in this. If I could redo this, we need music. I can't do power rankings without music. It kills the vibe. It just kills the mood. Thank you. We're back. I would have New England here. I'd have Tampa back, and I'd have the Broncos the lowest of the 3. But nothing to freak about. Paul?
No, yeah, I agree. I think the Patriots are better than these teams. Yeah, I agree with you, Mike, and agreeing with myself from earlier.
Okay, so this is where they.
I agree with myself from earlier.
So, Paul from earlier, this is where you would have the Patriots. Okay, at 5. Because at 4, we have the Los Angeles Rams. Los Angeles Rams, 4.
Yeah, they're awesome. They're great.
Okay.
Hello. Kenny, I something is wrong here.
Okay, something is wrong here.
Yeah, we have an audio issue. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, I don't know. Listen. Headsets might be broken. Who knows? Rams are really good, okay?
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. And guess what? I hope they put the Niners through the mattress Sunday.
What's the point spread?
Not enough.
Who won the earlier game?
I don't want to talk about it.
In Los Angeles, too. At number 3, we have the Philadelphia Eagles.
Sure. No, yes. But
the Niners are just breaking you like that.
I hate them.
Your Giants had a chance.
Shut up, you.
I got the Eagles at 3.
Yeah, they've put it together. Running game 1 week, passing game 1 week, and they put it all together in the same game. Big game in Green Bay. You win, you might be able to put them number 1 or 2.
At number 2, I have the Buffalo Bills.
Can't argue it. That rebuilt defense was built to beat Kansas City. Cutscene. They beat Kansas City. So, yes. And Josh Allen didn't have to run 17 times. It was a very controlled performance. Yes, there's no issue with it.
And at number 1, sponsored by the color red, Seattle Seahawks.
I knew this is what you were going to do because you're a provocateur. I disagree with it, but let me support you in this regard. You could make a very credible case they could be 8-0. They are number 1 in DVOA for defense. They don't lose on the road. And their ginger idiot quarterback is playing at a super high level. So I'm not going to slander you, but I'm not ready to
go.
Like
16 for 16.
Yeah, not ready to go there yet, but you know what? It's provocative. I'm good with it.
I would just like to point out that Sam Darnold led a 14-3 team last year, and what happened the minute it counted?
Because you can't win games of consequence with ginger quarterbacks.
Paul, this is week to week. We're not trying to project who's going to win it all. It's just week to week, okay?
I understand that, but I think the Rams are a better team in their own division.
Maybe, but I have Seattle. So that's your NFL power rankings. We'll see who moves up, who moves down next week. 97-1.
Okay, hi there. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm not on my game. When the IRS comes calling, and it's a collection or an audit, Abraham and Rose is who you need to call. They specialize in resolving all types of tax problems. And if the IRS is at your door, yeah, you need people with experience. Maurice and Jerry, they have it. They've been in front of the Supreme Court, and their experienced team will be ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. So visit abrahamandrose.com now or call the number 248-539-5040, and you'll never have to deal with the IRS again. Okay, we'll have a little fun for a second. And then we're going to get to the college football a little later on in the day. If you're looking for Tigers, free agency, Odyssey.com rewind. This story really bugged me. It did. It bothered me. I don't know if you guys are hip to it, but Tom Brady cloned his former dog, his former deceased dog. I want to read you just a few things, and this is just an article, and I was... Look, Tom Brady creeps me out, and this only furthers it. Mm-hmm. Cloned his dog. You can do the same, but it'll cost you. But basically, Brady said he's been given a second chance with the clone of his beloved family dog. The broadcaster cloned the family's previous dog, a pit mix named Lua, who died in 2023. He shared the details about the new dog, Junie, as a part of a news release for Colossal Biosciences. Wait for it. Brady owns a part of the company. Nothing can be heartfelt with Cyborg Brady. So, which announced it has acquired Viagen, a company that specializes in animal cloning. Automatically, I just think Pet Cemetery, and I get creeped out.
I mean, that's not funny, but yeah.
I get scared by this stuff. I love animals. They mean the world to me.
Don't
Brady
go up
said,
and then dig anything in that ground.
That's right. A few years ago, I worked with Colossal and leveraged their non-invasive cloning technology through a simple blood draw of our family's elderly dog. In a few short months, they gave my family a second chance with a clone of our beloved dog. I'm excited at how Colossal and Viagen's tech can help families losing their beloved pets while saving endangered species. Well, Tom, one problem. Before we turn you into Robin Hood and giving families second chance with their pets, it's going to cost north of $50,000 to bring your furry loved one back. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tom, no families are spending that. Here's my question.
Well, you see, Mike, they also have a category for you. If you want a horse cloned, just $85,000.
Great. I'm sure there'd be a copyright problem if you went to Clone Justify or American Pharoah or Flightline. Here's my question. Do we have a problem with it? I have a problem with this. I think this is, you are really challenging fate, God, the world, and science. And I also have an issue is that every dog is their own story. Mm-hmm. Like, I miss my dog Leo from 6 years ago. I love the guy. But he was his own guy. And you go on a different adventure with your next dog. They're all their own little creatures. Mm-hmm. I don't like messing with this Stephen King stuff here now.
But no, even if you did this, doesn't mean that the dog's going to have the same personality, because every dog is different. And whereas previous dog made love going on walks, this dog's like, yeah, that walking thing, that's for the birds. You know, I'm just going to sit on the couch with you and we're going to watch games. But yeah, this just tells me, man, well, he's part owner of the company, but yeah, Brady's weird. And
he's a weirdo.
He's got too much money. This is when you know you got too much money.
Hold on. Like, if you, let's say the price of this came down. Let's say the price of this got to the price of some of these breeds. Okay. Now, again, I've in my life, I've rescued dogs. We just rescued one a couple weeks ago. I've also bought dogs from breeders. It's all over the board. I don't judge anybody. I always love dog snobs. How dare you buy a dog from a breeder?
You didn't get a rescue.
Cool. I've done both. F you. The point is, let's say it came down to $5,000. A number that is still expensive, but it is in line with many breeds of dogs at breeders, okay, would you do it? I can tell you there's no way in HELL hell. I just lost a dog, Otis. We just lost him, 5 weeks ago? You could tell me right now I could clone him. I wouldn't do it. That's an embarrassment. That's a disgrace to his memory and the experience you had. And you can't clone the dog. I'm sorry. I don't buy it. I just think it's creepy. I think it goes against the laws of the universe and science. I don't like it. Tom Brady's a weirdo.
You know Brady has a clone of himself being made. You do realize this, right?
I think that's what we get Sunday on Fox. I think it's actually just his Tom bot.
Right. I mean, I do. I honestly believe that there's a Brady somewhere that's cloned that's just sitting in a vat.
Yes.
Waiting for them to
It's
break
like Walt
glass.
Disney's Frozen Head. Yes, 100%. But I would love to hear from the people on this because this story's wild. And, we're going to get back into college football. But Tom Brady cloning his dog. Forget about the cost for a second. Let's just live in a world where this is attainable for most people. Would you actually do this?
You know, how about we make it even easier? It's $1,000. $1,000, and you can get your dog
I wouldn't
back.
do it. I wouldn't do it.
See, I'm going to say no because your dog, it won't make your dog special. The dog that passed away won't be special
I agree.
anymore because it's kind of like, when you see the colleges and they just have, UGA Part 20. And it's just like, okay, well, and you have to start numbering them just so you know which dog was which. It's not unique. I like the uniqueness. I like the fact that each pet does certain things that another pet won't.
That's yes. 248-539-9797. Let me hear it. And I'm sure we'll get a couple of slaps for Brady who will defend it. Tom Brady could take a dump on your lawn, you'd defend it. So I'm just not interested.
I mean, I can see the flip side to this is, well, you really like that dog, and, man, it was the perfect dog. And
But what made it special is that, you know what? They're not here for all of our lives. They're here for a very short time. We're here for all of theirs. I don't understand the idea. You got to let go and you move on and you get a different dog.
And here's the thing. If you clone the dog, it's almost as if you're cheating on the dog because it ain't the same dog, but you're treating the new dog like it's the old dog because it looks just like the old dog. And you're trying to do the same things with the old dog and you're not giving the new dog new experiences and you're just trying to pigeonhole that dog into what for Brady, for what Lua did. You're going to do everything that Lua did. We're going to go every place that Lua went.
I think I'm qualified to talk about it. We had to put Otis down, a little over
a
month
wanna,
ago.
We put this on the sheet, and I did not want to do this until I ran it past you because I didn't want to be insensitive.
It's good. I
didn't want to be insensitive.
Hey, newsflash. You know what? I never imagined we would rescue a dog as quick as we did, but a very unique situation arose. I let my wife guide the decision. I said, if your heart is in it, we'll do it. We did it. It's been a fabulous thing. The dog's a nutcase, but it's fabulous.
If you were to listen to somebody, I'm like, you got a new dog.
I know. I know. But no, look, if you could tell me I could bring Otis back today, I wouldn't do it. It's not fair to him, and it's not part of life's journey.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like this to me crosses lines. It does. This is not genetic testing. This is not figuring out, hey, like during a pregnancy, if you want to run tests to make sure you're having a healthy baby, that's science at its best, okay? This is not that. This is playing God. I don't like that. And I think there's bad karma out there for people who do it. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Kenny, would you? Free today. Have you ever owned a dog?
Yeah, I've owned several.
Okay, so what was the dog's name?
There was one named Sarah. There was one named Ginger. There's one named Milo currently.
Wait a
alive.
minute.
Huh.
You owned a ginger?
I owned a Lab Retriever named Ginger.
Disgraceful animal.
Man, have some
You
respect
cannot
for
have a ginger lab. You can't win big games with a ginger lab.
You have respect for Ginger.
I didn't.
It was the name of the dog.
it's
It was a
Kenny's
yellow
dog,
lab.
Mike. Come on.
I want to retract the slander.
Jeez.
Ginger was a good girl.
Yes, she was.
All right.
Damn it.
And he's been giving me a grief all day, and I'm still defending
Let
him.
her soul rest in peace.
Okay. Would you bring them back?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so you're like me. This is creepy.
It's weird. It's creepy. I don't understand people who, even if you have the money and the resources to do it, I just can't vibe with that.
And there is an element of like Brady has Bond villain money, so you do Bond villain things, but I don't like this.
I will create a clone. Yes, a clone.
Rico would clone himself if he could.
I just defended you, Kenny.
He'd clone Brock Purdy and make it his maid.
Why would I clone myself?
I want some pancakes, Brock.
Purdy in a French maid outfit at Casa de Beard. The Purdy bot.
I'm sorry. I just defended Ginger.
I don't care.
And here's Kenny. Wow.
There's no loyalty here.
Not with you.
We'll get to the people. It's November. Football,
When's David
tailgates,
back?
hunting trips. The Red Tag sales event is happening now. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Level up the tailgate with your weekend adventures. 26 Silverado LT Crew Cab. GM employees, family members can lease one starting at $189 a month, 0 down. You need something more compact. The 26 Equinox LT, $279 a month, $999 down. Guys, they have got you covered. MoranExpress.com, all your certified service on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Brought to you by Paulson's Audio and Video. A lot of the missing members of the offensive line were back at Lions practice today, including Taylor Decker and Penei Sewell. Despite missing yesterday, Sewell said he expects to play versus the Commanders. Decker echoed those sentiments today as well. Red Wings veteran forward Patrick Kane was back at practice for the first time in weeks. How he feels tomorrow will determine whether he plays. The Tigers announced they've declined the player options of pitchers Paul Sewald, Randy Dobnak, and Jose Urquidy. They also activated 6 players off the 60-day injury list, including Jason Foley, Jackson Jobe, and Reese Olson. The Pistons have the night off before their game against the Nets in Brooklyn tomorrow. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
Let's get to the people. We're having a little fun. This Tom Brady story is wild. Cloning his dead dog. Why don't we do that? You know what? It's only appropriate. I got to move somebody to the front of the line. And it's someone who, if they could drink Tom Brady's bathwater, they would. But he's also a legend of this show, so I'm conflicted. And no. He used to be Big Vern. He is now medium-sized Vern, and he's back.
Slim and trim Vern.
Hello, Vernon.
Yes, you can call me Mr. Normal BMI from 343 down to 217. Thank you very much.
Congrats.
Vern, go ahead. I know you're going to defend your boy. You love Brady.
No, what I'm going to do is defend money. Is that money buys you happiness and options. Whoever said that money can't buy you happiness is the biggest liar on planet Earth. If you have the money, I'm not offended by somebody who earns money to do stupid things with it. If you want to clone a dog, I don't know if you have been paying attention to the way of the world, but we're moving to cloning humans. Skynet, a.k.a. AI, is going to take over. They're going to make us all into robots. Next thing you know, we're going to be living in the Matrix.
I don't want any of that, and I don't want Pet Cemetery pets, Vernon. None of that is good.
We don't have a choice. AI is moving at lightning speed. Cloning humans is
okay.
So
well, maybe the Lions could clone a center. I'd be good with that. Maybe I'll break my own rules.
I want to clone Barry Sanders, Biggie Smalls, Prince, and Thelma from Good Times, and it's going to happen. Cloning is coming, my friend. Have you seen the movie?
And
Earth,
actually,
the
only thing about cloning, Vern, is you're going to have to wait some time. It's not the instant adult.
But I do have good news for you guys. I actually read the bylaws. Prince would be half price because he's so tiny.
First of all, I let you disparage Tom Brady, and that's even though you're one of my favorite people, I can't let you disparage Prince. It irks my nerves.
Fair. I want to retract
the
the slander. Prince will be full price.
But yeah, so money answers all things, and people do some dumb stuff with it. But at the same time, if you earn it,
if this was affordable, would you clone a pet you lost?
100%. If I hit the lottery, I'm going to buy a pet eagle. I'm going to have my own zoo, Mike Tyson style. So of course I will clone a dog. I'm going to buy a pet harpy eagle once I hit the lottery.
Okay.
You know that whole beef that they had with Jeff Bezos at his wedding, I love it because he has money. Everybody else doesn't.
I don't care.
Do what you will.
Vern, I don't care how people spend their money. I care when you're cloning a dead animal. There's something not right there. I don't care what a guy spent on his wedding. It's not my business. That's me. I'm him.
So if you had the pet spayed or neutered, they can't have a puppy. So isn't this kind of the way to extend the bloodline?
No. Okay. It's you being selfish. No.
It's a question.
It's creepy. Would you do it?
No, I told you I wouldn't.
Okay, then stop being provocative. We're going to go to Katie, 97.1. Katie, how you doing?
I'm good. It's weird to piggyback off that. They said that it doesn't have the dog's personality. So you're just getting a new dog with the same looks.
Well, what I read is this, Katie. It basically, when they do it, you are getting a lot of the behavioral stuff. You're getting an identical genetic copy, so it's the physical traits and the appearance, and it's a lot of but not all, a lot of the behavioral traits. There are environmental factors that will affect the finished product. That's direct quote from this. So you're getting, even if it's 75% of your old pet, that's what you're getting. That's what Tom Brady spent.
Yeah, he's not going to walk into a shelter and get a dog, but there's so many pets out there, and I'm not going to preach about that, but he could get another. There's so many dogs out there.
Right, Katie, he can get whatever dog he wants, wherever he wants, as long as it's already alive and it's not a ghost ship. I'm good with it. Yeah, I don't want him cloning pets, Katie. It's not right. I think you are testing the gods. I don't like it. I think there's something unnatural about it. And it's not. Science makes our lives better in a lot of ways. I don't think this is one. I just don't.
No, it is very creepy.
Tom Brady's creepy. There's a world. Do you think Brady's like a Batman villain character? Tom Brady, there's something. You know what? I think Charles Ramsey said it best. This man, he ages in reverse.
Yeah.
I think he's a vampire. There's something. I'm waiting for him to bite Kevin Burkhardt in the neck.
I think he's the guy that creates Jurassic Park, Mike.
Yes. The creepy doctor with the white beard. Yes. Oh. There's something
Well, I honestly, I do think that we'll find out later that, you know what, Tom Brady actually passed away, and this is Brady number 2.
Yes. Brady actually, it's like Walt Disney. His frozen head is in like a cylinder. This is the Brady bot. That's why he's so robotic, because he's in fact a robot.
He's learning.
Let's go to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, guys, man, you're killing me. I'm with you all the way, Mikey. This is, I'm a person of faith, man. This flies in the face of God and the laws of the universe because, just like Vern said, the end game here is to clone humans. I don't care how much you try to. It's not the same exact person. He's going to wake up one morning and old Juju, or whatever he named his dog, is going to be doing a vampire move on him with his jaws wrapped around his neck because he snapped because some chromosome somewhere didn't line up with the other dog, and you can't trust it. You're right all the way. It's just not right.
And needless to say, take away the price tag. Let's say this got down to Blockbuster Video the old days. You pick a card up at Petco and it's your cloning card. You wouldn't do it.
No, I wouldn't do it if it were free, man.
No.
I wouldn't do it if it were free. It's just not right.
No, and Jim, it's something too. Is like if you're a dog owner. I mean, I don't know. Cats don't have souls. Leave me out of that. But like if you're a dog person, I don't know. I don't understand. It's like you had that time, and you put it in its shoebox, and it's special because it's over.
Well, it's just like a human. I mean, would you clone your wife? I mean, for God's sake, you couldn't trust her, man. She'd be coming at you with a Michael Myers knife or something. But you just don't know. You can't get it right. I don't care how hard they try. They're not going to get it right. And, it's just not there. For me.
But in all fairness, Jim, even if you don't clone your wife, she still may come after you with a Michael Myers knife.
You can speak for yourself on that one. I'm in good grace.
I'm just saying it's if not, we wouldn't have
Kenny. That's different.
We wouldn't have Dateline in 2020. So
Kenny's different.
Oh, go ahead. Elaborate, Mike.
There's nothing to elaborate. I just think you probably do a lot of provocative things to anger your missus, and it raises your chance of knife.
I'm actually pretty docile at home, Mike.
Well, no, that's called lazy. There's a difference. That's called sloth. Kenny, did you take the garbage out?
Don't look at me.
I turn on Rico. Mike turns on me.
This is a vortex.
Right. Don't look. I'm not helping you. Don't look at me.
We're all the Spider-Man meme.
That's right. Ding. What's the ticket text response to Tom Brady playing God?
It's largely, this is weird and I hate it.
Okay.
There's a couple of people, I guess, that have relatives. One person said, I have an adult stepson that cloned his cat. I'm not sure if they're telling the truth about that, but
is that Cookies?
That might be. Signed, Jay Costas.
He would do that.
You think you would if his cat died?
The thing is, there's no guarantee that whatever pet that you clone will be the exact replica personality-wise. So imagine you clone this pet, you pay all this money, and the pet hates you. Like, I didn't want to be here.
I'd be where I am now. You asked me yesterday if you were like, would you clone your cat? Oh, you don't even like your cat. I was like, no, I'm looking forward to the day. Almost let it outside this morning just on purpose.
Okay.
That's when Kenny gets knifed.
That would be the provocative behavior.
Why do you think I said what I said?
That's when he gets knifed.
248.
Kenny hasn't been to work in a while.
Okay. 248-539-9797. NFL Thursday, your chance for a jackpot with FanDuel. FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot. You win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. You get this Thursday's action. All you got to do, place an anytime touchdown scoring bet. And if the player scores the first or last TD of the game, you're entered into the bonus pool. That's it. FanDuel.com/ticket. You take your shot at the jackpot. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up. Present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. No, that sport doesn't. All right, let's go.
They don't, but we certainly do. We're going college football here. I have a little bit of a game for you guys.
Okay.
So I'm looking at, if the season ended right now, what the bracket would look like for a college football playoff. So this is a two-parter. One, I'm going to give you a game. You're going to tell me how interesting it is, piggybacking on what we did yesterday, being the playoff is too big. And then second, you're going to tell me who wins. Now, if you guys disagree, the tiebreaker is sitting to my right, Paul Serra.
Ah, yes, live from Pitbull Stadium. Florida International's own Paul Serra.
So starting with, in my opinion, the least interesting, because I know exactly what should and will happen, Memphis 12 against Georgia 5.
Georgia.
Yeah.
By a lot.
Of course, interest level, though, that's part of it.
Zero.
Not very, because I think that's going to be a walk in the park for Georgia.
Well, it's a zero for me, too, as I don't like watching Georgia play.
Also, for the record, Ohio State 1, Indiana 2, A&M 3, and Bama 4, just so everybody knows.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. No, look, I don't enjoy watching Georgia play football this year. It's not a fun product.
It is not.
They wear you out. They're physically imposing. But Kirby is turning into the biggest whiner in all of college football, and that headset annoys me. So the visor headset combo really angers me.
By the way, Kenny, what's the return policy on quarterbacks?
You can, I mean, hey, buyer beware.
Paul Serra with some Coral Gables humor. All right.
And then we know, visors or ginger quarterbacks? Which do you hate more?
Ginger quarterbacks.
Okay.
Now, if you had a ginger coach who wore a visor, Satan.
Is it double negative, though? That cancels out, right?
Wait.
We got next
Kenny
number.
Just set something up, but we'll get to that later.
Number 11, Virginia. Number 6, Ole Miss. Interest level, who wins?
0. I think both teams are kind of fraudulent, and Virginia's the king of the frauds, and I don't think they'll be there. That game's not for me. That's bad football.
You know what, Kenny? I'm going to be interested in that game only because you said Virginia Ole Miss?
Yes.
Because I want to see how Ole Miss plays for their new interim coach.
Oh, no.
Because I don't think that Lane Kiffin will be there because the portal opens up January 2nd, so he's going to have to be ready to hit the ground running at his new school. So I'm only interested in that game to see if Ole Miss packs it in or if they rally around and they pull a Bobby Williams and they go out and carry him off.
Oh, the players went to the president's house.
So the winner is Ole Miss?
Yes.
All right.
Even though Trinidad Chambliss is getting away with murder, he's missing open receivers left and right. It's almost like he was in D2 last year.
Next up, we got number 10, Notre Dame, and number 7, they're going to get soaked, BYU.
A religious battle for the ages where no one wins. Yeah,
Catholics versus the Mormons.
I'd watch it. That's got a 1984 Lavelle Edwards feel to it. Yeah, I'd watch. And it'd be the one time I could root for Notre Dame because I can't stand BYU. Yes.
Yeah. And wait, where would the game be at? BYU?
Water Slide World.
Oh. Yeah, I would watch that game.
And the winner?
I'm going Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
All right.
Oh,
sounds good.
Look at that.
We got number 9, Oregon. Number 8, Texas Tech to round out
All
the first
in.
round.
10 out of 10. Will Reed again. Yeah, all in. Might be my favorite game. Guns up versus the oil money versus Nike money. Just egregious spending by both teams. Dan Lanning versus Joey McGuire. They couldn't be more different. Love it. Yes. That has my interest.
Halftime show would probably be bigger than the NFL's halftime show because they got a ton of money there. I'm going Oregon. I like this game.
Mike, who do you have in this?
Guns up. Best defensive line no one talks about. Number 1 defense against the run, and Dante Moore's not good enough to beat you through the air. One-dimensional.
And our first tiebreaker, Paul Serra.
I'm going to go guns up. I agree with Mike. I saw that defensive front. It's great. It's fantastic. I do have issues with Dante Moore beating you throwing the ball. So
I got faith in Dante.
Those two teams play. We should dress like Yosemite Sam. Be very exciting.
They play. I'm coming into my King gear.
All right, the next matchup in the next round will be Virginia versus A&M. Virginia 11, A&M.
A&M by 1,000. Virginia is a fraud. Go look at their games. Watch them. Look at even their win expectancy in these games. Voodoo.
Oh, my bad. I completely flubbed that. We picked Ole Miss in that. So Ole Miss, A&M.
Alrighty then.
I was just thinking that.
I'll take A&M by 10.
By less than $1 million.
Yeah, by less than $1 million, but I think they are substantially better than Ole Miss. Plus, Rico's right. When they're being coached by the special teams coordinator, because Lane's at LSU, how could I select them?
Yeah, you only get the let's win it for our new coach once. And honestly, Kenny, I believe that Ole Miss is not seated correctly. I thought that Ole Miss should have been number 1. That's just my preference. But not Ole Miss, A&M. I'm taking A&M.
All right, next up on the board, we have Notre Dame and Indiana. Indiana 2, Notre Dame 10.
Indiana by a zillion. Revenge for last year. They are better on both sides of the football. They have the better defense. They have the better quarterback. And they have American Psycho as a head coach. Signetti, Indiana to the moon.
I think you had me at revenge from last year. They learned their lesson. They're better than Notre. Yeah, this is Hoosiers all over.
Now it's guns up, number 8, Texas Tech against Ohio State.
No.
1.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry to do it to you.
Give me Ohio State. It's just too much of a talent disparity. If I said to you Ohio State has 4 of the top 5 or 6 players in all of America, you'd have a hard time arguing against it. That's the level of talent they have. And right now, Julian Sayin looks like he's kind of blossoming into
the Heisman Trophy
maybe
winner. Yeah, I would look at this. And my thing is Texas Tech with the great defensive line. Can they score? Ohio State is just, Penn State putting up 2 touchdowns was like something nobody did. So, yeah, you can play great defense against them, but you got to be able to score. Give me the Buckeyes.
And by the way, you've gone chalk out of those first 3 matchups. Does that scare you at all?
No, it just shows you there aren't enough good teams to fill an 8-12 team playoff.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see that team that just all of a sudden – if Lane Kiffin stays at Ole Miss, maybe he could do something. But, yeah, I got to agree with Mike. I hate to do that.
It sucks.
But you didn't have to go with these extra teams.
So
you could have just jumped right in.
You say that for Nona's good ear? I don't have my miracle ear.
You could have just jumped right in and had an 18 playoff.
Huh?
So in
18 playoffs.
What is this, Velvet? All right.
Put in your hearing aid.
In the Adjust Means More rematch bowl, you have Alabama, Georgia 4-5.
Oh, boy.
The most compelling matchup we've seen so far by a mile.
Now, this is, well, at least,
you know what?
At least it won't be back-to-back where they played in the SEC title game.
I'm going to go Georgia. Bama's weakness is stopping the run. Georgia will pound the rock, and you give old Visor man another crack at you from a defensive standpoint. I'd take the Bulldogs. Give me Georgia.
Paul, get ready, because I'm saying roll damn Tide.
What are you, Mike Price?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Scumbag.
Unfortunately, I'm going to go with Rico on this and roll Tide.
Kenny, just remember who stood up for you.
You were rooting for the Dodgers in the World Series, weren't you? Evil Empire, son of a...
No, you know what, Kenny? The thing is, I told you before, your Georgia team, I compare them to previous Georgia teams, and they don't look as sharp. They don't look as good. And Bama actually improved from what I've seen last year. They're actually looking more Bama-like with a better quarterback at the helm. That's why.
Well, that's the difference, is that Ty Simpson is a much better quarterback.
That's true. By the way, the point of this exercise, this whole thing, was to prove how many teams need to be in the playoffs. The 1 through 4, it could have been a 4-team playoff, and it would have been the exact same result.
It's almost like a 4-team playoff was the best format.
Yes. So let's go Indiana, A&M.
Yep. No. But here's the thing. You wouldn't have had these 4 teams because
I told you I was willing to go to 8.
We have to have a Big 12 representative
no, we don't.
and an ACC
no,
representative.
We don't. Get soaked. Who's playing?
Wow.
Indiana, A&M.
Oh, baby. Give me Indiana. I don't care. Better quarterback. I like Marcel Reed. I love Mendoza. I do think Indiana has the defense to stand in. Now, look, with Concepcion and Shavers, difficult underneath, good screen game for A&M, but I love what Indiana has, and I'm taking the logo off the helmet and the bias.
You know what?
The football team is really good,
that's
man.
Personal growth right there, because most people can't do that. Most people see the logo and say, yeah, but at some point they're going to fall down. Yeah, you know what? The Big Ten just wants it more. Give me Indiana.
Well, let's see if that's true. You got Ohio State and Bama on the exact opposite side of the bracket.
State. It's Ohio State. And I do think there's an element of Ohio State's board. And they've proven they're able to turn it on in the playoff. And they have the talent. And if the quarterback is going to be able to lead the charge, I can't pick against them. Sure, Ohio State.
So yet again, proving the Big Ten just means more.
No, it's two good Big Ten teams and a bunch of
means more
poop.
Means more.
Okay.
So who wins it all then, boys? Ohio State, Indiana.
Cookies comes out to the middle of the field. He flips the coin.
Ohio State 31, Indiana 27.
I'm going to go Ohio State 24, Indiana 28.
And this is a segment that's going to age like milk because we're all going to look like idiots.
We're going to look like complete morons.
So, Paul, you going to break the tie?
Oh, yeah. Ohio State's winning like 35-14.
Yes.
Okay.
And that
I got Signetti.
Is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Lions saw old lineman Taylor Decker, Penny Sewell, and Dan Skipper return to practice today. Decker isn't worrying about his knee injury from last week and expects to play this week. Defensive coordinator Calvin Shepard called the Minnesota loss one that shouldn't have happened. Grand Rapids native, former Western Michigan Bronco and Cowboys defensive end Marshawn Nealon has passed away in a reported suicide. He was 24, counseling being offered to the Cowboys players and staff. Today marks the first day of MLB free agency. The Tigers declined pitchers Jose Urquidy and Paul Sewald's options, according to Evan Petzold of the Free Press. Both the Pistons and the Red Wings have the night off. Patrick Kane did return to practice today as anticipated. It's still unclear whether he'll return to game action tomorrow, though, after missing 3 weeks with that upper body injury. Former MSU guard Jaden Akins has signed a deal with the Motor City Cruise. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
5 o'clock, good to have you with us, and we have some news, some interesting stuff. First of all, in-house business. And he will have until November 18th to accept or decline this. The Tigers have extended a qualifying offer to Gleyber Torres for $22 million, almost $22.1 million. I pray to every god on the planet he declines that. I do not want him back.
So just 1 year.
Yeah. And look, all these qualifying offers, any big free agent, you're going to extend the qualifying offer. Zach Gallen, Edwin Diaz, Bo Bichette, etc. And any free agent worth their salt turns it down because it's a 1 year deal. I pray he turns it down. I don't want him here. I don't want him anywhere near here. I want McGonigal here. It's over now. We're done piecemealing. Part two, and this is really interesting, and I know you've got Kenny putting audio in the system. Jarren Duran has had a bloody arbitration with the Red Sox. But Morosi is talking about Duran, who is a really nice player. I like this guy a ton. He's a damn near 5-WAR player. He'll hit you 20, 25 homers. He'll steal 25 bases. He's going to be somewhere between a 750 and 800 OPS. He's a really good ball player, but the Sox have kind of been screwing around. Let me read you a little piece just to give you the background before we link him to the Tigers, and then I'll sell you this pen on my dream offseason. So Duran's potentially troubling contract situation resolved by the Sox. They declined the $8 million team option, re-signed him to a 1-year, $7.7 million deal with incentives. The contract involves $100,000 buyout from the declined option, $25,000 in bonuses for every 50 plate appearances. Why is that important? Because the guy averages 700 of them. He's durable. He's going to play. He'll get those incentives. They're going to pay him $7.8 guaranteed with up to $75 in achievable bonuses. So it's a lot of work to save $125,000, right? You're kind of screwing this guy.
Right.
So there are mechanics involved in the deal. I don't want to lose people. But the numbers are peanuts compared to the total payroll to Sox. But now that the contract's a thing of the past and the arbitration's been avoided, the team's decision to lock him in for marginally less could signal the desire to trade him this offseason. So basically, given how contentious the arbitration hearings are, teams are going to be glad to hear they settled on a deal after declining it. Now, trading for him not only means 3 years of team control, ding, ding, ding. Remember earlier in the show, we talked about the trade market. I can get a guy that would cost me $25 million on the open market. Maybe I get him for $8 million. And I get control. This is I didn't realize this was going to happen today. No, I'm not bruising my shoulder blades. It's a very basic conclusion you can come to. It's playing out. I'm just making a point. It's playing out in real time. So Duran, the way it's written is basically Roman Anthony's a budding superstar. He's already signed long-term. They have Ceddanne Rafaela, who's basically their version of Parker Meadows, a superstar defensive center fielder. And listen, they have Abreu with 4 years of team control, who's also a Gold Glove caliber guy. They have Duran with 3 years of team control. But bottom line, they are going to get something very nice for this player. Well, who does Morosi link Duran to? You. Left-handed, 25-25. Now, again, I want a right-handed bat, but I am not turning down this player. Right. Now, it's going to cost you. So for all of you people who want to sit back and roster bait with your prospects, this ain't for you. You're going to have to dine at a different restaurant because you're going to have to, let go to flagpole, so to speak, and you're going to have to give some prospects. It's going to hurt.
Right.
But this is a player that if you combine a Duren trade with a Bo Bichette signing, now let's look at that Tiger lineup.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's think about,
even though he's a left-handed bat,
right,
you'll deal with that.
You can. And you don't have to stop there. But what I'm selling you is if I have to overpay for Bichette because he's on the open market, I can underpay for Duren, and we cost average it out. And you will end up with two. That could be the top two in the order. Now, all of a sudden, look at what you've created. This is where I just pray Glaber leaves, because I don't want him here. I ain't got no need for him. And I want McGonigal here. Time is now. Okay. But keep your eye on this, because Duren, to me, that would be an A-plus acquisition. I love him as a real baseball player. He's a really good fantasy baseball player, too.
And Morosi was saying, hey, you know what? It's just something to keep an eye on. Seeing him in the old English D, I saw that and was like, interesting, very interesting.
And again, that type of trade with that type of signing, now it would open up, you hold on to Skubal. That's your plan. It's not mine, but I've never knocked your plan. But if you held on to Skubal and you're all in, was a Bo Bichette signing and a trade for Jarren Duren, why not? Why not us? Why couldn't we do it? You think about the speed that would add to the top of the order, the power. Bo Bichette is an on-base machine. There's a lot of ways to play this, and it's a lefty-righty split. You're good. Guys, I would love to get your thoughts on it, but it's going to cost you.
How much?
I mean, obviously you're not moving a McGonigal or a Clark, but you're going to have to move one of the next guys, whether it's a Rainier, a Braceno, a Lorenzo. You're going to have to move somebody. And don't think for a second teams aren't going to come calling for Melton. I'm not telling you to do it. I'm just telling you if I owned another team or I'm a GM.
Right, because I was just thinking like with Riley Green, but they don't need another outfielder.
No. I hear you. I think Riley Green, shopping him, is only if you are sure you want Carey. I think only keeping one of them is what makes sense. If I acquired a Duren, plus I'm bringing McGonigal up, that's two left-handed bats. Now we're turning into the Cleveland Guardians here. We need right-handed bats. But a player like Duren, you don't turn that down at all. But would it signal me getting rid of Riley? Yeah, but I would do it for pitching. That's the difference.
No, you're right. Milton probably will be asked about a lot.
Kenny, great job getting the audio in. Let's play it for the 5 o'clock audience. They're driving home on a gloomy Thursday. Let's bring some sunshine. Hit the button. And look, the last 2 years for Duren, just to be clear, 13.4 WAR, 8.747. Both years north of 40 doubles. Both years north of 12 triples. 21 homers 2 years ago, 16 this year. Your OBP, if you like that, take the OPS, 834, 774. OPS plus, 132, 114. He's everything I told you he was before pulling the numbers up. Mm-hmm. Look, this would be a really nice acquisition. I'm willing to pay the freight for it. Why? 3 years of team control. Yep. I'm not taking rentals. And here's the other part. He's another player that even with arbitration, and if it works out, you're going to want to pay him and take care of him. Totally get it. He's another player that you have in the near term that bridges you to what hopefully would be a McGonigal-Clark prime 3 years from now. It takes time.
No, you're right.
I love it. I would do it in a heartbeat. You're going to have competition. Player like this is available, you're going to have competition.
So, yeah, well, it means that you're probably going to have to part with some of your minor league prospects.
Oh, no. Sorry. I'm just so sick of hearing about it.
But if you're going to go all in this year, that's an all-in type of move.
But even if it's not all in, I make this move whether Skubal's here or not. This is a ball player in his prime, in his age 28 season, that I have 3 years of team control. This team, who's already a good base running team, well, what if I add a guy who could legitimately steal 25, 30 bags? I add a guy who I think there's more power there. Yeah, left-handed in this ballpark. That's a good thing too, right?
Right.
I love it. And I know we're not going to get full lines on Jarren Duran. I'm not asking anybody to nerd out. We're talking through it. I think it's a super interesting opportunity. And again, what did we talk about earlier in the show? I wanted one trade and one blockbuster signing. Why? Because I don't think this team's got the chops to make 2 big signings.
Well, right. And when I saw this and I saw it was coming from John Paul Morosi, I'm like, you know what? This is somebody, and the way he makes it sounds as if he's talked to some people. So that's why I'm like, you know what? This could get interesting.
248-539-9797. We can get a few phone calls, get a few ticket texts as well. I'm sorry I got a little bit excited there about the player, but I really do like this player a lot. There I go being positive again. What has gotten into me?
Look at you.
Weird. It's almost like if you listen to what I actually
cloned?
say. Yeah.
Are you a clone?
Yes, Tom Brady cloned me.
Okay.
If there's, listen, football coming up. You got football tonight. You got football Friday night too. Bottom line, Hungry Howie's got football season covered. 51% off any large, round, original, or thin crust pizza with any of your favorite toppings. So, bottom line, you want a plain pizza or you want a garbage pail where it's every topping in the book, it's 51% off. You go to hungryhowies.com, you order any large round for carryout, 51% off. Take advantage before this deal is gone. It's Hungry Howie's. Let's get straight to the people. I think it's very interesting news, and John Paul Morosi kind of led the charge with it. I'm all in, but it's up to you. Are you willing to give away some of your blessed prospects? No town loves their prospects more than this one. I think you weaponize him. Jaron Duran's a hell of a good ball player. You add him, you go out and light some money on fire and sign Bo Bichette. That's a hell of a way to upgrade your lineup for next year. Let's go to Jeremy in Detroit, 97.1. Jeremy, what's going on, buddy?
What up, though, boys? How you guys doing today?
Good.
Hey, what's going on?
Man, I hope I got a couple minutes to land this plane. But as you were talking about this trade with Duran, which I think would be great, I think the problem with Scott Harris, and it kind of rolls over to the Lions as well. You get first-time GMs, and it's like Rico with your basement. You got this blank basement. You want it done right. You call in guys that are specialty. Then when the basement's done, if you ask those same guys to put on your roof, they probably wouldn't know how. And I feel like we brought in guys that his job when he came in, hey, let's get this farm system together. Let's build up a team that's nothing. So getting a team from 0 to 5 is different than getting it from 5 to 10. And I feel like the same thing with Brad Holmes. I feel like they're so apprehensive when it comes to trades and things like that because that's not really their specialty. They're still learning on the job, which is unfair to the fans. And it gets to a point where it's like, yeah, Brad, you can draft, and you've done well. You got superstars on the team. But now you got to fill in the other three aspects. And the same thing with Harris. I think that's why Harris botched the Erod trade because they had a specialty, and then when you build the team too fast, now it's time to move on to the next step.
Well, Jeremy, there's an easy way to say it, Jeremy. This is what happens when you hire inexperienced people.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I feel like,
it's not like you hired Dave Dombrowski to come in here who had already built a World Series winner. It is different. You are learning.
Exactly.
But it's time. It's time to step out of the comfort zone and let's go to big boy school now.
And like Scott Harris, I'm be honest with you, I want to see some moves this year, but I'm willing to give him another year because the team just got good. A couple of days ago, man, I tried to call in. I worked, so I couldn't stay on hold. Man, if Brad Holmes doesn't get something done, I'm ready to see him leave. I'm really to that point because it's like if the only thing you're good at is drafting and we have built our team through the draft, if we're never going to get over the hump, by the time some of these guys get better, the guys you drafted are going to start to get old. Penei Sewell's going to start breaking, and then what? We're starting to cycle again when Jarrett leaves. And I just feel like Harris, I'm hoping he'll pick it up this year. But by next year, and I'm one of the guys you guys used to say,
we lost him.
I'm sorry about that. No, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm one of those guys that you guys were starting to say, the fans are willing to accept whatever. I might be a little patient, but my patience is run out, man. It's like, yeah, we went from 0 to nothing, and I think people be like, we just want the team to be good. No, we realize how bad it's been, so it's like, okay, we'll give you a little bit of time. But now that we're championship ready, dude, if you can't get us over the hump, I'm sorry. I don't see a reason.
No, I hear you loud and clear. No, Jeremy, you have every right to feel that way. Now, I'm not co-signing getting rid of anybody because again, your teams are winning. This is not New York. That's not how it works. But it is time to step out from the comfort zone, and you got to pull a Howie Roseman. You're not going to live in fear. You're not going to live with regret. You're not going to worry about being haunted. Push the rev limiter. And let's chase something more than just daiquiris and sleeveless T-shirts.
I think you put it best. It is the comfort zone. It's the willing to be wrong.
Willing to be accountable.
Right. It's the willing to actually say, guys, there's a window. We got 2-3 years to win something. And I'm going to go all in and do what I have to do.
The whole thing with Duran, though, it's not even an all-in move. He's got 3 years of team control. He's yours. He's a part of the now and the future. These are the cherry moves you got to make to take the next step.
I guess I'm looking at next year as kind of an all-in type of thing.
That's it. Because of your position with Scooble. Okay, fair. Now I understand. Yeah. Let's go to Kent, 97.1. Kent, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm on the same page as you. I want Duran on this team as badly as possible. I mean, I love the character and I love the person himself. But I think it's a huge upgrade over Meadows, and then you can flip Meadows into like a pitching relief pitcher or, another prospect. But I'd for sure give up like Mountain or even who's that guy who just drafted Yost, the like 18-year-old shortstop. I give up one of those guys, try to get Duran over here. But yeah, you're totally right about the green or carb thing. The only thing I worry about with Duran is he's not great against lefties. I was watching the series against the Yankees, I think the wild card, and he was getting embarrassed.
And this is the issue of having Carp, Green, and him. But to me, this is a major upgrade. It allows you flexibility to move a play. But see, this is Kent. Scott Harris is going to have to do some things that he just has shown no interest in doing. Trades are difficult and they're risky, and you have to be willing to live with the results.
And I mean, I'm a huge baseball person. I'm losing interest in the Tigers. I'm not going down there spending $80 for 2 tickets and a beer and a hot dog to watch us win 1-0, 2-1 because of Skubal pitching well. I mean, I let him walk. I'm not paying a pitcher $40-45 million a year just from to play every 5 games. I just don't want the Tigers to turn into the Brewers or the Reds or the Rays. We used to be a top $200+ million payroll back in the 2010s, and that's obviously not going to happen again. But at least show that you care and you want to actually compete, and that's all we're asking for. We're not asking. I mean, obviously, I want to win a World Series, but I'm not I'm so tired of this. We gave it a shot, or we made the postseason. No, we're a top 5 or top 10 market. We should not be being babied like we're the Cincinnati Reds or the Milwaukee Brewers.
No, I listen, Kent, I agree, and you know my thoughts about the division, and factually, this is the most poverty division in the league. There is no big payroll team. It's the only division like it, right? There's no Cubs up top. There's no Yankees or Blue Jays up top. There's no Dodgers up top.
Nobody trying to spend with a $200, $300 million.
Cleveland, Chicago, Kansas City.
They're
Twins,
trying to race to the bottom.
They're all poverty. So you have an opportunity to put a death hold on this thing, and it's without having to go, anywhere near what the Blue Jays are doing at 250, 260. I don't even think you need to cross the threshold of 200, but I'd love to see this team somewhere between, 150 and 175. You do that, you're winning 95 games, you're winning this division, and you're going to threaten people.
I think 150, and you give yourself a legitimate chance to be a World Series contender.
Give me 165.
How about we split the difference?
Okay. No, but my point is, look, they have real opportunity here. And they have no payroll commitments for 2027 where the commitments on roster are $27 million. I mean, even if I estimate arbitration, you have nothing on the books for 2027. Right. So you just have no excuses. And if you're going to sit here after what just took place this year and make fans wait until after the 2026 season, you're wasting everyone's time. That's the problem. Let me go to Jim real quick and we'll move on. Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
How you guys doing today?
Good, Jim.
Good. Hey, just one. I mean, this baseball talk. You kind of got me excited because I really wanted. Bo Bichette is kind of like my number one guy. I want him to go after. The Duran trade would be great. Trade some of these guys. The reason you draft prospects and you get these guys is to in an ideal world, you get all these guys up, they come up and they do everything they're supposed to, but you also use them as trade bait to get other players. Because in addition to that, I would, like the last caller said, I'm not paying Skubal $40 million. I'm trading him to the Mariners, to the Mets. There's plenty of pitching prospects that those guys have. And then I'm also going to go out and boost my rotation by signing Chris Bassett a little bit and kind of give them another guy there. And I think that's going to make this team, because, as much as, Gleyber Torres is all right, but I want to see McGonigal and Clark up here and let these guys go. We've heard enough about them. They've obviously shown what they can do down there. It's time for these guys to come up here and do this. Otherwise, you're going to continue to win 85, 86 games. They have to do some things differently to be able to get people excited. Because, Skubal's, he is what he is, and I'm not paying him $40 million, and I'm not going to sit here, when I look at what Yoshimoto did it, and this guy pitched 2 back-to-back days.
Oh, that's never happened.
Skubal couldn't go out for an extra inning against Seattle. I don't care if that was a joint decision or whatever. No, he's got to go out there and say, I'm taking the ball, and you're going to have to pry it out of my hands. You're going to have to call the police and arrest me on the field to take me off the mound.
Jimmy, got to remember something, and you're not wrong, but the difference is Yamamoto got his money.
Yeah.
Skubal's trying to get his.
Right.
There is a difference now.
It is a difference, but people saw
what
Yamamoto did and said, why can't we have a pitcher who does that? how can we can't get a guy who just says,
'Cause
you
you
know
didn't
what,
pay him.
I understand, but it's the optics that this man just went out there and did whatever he had to do for his team to win a World Series, and he didn't.
And he did it. And he did it with $200 million in his bank account.
He did.
Okay.
But most people don't realize
They need to live in reality.
I understand, Mike, but when your team is out there, you just want Tommy Tough Guy.
I know.
I don't care how much you make. Go out there and win this game for us. Rep your city.
That's funny. 97-1.
Hey, this football season, where else would you want to bet other than with my friends at Fanatic Sportsbook? Fanatic Sportsbook is the home of the fair play, protecting all pro football player prop bets across the straight parlays and single game parlays all season long from any first half injury. They were the first to protect your prop bets throughout the first quarter, and now they've extended that protection throughout the entire first half. That's 30 minutes of player prop protection on all bets, running backs, quarterbacks, wide receivers. Don't worry about it. Fanatic Sportsbook fair play policy gives you an edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. So why stick with a book that leaves you empty-handed when you can bet with one that has your back and has always had your back for the whole first half of a game? If you want to protect your parlays from injuries, switch to the sportsbook that will always have your back across the first and second quarters of all pro football games. Every single game, all season long. Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Summit Place Kia. The Tigers say they've offered a qualifying offer to infielder Gleyber Torres. That offer worth just over $22 million. Gleyber has until November 18th to accept or turn it down. Since qualifying offers have existed, only 14 of 144 players have ever accepted. Lions offensive lineman Taylor Decker returned to practice today. The media asked about his knee. Penei Sewell was also back in the practice field in a limited capacity. Kirby Joseph remained out in the secondary. According to Shams, the Pistons have picked up Kings center Isaac Jones off waivers. This year he averages 6 minutes in 3 games. Detroit had previously kept that 15th spot open on the roster. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
Okay. I know what I'm getting into here. This is going to be controversial. Kenny, you're going to have to keep it on the guardrails. It's Rico's up to the minute. What they've done for you lately. NFL rankings. Oh, I was really hoping we could scrape the barnacle that is the San Francisco 49ers out of this, but oh no. My team couldn't help that process. Rico?
They'll be in it. Here's the thing. This week may have been the most difficult week because what I found out, really no clear-cut team like, wow, this team is great. So a lot of very good teams, no great teams. So we start off, just missed out, Pittsburgh Steelers, Jacksonville Jaguars. They just missed out of the top 14.
Surprised about Pittsburgh, but I'm okay with it. Kind of a prove-it week this week, now going on the road out to L.A. So I'm okay with it. Jacksonville, I can't wrap my mind around. They just don't play good football.
At 14, and they just lost the Joe Alt for the year as the L.A. Chargers.
Yeah, I just disagreed with that. They're not good. They can't protect Justin Herbert, and Joe Alt is everything. How about this? I would have put the Steelers in over them. But you know what? They're playing this week, so Rico wins. He did it again, everybody.
At 13, we have the Chicago Bears, who just find ways?
Okay.
Question mark?
That was, they had a 99.9% win expectancy. It went all the way down to 31% after they gave up the touchdown. I mean, the onside kick, the multiple drives. You gave up 500 yards passing to Joe Flacco, yet found a way to win. Colston Loveland, nice to see you. He had a hell of a game beyond that touchdown. You can keep him here, but see, this is a test for them this week. Are you all grown up? Mm-hmm. They go to the Giants, or no, they're bringing the Giants in, and they're favorites. Can you just, after whatever that was last week, can you play 4 good quarters of football and beat a bad Giants team and beat them by margin? Show you're real.
Kenneth, you want to join in?
Mike has said it all. I agree completely.
Okay.
Do you think they're going to need to play 4 good quarters to beat the Giants, though, Mike?
Jeez. Okay. Well, looks like somebody wants to be a complete loophole.
Hey, the Dolphins are very bad, too, so I can't really say anything.
So at number 12, the team the team who just beat the Giants is the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, well, your quarterback started the game 14 for 14. McCaffrey did whatever he wanted. What am I going to say? I'm trying to get rid of this team so bad, and I can't. Hopefully the Rams do the job this week.
They truly are the barnacle of this list, huh?
You can't scrape them. Can't get rid of them.
At number 11, the Green Bay Packers.
I'm so done with that team. Now, look, they're favored over the Eagles this week, which is a wild concept. This is a Jordan Love bounce-back deal. That was that interception he threw was a hellscape for any offensive coordinator. Rico, they win this week. They earn the right to stay here. But if they lose, I want you to embargo them for the next 3 weeks.
Okay.
Because I can't figure anything out with Green Bay quarter to quarter. They are so inconsistent. Yet, somehow, they're still the betting favorite to win the North. Totally bizarre to me.
It seems kind of low to me, doesn't it? 11th on the list.
Paul, have you watched this team play?
Yeah, but they're really good when they're on.
And when
they
they're
can
not,
beat basically anybody when they're on.
And when they're not, they lose to the Browns and Panthers. Paul, come on. Rico's top 10, that's royalty. You got to get behind the velvet rope to be in the top 10.
At number 10, the team that let me down the most, controversial or not, your Detroit Lions.
I think it's fair. And I've seen a lot of power rankings by national media. Lions are anywhere between 8 and 11. You know, they have to re-earn some level. Did they look good against the Chiefs? No. Did they look good against the Pack? No. They didn't even look good against Tampa Bay, but Tampa Bay was so beleaguered. Yeah, and I mean, your offense wasn't good. And then you just got beat by J.J. McPick-6. So, yes, I think it's okay.
As he meditated on the bench.
It's for the week. It's okay to downgrade them. I'm good with this.
Kenneth.
Yeah, I'm fine with the downgrade. It just that loss is still lingering with me a little bit. This is a big bounce back spot. They need to be higher on this list come the end of next week.
At number 9, we have the Kansas City Chiefs.
Very similar with the Lions. You know, that was not a good performance against the Bills. I don't care if they had a chance at a Hail Mary. The Bills were the right side the whole game. That pass rush by Buffalo was fierce. Kansas City's running game is not where it needs to be.
Surprised they didn't make a trade for a top.
I am too. I'm good with it. I am.
I kind of think they should be higher because I don't use their losses to the Bills in the regular season against them because we've all seen it doesn't actually matter in the playoffs. So I think they should. I don't think they should have fell that far on Rico's list.
They're 5-4, Paul. But
that's great. Losing to Buffalo in the regular season doesn't mean anything to the Chiefs.
Okay. But it's right now. It's not the end of the season. At number 8, we got the New England Patriots.
Yeah. And you know what? It's a prove-it game for them this week playing the Bucs. Very similar teams. Vrabel, this has a feel. I'm not telling you it's going to happen. It almost feels like the year he rode Ryan Tannehill to the AFC title game. Like they're not ready to go to a Super Bowl, but nobody's going to want to play that team in the playoffs. And defensively, man, are they good. And they got a ton of cap space for next year. I'm okay with it. They could rise. They still got to earn their keep. I'm good with that.
I think they should be higher. And I disagree with you, Mike. I think he's got way more talent, Drake May, that is, than Ryan Tannehill ever had. I think Vrabel's learned from those experiences. I think they should be higher than 8th. I think they should be a top 5 team in the NFL right now.
Okay. Well, Paul, you can tell me which of the 5 to take out a little bit later. At number 7, you can see this team tonight, the Denver Broncos.
I'd put New England ahead of them. I'm not trying to bust your balls.
I'm
okay with the general ranking. That was a disgusting performance against the Texans. Thank God you faced Davis Mills. I'm okay with it. I'd love to see a swap of Broncos and Pats. But the range, no qualms.
At number 6, the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah. They got a taste of reality. Daniel Jones got a taste of reality. Now, you got to fly out to Luxembourg or wherever the hell they're playing this week, take on Atlanta, get back to business. But they're good, man. And the addition of Sauce Gardner, no, I don't think it's going to be this overnight thing. But the next couple of weeks, rounding him into shape and into form in their scheme, yeah, I mean, they're a good football team, man.
Okay.
Now, this is a power rank, so are you including the addition of Sauce to this?
No, this is what you did. This is what you did last week.
I think this is right around where the New England should be, but other than that, I agree completely with those.
So you would have New England at 6, Indy at 7, Denver at 8?
Yep.
Okay.
You could see, though, in that game, the way the Colts lost, you could see, though, what Daniel Jones looks like when everything isn't working perfectly for him on offense. He becomes Giants Daniel Jones.
Yeah, when Jonathan Taylor gets, 41 yards, and everything fell apart in that game. At number 5, we got the Tampa Buccaneers.
Little high. Mike Evans dead. Bucky Irving still not at practice. I understand it. I'm with Paul in this. If I could redo this, we need music. I can't do power rankings without music. It kills the vibe. It just kills the mood. Thank you. We're back. I would have New England here. I'd have Tampa back, and I'd have the Broncos the lowest of the 3. But nothing to freak about. Paul?
No, yeah, I agree. I think the Patriots are better than these teams. Yeah, I agree with you, Mike, and agreeing with myself from earlier.
Okay, so this is where they.
I agree with myself from earlier.
So, Paul, from earlier, this is where you would have the Patriots. Okay, at 5. Because at 4, we have the Los Angeles Rams. Los Angeles Rams, 4.
Yeah, they're awesome. They're great.
Okay.
Hello. Kenny, something is wrong here.
Okay,
we have
something is wrong here.
Yeah, we have an audio issue. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, I don't know. Listen. Headsets might be broken. Who knows? Rams are really good, okay?
Yeah,
I don't know what to tell you. And guess what? I hope they put the Niners through the mattress Sunday.
What's the point spread?
Not enough.
Who won the earlier game?
I don't want to talk about it.
In Los Angeles, too. At number 3, we have the Philadelphia Eagles.
Sure. No, yes. But
the Niners are just breaking you like that.
I hate them.
Your Giants had a chance.
Shut up, you.
I got the Eagles at 3.
Yeah, they've put it together. Running game 1 week, passing game 1 week, and they put it all together in the same game. Big game in Green Bay. You win, you might be able to put them number 1 or 2.
At number 2, I have the Buffalo Bills.
Can't argue it. That rebuilt defense was built to beat Kansas City. Cutscene. They beat Kansas City. So, yes. And Josh Allen didn't have to run 17 times. And it was a very controlled performance. Yes, there's no issue with it.
And at number 1, sponsored by the color red, Seattle Seahawks.
I knew this is what you were going to do because you're a provocateur. I disagree with it, but let me support you in this regard. You could make a very credible case they could be 8-0. They are number 1 in DVOA for defense. They don't lose on the road. And their ginger idiot quarterback is playing at a super high level. So I'm not going to slander you, but I'm not ready to
go.
go.
16 for 16.
Yeah. Not ready to go there yet, but you know what? It's provocative. I'm good with it.
I would just like to point out that Sam Darnold led